Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 176, Slave Riot 1. She was no stranger to soaring in the sky, but it was certainly a new experience to steer her path through the clouds by using ropes and an engine, rather than by asking her dragon to fly in one direction or another. Nevertheless, Angela carried herself with the grace she was well known for, and Sokka could only smile approvingly as she followed his every instruction. "Not bad at all, sailor," he said, smirking. Angela raised an eyebrow, pouring some more fire by bending into the hot air balloon's engine. "You may be a better sailor than any Fire Nation citizen has any right to be." "Well, you've been a better firebender than any water tribesman has any right to be, so I think that makes us even," Angela stated, eyeing him with a knowing grin. "Is the flight suiting your fancy so far?" "How wouldn't it?" Sokka said, breathing in the fresh air and exhaling noisily. "I'll as good as forget I was poisoned, at this rate." "Good," said Angela, her smile warming as she gazed at him. It had taken him around 2 weeks to declare he felt better, and even so, Angela wasn't sure she could take his word for a fact. She didn't dare send him off to a new fight yet, despite she had received word from the Grand Royal Dome that her pending challenges were piling up like never before. Sokka's victory over the Med Alchemist had turned him into the most talked-about gladiator in the entire league, and his sponsor, for one, could not be prouder of him for it. Sokka, though, seemed overwhelmed by his success even now. He would blurt it out at times, just as he had upon winning in the slate for the first time. Angela found it endearing that he would look at her with such disbelieving confusion every time she reminded him that yes, he was considered the unofficial best non-bending gladiator of the league. It grew easier for him to believe it with every passing day, but even so, he was at his best when he wasn't thinking about the league at all. Teaching Angela how to steer his hot air balloon seemed to be a perfect way to keep him busy and distracted from his new reality as a trailblazing gladiator. "Looks like the weather's not going to last, though," Sokka said, upon gazing at gathering gray clouds in the horizon. Angela had been busy working the balloon so far. She grimaced at his accurate assessment of the weather, knowing Sokka would ask her to land again to avoid risks, and she didn't want to do that just yet. "We still have some time, don't we?" she said, biting her lip. Sokka snorted. "Well, princess, really?" he said, smirking smugly and relaxing with his hands behind his head. "I figured you'd insisted so much on going for a flight today because you wanted to get busy with me, but you do realize having a go at it in the rain can be hazardous for our health. Since when do you protect your health so zealously?" Angela asked, feigning innocence. Sokka smiled. "I don't protect mine, I protect yours," he said. "Really, though? You want a quickie right now?" Angela laughed and shook her head, surprising Sokka. His arrogant attitude faded quickly at her negative, and he leaned forward, hands poised on his crossed knees. "No? Then why do you want us to stay airborne?" he asked. "Seems a little too risky, you know? Air currents, rain, lightning, and thunder. It doesn't look like such a bad storm, but I guess you're right," Angela said, breathing deeply before sighing. "I just like being far away from the world with you, just like this. Somewhere we won't be bothered, somewhere we can be free to be ourselves without fear of retribution, or that someone will find us." "Heh," said Sokka, smiling too. "Deny it as you will, princess, but you're a romantic at heart like no one else I know." That's offensive," she declared, blushing slightly. Sokka laughed and pushed himself up seriously. "I'm just being honest, it's not because it's romantic or—" He embraced her from behind, his lips softly kissing her cheek. Angela fell silent, near pouting as she refused to look at her lover. He seemed quite pleased with himself, holding her closely as he was. "There's nothing wrong with being a romantic, Angela," he said. "No need to be offended. You're seriously saying I'm worse than you, Mr. Flower Petals and Candles?" She grumbled. "Or worse than Ty Lee, for that matter. You said I was a romantic like no one you knew, so—" "Well, maybe those things don't feel remotely as romantic as the stuff you've said sometimes," he said, smiling and burying his face in her neck. "Because when you say those things, it feels more genuine than any big gestures I can think of. And I love that about you." "Well, good that you do. Though I don't know how it feels more genuine than the countless things you've done for me over the years," she mumbled, finally surrendering and clasping his arm with her hands. I don't know either, said Sokka, chuckling, but it's the truth of it. Must be you're biased towards me, as usual, said Azula, huffing, incorrigible gladiator, ever giving his sponsor too much credit. Not true, I give you all the credit you deserve. He pouted now, hugging her tighter. Finally he brought Azula to smile again, and she turned in his arms before wrapping her arms around his waist too. Either way, I just want to stay like this, if just for a bit longer, she said, sighing. We don't spend nearly as much time together as we should. I agree, but you do realize we could spend time together down at my place anyhow, he said, smirking. If you want to privately hug me, we can just head to my room and stay in there. And if you want, we can even hug without our clothes and... Your mind permanently resides in the gutter at this point, doesn't it? Azula asked, with a dry smirk. Sokka laughed and kissed the top of her head. What can I say? You know what it's like when I recover from bad fights. The first thing that comes back to normal is my libido, he said. Azula smiled. Yes, I'm quite aware that's how it works with you, she said, lifting her head and looking at him warmly. Meanwhile, I'm merely grateful you're better at all. That poison sounded terrible. And it felt terrible, said Sokka, sighing dramatically. See? That's why my body needs the entire opposite feeling right now. And that's why. Goodness, if you keep this up, I'm steering us back home right now, Azula said, rolling her eyes despite she was still laughing. Sokka smiled and pressed his forehead to hers. Fine, fine. I'll shut up about it, he said, before kissing her lips softly. Either way, let's not stay up here all day, at least. Can we agree on that? Maybe, said Azula, cupping his cheek. For now, though, we ought to talk about whatever we'll do next, now that you're all healed and better. Well, for one thing, our side of the Iroh challenge is complete, said Sokka, biting his lip. Toph mustn't be done with hers yet, right? Doubtful, said Azula, shaking her head. You didn't have many non-bending gladiators left between yourself and the top, only a few others aside from the Mad Alchemist, and you've already defeated them all. But little less than half the top gladiators are earthbenders. I doubt she'll have much trouble with them, but it will take some time for her to defeat them all. So, what will we do in the meantime? Sokka asked, blinking blankly. Prepare for an impending fight against her. And against Combustion Man, too, Azula sighed. There's no telling whether you'll have to fight him or not, after all. For, if you beat Toph. Beating Toph, Sokka repeated, with an uneasy smile. That's yet another concept I have trouble grasping, especially now. She already knows all my techniques and skills after we helped her train for the slate. Beating her now. It would be difficult, but not impossible, said Azula, gazing at him meaningfully. I'd like to think so, at least. Still, said Sokka, stepping away from Azula and resting against the balloon's railing. What should we do to prepare for a fight against her? Even if I found the materials for the blinding bomb, it'd be useless against a fighter who's already blind. Then a deafening bomb, said Azula, shrugging. Sokka's eyes widened. Deafening bomb. He said, I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but how would I protect myself from that kind of thing? Earplugs? Going by how Song keeps buying new ones, I don't think anyone's developed good enough plugs to protect ears from seriously loud sounds. I guess not, if the ones she uses to ignore us aren't working, said Azula, with an awkward smile. Anyways, if not that, then, something to limit her bending, I guess. Chi blocking is useful, but she'll know to expect it this time. Do you think there are any other methods to block someone's chi other than that? Maybe something like Shersha Venom, actually. Are you going to ask me to track down June? Azula asked, looking at Sokka skeptically. He flinched before shaking his head promptly. Because if you did, you'd be the one to milk the venom out of that beast, not me. I wouldn't ask you to milk anything's venom, but I said something similar to it. It doesn't have to be Shersha Venom, Sokka said, nervously. Azula merely stared at him with amusement. I guess you'll never truly believe that I'm over that, will you? She asked. He blushed. That's not what I mean, well, we've talked things through, so. You're so cute when you're nervous, Azula declared. Sokka huffed. So I'm cute, but if I say you're romantic, it's entirely unacceptable, of course. Angela said, beaming. Sokka smiled and shook his head before reaching in to hug her again. Clever princess, he said, burying his face in her hair. I do trust you. If you thought otherwise, it's just always a sore subject. It is, but you needn't worry about it, she said, caressing his back. What you do need to worry about is researching if there's any substance in the world, akin to Shersha venom, capable of annulling someone's bending if just for a short time. Annulling someone's bending, Sokka repeated, biting his lip. It sounds unbelievable, really. If that kind of thing existed, don't you think other people would have resorted to it before? You could apply the same logic to metal bending, said Angela. Sokka blinked blankly. There's a chance more earthbenders aside from Toph could have done it if they'd merely tried, and only now that she's discovered it will they start testing their own boundaries. If she could achieve something unthinkable and change the way people thought of her discipline, why couldn't you do something similar when it comes to disrupting bending? Sokka bit his lip. Well, it's a thought, at least. I guess I'll research that, then. I'd say maybe, if it's a substance, we should see if it can be used in one of my bombs. Using outright poison like what the Mad Alchemist did feels, well, dirty. Angela asked, smiling weakly. I agree, it seems at least slightly less dangerous than poisoned darts. And maybe you could use something similar with Combustion Man, right? I guess. But his bending's weird, isn't it? Said Sokka. You and Toph always have to take up positions, katas. There's a whole method to it. With him, it looks like he aims with his forehead and blows things up with his mind. Do you think this kind of weapon could disrupt his bending too? Maybe, who knows? Said Angela, before sighing. Though admittedly you'll need a backup plan if it doesn't. A good one, too. Said Sokka, biting his lip as he stroked Angela's hair. You know, the Mad Alchemist had that weird fire-throwing Tsunji horn, right? Oh, yeah. And it was quite an undignified imitation of fire bending, too, Angela said. Sokka smiled. No need to get all stingy about it, he said. It's just an invention, even if to you it feels like an offense to the so very sacred art of fire bending and whatnot. Huh. How funny, Angela grunted, poking Sokka's flank and making him squirm as he chuckled. Well, then. What about the weird Tsunji horn? I guess it reminded me of the bombs I never did finish for your dad, said Sokka, biting his lip. Angela raised an eyebrow. And what does that have to do with anything? She said. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. You'll think I'm crazy, he said, but, well, a firebender once told me that the only way I could possibly beat her was by making her lose control of her bending. Angela frowned, uncertain of what he was talking about. Sokka bit his lip and chuckled as he eyed her with childish curiosity. Can't remember that? He asked. She shook her head. Not really. When did that happen? When we first met, actually. In the South Pole, Sokka answered. Angela's eyes widened, and Sokka's proud grin only surprised her further. That was. Sokka, that was half a decade ago, she said, looking at him in disbelief. How do you expect me to remember everything I? Wait, how do you remember everything I said? Sokka laughed as Angela continued to stare at him in amazement. He shrugged after a moment under her scrutiny, his smile warm. I did tell you I'd been obsessed with defeating you for the first 2 years I spent in the Fire Nation, he said. I kept pondering how to make that happen, once I was in Huiyi's arena. How to get you to lose control of your fire so I could, well. Yeah, I understand, no need to sugarcoat things now, said Angela, smiling a little and I never came up with an answer, of course, said Sokka, with a sad grin. I didn't really expect to, until I fought the Mad Alchemist, I guess. Through the fight I kept wondering how he'd fight against earthbenders or firebenders by using those sorts of weapons. You see, whenever he made streams of scorching hot sand or used those oil bombs to make a huge burst of fire, both things seemed to be beyond what any firebenders or earthbenders can generally do by their own power. So, if you have a pool of oil, and a firebender only releases a small spark on it, all of it catches fire, said Angela. And in a sense, that means they lose power over the initial flame they bent, said Sokka. Can you take down an oil fire easily? Not easily, I would say, Angela admitted. It can be done, but we can't bend the oil itself, only the fire. So we'd have to control the entire field of flames to extinguish them effectively, otherwise the oil will continue to fuel it until it's been completely consumed. I thought as much, said Sokka. So, with the weird Sunji horn, it seemed to me that he was using some gas instead of oil. Something like the gas the Mechanist had in his mountain. Something like the bombs you were planning to build, Azula said, frowning. Sokka nodded, but he was using the gas in a controlled fashion, surely. There had to be some sort of gas output, something he could measure, kind of like that gas fills up this balloon. Too much of it and we'd go too far up, too little and we'd never rise from the ground. Exactly. He had control of his Tsunji horn somehow, said Sokka, but what if there's no control at all? If I made those bombs with the gas in them, I wouldn't control the way the gas behaves at all. But if I toss it near him, just as he's firebending, he'd catch fire, Azula said, frowning all of him. And it's an invisible gas, if I remember correctly, so it'd be the air itself on fire. Figuring out the area of effect of the gas would be extremely difficult. With oil it's much easier because it's a visible liquid, but with invisible gas, it'd be a crazy gambit. I know, said Sokka, nodding, but don't you think it might be the best way to cause him the kind of trouble he won't know how to guard against, that he might not be able to defend himself from? If his own fire becomes his enemy, you might have him, Azula said, looking at him with uncertainty, and yet, you do realize you'd be at risk of catching fire too, right? Yeah. That's also true, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly. This would have to be a last resort, if it comes to that, said Azula, shaking her head. It's a terrifying idea, though. With something like that, you'll truly be the scourge of firebenders everywhere, Sokka. Oh, please, look at you. You've never had trouble with me before, have you? Sokka said, smiling innocently. Azula snorted, looking at him in disbelief. I'm by far the firebender who has suffered the most at your hands, she said, with all your terrible name ideas, your awful manners, your disrespectful behavior. That's what you've suffered about then? Sokka asked, smiling a little guiltily now. Doesn't sound so bad, does it? Oh, don't diminish it now, you wicked gladiator, she said, smirking at him and wrapping her arms around his neck. Her expression softened soon enough though there's something you've done too many times so far that I've been suffering over consistently, and you know exactly what it is. Getting half killed by people? Sokka ventured a guess, with a toothy grin. Azula rolled her eyes at his expression before hugging him tightly. At least you're only half killed, it's easier to heal someone who's only half dead and not fully dead, said Azula, sarcastically. Sokka laughed still, though. We're planning ahead this time, and that means there's a chance neither Toph nor Combustion Man will hurt you that badly. Seems like you'll finally give me a stress break, huh? Hopefully, said Sokka, smiling and stroking her cheek gently. So, now that we have a sort of plan, shall we go research somewhere? Maybe the city library has something helpful on bending annulling substances. Unlikely, said Azula, raising an eyebrow. It's worth a shot, but I guess I ought to look in the temple. Maybe there's something there. Neat, maybe we can go together. Sokka said, beaming. Azula laughed and kissed him softly. Maybe. But some other time, perhaps, she said. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Why's that? It's not like we're up to anything important. We could probably get there before the storm hits, right? Though maybe you do want to be up to something important. With that, he wiggled his eyebrows and Azula laughed, tightening her hold around his neck to kiss him deeper. As much as she had no intentions of humoring him today, it ever bolstered her spirits for her gladiator to be as mischievous and filthy-minded as he was. As far as she could tell, he desired her every bit as much as he had since the first moment, if not more. They'd been properly together for quite some time now, and every day she felt at further ease with him, safer, more loved than she ever had been. He had often claimed he wasn't worthy of her, but every day that went by, Azula grew more convinced of the opposite. She wasn't sure she'd done anything good enough in her life to warrant being with a man as extraordinary as Sokka. All she could hope for was that one day she'd actually change the world, just as they had talked about. That one day they'd bring back balance, and maybe then she'd finally feel she deserved a love like theirs. But she was no fool, certainly. Even if she didn't feel deserving of such happiness, she wasn't stupid enough to let it go just because of that. All she could do was endeavor to make Sokka even happier than she was, in the best ways she could, and she hoped to have made the right call on just how to do that today. Together they steered the hot air balloon back to the house's backyard, and it landed softly once Sokka finished instructing Azula on how to take the landing slow and easy. Sokka breathed out in relief once they were safe, on solid ground. Azula offered him a smug smirk, waiting for the gushing praise she expected Sokka to lavish her in. He laughed and hugged her, kissing the top of her head. Yes, you're a faster learner than me, even, he said. You'll be the one sailing shirtless whenever we get around doing that, at this rate. Oh, now, I will consider it, but only if you do it too, she said, smirking, and, only if we're genuinely, truly, alone. So shy. Sokka taunted her, snickering. Come on, Azula, your body is absolutely splendid, you don't have to. His teasing would have continued, his hands raking her flanks and hips, but movement inside the house startled him. He frowned, raising his eyebrows. Huh? He said, did Ruishi have a free shift today? Why do you ask? Azula said, opening the small door of the hot air balloon's basket. She gestured for Sokka to climb off the flying vehicle, lagging behind to lock the door safely as he made his way through the backyard. I just thought I saw someone in there, said Sokka, blinking blankly while glancing through the window. I mean, maybe I'm just imagining things, but... Here I thought you were already over the Hina incident, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. It's been a while, you know. You said you were adjusted to your new bed and everything. I am. Truthfully, I hadn't thought about it in a while, but just now, said Sokka, walking to the back door with uncertainty. Behind him, Azula smiled to herself as she waited for him to step through the threshold. It seemed she was still skilled at misleading her gladiator whenever she wanted to do so. As soon as Sokka stepped into the living room, he noticed something was different, but he couldn't detail the odd decor in the house when he was startled by a loud exclamation. Congratulations! He nearly jumped out of his bones when their friends came into view. They had been hiding behind the couch, inside the kitchen, even in the rooms upstairs. His eyes were wide as he took in the origami cranes decorating the house, the festive lanterns of countless colors, and his friends smiling cheerfully at him. Whoa, what is this? He said, grinning as well, while still nervous. Oh, you know what this is about, exclaimed Ty Lee, behind the couch, beaming as she pointed at a large banner, hanging right over the threshold that led out of the living room. She wasn't the only one behind the couch, for Haru stood beside her. Mai was by the kitchen, while Song and Ruishi were up at the stairs balcony. Sokka eyed them all with amazement, laughing as he read the words on the banner. Congratulations, top non-bender of the Superior Gladiator League, he said, looking at them in disbelief. You guys, seriously, you decided to throw a surprise party over this today? It's been 2 weeks. Well, it was agreed upon by the pertinent authorities that you were in no condition to celebrate anything 2 weeks ago, Azula said, smiling, and placing a hand on the small of his back. Sokka's eyes widened as he looked at her in amazement. Now, wait a second, is this why you were keeping me away from home today? He asked, looking at her accusingly, although with amusement. Why, you? And you didn't even see it coming? It worked like a charm, Azula said, proudly, as Sokka laughed and wrapped an arm around her. You're unbelievable, why would you do this? He said. Azula shook her head. Now, if you're going to hug someone all gratefully about this, go hug Song, she said, patting his shoulder. She's the true culprit here, I'm merely a co-conspirator. Wait, seriously? Sokka said, glancing at Song, who was walking down the stairs by now. Song. No need to make a fuss. She laughed. I just thought you deserved something nice after such a milestone. It's really not much, just a small party, but... Oh, it doesn't matter how small it is, we'll make it grand and amazing. Ty Lee exclaimed proudly. Haru laughed at her confidence, while Mai rolled her eyes, grinning all the same. Well, damn, Song, said Sokka, chuckling before wrapping his other arm around his housemate. You're unbelievable. It's nothing, really, she said, smiling and patting his shoulder. You deserve this kind of stuff, if just once in a while. Only once in a while, though, Angela said, smirking. If we do it too often it'll go right up to his head, for sure. Yeah, as if. Sokka huffed, as Angela laughed. Then, are we ready to party? Ty Lee exclaimed, beaming. I've brought a lot of drinks, we can have so much fun. It's only 11, Ty Lee, Mai chided her, but Ty Lee merely pouted while lifting her bottles. It's never too early for a good party, Mai. Angela sighed in hopelessness, though Sokka was amused by Ty Lee's behavior. He gazed at the decorated house, noticing with a glance that there were several dishes waiting to be served, sitting on the kitchen counter. They certainly had prepared for this, and he had been none the wiser. Perhaps he couldn't quite wrap his head around his achievement yet, but his friends and sponsor certainly were thrilled about it all the same. And Ruishi had a day off after all, then. Sokka asked Ruishi, who joined them after following Song downstairs. Once Song told me she'd decided on a date for your big congratulatory party, I asked Fei Li to let me take off this shift so I could help her, he said, smiling too. It was as strange as ever seeing the man out of his uniform for Sokka. Since it's Fei Li, he had no qualms with it, though of course he has no idea what we're really up to, or else he would have insisted on joining us, finished Song, smiling awkwardly. I didn't think it was a good idea for anyone who didn't know about you and the princess to be here, so. Yeah, that's probably wise. Especially if there's going to be alcohol involved in this, said Sokka, with a guilty grin. As guaranteed, Angela slapped his arm gently, looking at him reproachfully. And what's that supposed to mean, mind you? It means Sokka's ready to party. Ty Lee intruded again, jumping between Sokka and Angela, draping her arms around each of them. Come on, let's get started. Sokka only shrugged in deference to Ty Lee as she dragged him to the couch and offered him the first drink of the day. He eyed her with uncertainty as she uncorked a bottle and poured some of its content on his small cup. Cheers, I guess, he said, once he had taken the cup into his hands. What am I drinking, anyhow? You'll see. I'm sure you won't be disappointed, said Ty Lee, beaming. Angela eyed Sokka with uncertainty, but he smiled and raised the cup in her direction. Well, then, if I'm to make a toast, despite no one asked for it, then I toast to the only reason anyone's calling me the top non-bender of the Superior League, he said, proudly. Angela, I was a complete nobody when you found me, and look at what you've done to me now. People actually want to challenge me to battle, imagine that. Boggles the mind, doesn't it? Angela answered sarcastically, smiling as Sokka chuckled. I owe it all to you, and everyone here knows it. He declared. I love you. Curses, you're already shouting that kind of thing in public and you haven't even had the first drink. Angela said, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips while trying to conceal her blush. The others laughed. Since he brought it up, though, said Mai, from my understanding, he's the top non-bender only because he defeated the current top non-bender. Yeah. That's about it, said Sokka, smiling before sipping the cup's contents. After he smiled approvingly at Ty Lee, she beamed and proceeded to pour cups for everyone else. Then he's not really the top non-bender despite he has proven he deserves to be. At least, not according to the numbers system or whatever it is they have there, right? Said Mai, looking at Angela with uncertainty. Angela shrugged. True enough, but like you said, he proved he deserves to be. Soon enough he'll rise into the top 50, and then higher still, she said, with certainty. Right, but that means Ty Lee will try to get us drunk again when he does surpass the top non-bender, points-wise, doesn't it? Mai said. Angela bit her lip at her friend's accurate assessment, and Ty Lee giggled as she pressed a cup into Mai's hand. Now. Of course I will. And when he's the top gladiator of the ranking, too. Though, he's probably not going to stay there for long because Haru will defeat him eventually. Ty Lee declared proudly. Haru's eyes widened. And no, none of that, he said, looking at Sokka with unease. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. Come on, we're both gladiators, and we both have every right to reach for the top. But I don't want to fight you again. You're too strong by now. Haru exclaimed. That's the wrong mindset for this, darling. You can't just assume you won't beat him. Ty Lee pouted, forgetting about her drinks momentarily to scold Haru for his lack of confidence. Song returned by then, helped by Ruishi in bringing plates filled with food. They placed them on the living room table, watching as Angela took Sokka's cup momentarily and drained some of it. Heh. Look at that, she actually bought something worthwhile this time, said Angela, raising her eyebrows upon tasting the refined gukiju. Song grinned. I asked her if she had something really good to celebrate the occasion. She said she'd surprise us all, she explained. I hoped she'd know just which drink to pick. Seems like she did, said Angela, smiling and returning the cup to the gladiator, who was still smiling in disbelief at the entire situation. I have to say, this is the first surprise party anyone's thrown for me, he chuckled. Well, hopefully it's been alright so far, though it's only been like 5 minutes of it, Song said, smiling awkwardly. I wanted to invite Toph too. I figured that'd be great fun, but from what the princess said, she hasn't been in the city in over a year. Yeah, she's off traveling the world like some sort of nomad, said Sokka, smiling weakly. It's okay, she'd probably spend the whole party picking fights with me, saying that it doesn't matter that I'm the strongest non-bender because she'd still wipe the floor with me, and so on, and so forth. Well, yeah, I guess that would have happened, Song agreed. Still, I figured it'd be great if we could invite as many of your friends as possible. I don't need it to be lots of people, said Sokka, smiling warmly at her. This is perfect, Song. Frankly, this is exactly the group I'd like to celebrate this crazy milestone with. The only one missing is the dragon, I guess, said Ruishi, raising his eyebrows. He wanted to be here, but he would have made a mess of the house if he'd tried to barge in through the door. Angela smiled. He'll drop by later. There's no need to worry about him. Yeah, and other than him, no one else would have been safe to invite, said Sokka, grinning awkwardly. Yeah, this is perfect. Weird, unexpected, even random. But still, perfect. Good to know you think so, said Song, smiling and squeezing his shoulder gently. They drank and ate, enjoying themselves for a few hours with nothing but casual conversation amongst themselves, until the natural troublemaker of the group jumped up from her seat and smiled proudly at the rest of them. Very well, then. As we've eaten and had plenty to drink, Ty Lee declared, with a proud smile. Rather, you've had plenty to drink, Angela mumbled next to Sokka. He chuckled and poked her in the ribs, making her squirm as they exchanged a complicit smile. It's time to play a game, of course. You can't have a decent party without games, said Ty Lee, knowingly. Oh? What kind of game? Ruishi asked, confused. Ty Lee grinned at him. There are many kinds. There are drinking games, and flirting games, and I think everyone in this room is in a committed and serious relationship, so please scrap that last idea, Mai said. Ty Lee pouted as the others laughed. Well, fine, you won't play those, but we could just play them with our actual partners, right? Said Ty Lee, wrapping her arms around Haru's neck as she stood behind him. The earthbender raised an eyebrow. What kind of games do you mean, though? He asked. I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that. Well, it's just, when I was younger and went to parties more often, there was this game where everyone would have a number assigned to them, Ty Lee explained, pacing nervously in front of the rest of the group. Afterwards, each person would pick a paper out of a bowl with the numbers, and they'd have to lock themselves up in a small room with the person they picked out and? Angela asked, with a knowing smile. What happened then, Ty Lee? Why are you asking me like that? Ty Lee exclaimed, blushing uncharacteristically. You know just fine what was supposed to happen. Oh, I certainly don't, Angela said, staring at her nails nonchalantly. I never played that particular game, must have only happened in the parties I wasn't invited to. Heh, that's okay, we can go play it right now, Sokka said, leaning into her ear to whisper the words. Angela's attempt to tease Ty Lee weakened after that, as she laughed even while looking at Sokka reproachfully. You played that kind of game, then? Haru asked, looking at Ty Lee with surprise. She flinched under his stare. Well, I was young, and everyone was. Well, nothing too crazy happened, ever. You don't have to worry. I'm not worried, Haru laughed, looking at her tenderly, but it does sound like a game that people in serious relationships shouldn't play. Like Mai said, maybe we should play something less dangerous instead. Eh? But where's the fun in not playing anything risque? Tai Li pouted, that's not as much fun, Haru. You say that now, but you're so competitive you'll have fun all the same, he said, smiling, and patting her head before looking at Sokka. Do you have any card games? Or maybe mahjong? Both Azula and Sokka's eyes lit up at that suggestion. It wasn't long before the two pairs of sponsors and gladiators were sitting at each side of the now clear table, carefully playing mahjong while scrutinizing each other warily. Mai merely sat behind Tai Li, offering unwelcome advice on how to play her next hand, while Song and Ruishi watched from a much more neutral standpoint. Tai Li and Haru made their moves carefully, yet they were constantly on edge by the strange, quick moves Sokka and Azula made whenever their turns arrived. Each of them sat facing their respective partner. Soon enough it became apparent that Sokka and Azula's competitiveness had likely brought them to outright forget they weren't only playing against each other. Tai Li tried not to allow that to deter her, as she discarded a tile. Azula reached for it quickly, and Sokka scowled as she set down her third completed group. Unsurprisingly, she smirked at him across the table as he shook his head in an attempt to force himself to focus. They just can't take anything easy, can they? Mai sighed, no wonder he's already the top non-bender of the league. It's funny how alike they can be without even noticing, Song chuckled, I've always thought they're the only ones who can keep up with each other. Going by this ridiculous display with mahjong, you'd be right to believe that, Mai confirmed, with a small smirk. Mai and Song had only met once before, during the last ball. As dissimilar as they were, the two found it easy to get along with each other right away as they worked together with the others in preparing Sokka's party. And so, the three onlookers continued to watch the game together, though Mai eventually broke her silence once more to poke Tai Li's shoulder. Stop gathering tiles based on how pretty they are, she said. Tai Li pouted and shot a glare at her. Seriously, you'd have a chance to win if you gathered more than just flowers or bamboo sticks. I know that. Shush, Mai. Tai Li grumbled, turning again as Haru discarded a new tile. To everyone's surprise, it was Sokka who clasped it now with a loud "Ha! I win!" Indeed, the tile had enabled him to finish his last combination. His three opponents were left staring at him in disbelief, though he only had eyes for the princess, as usual. He seemed to be overflowing with pride over having defeated her. I suppose I can let that slide because you're being honored today, Azula said, with a smirk. Sokka snorted as he placed his fists on his hips. I won fair and square, princess. Accept it, he declared, as Azula smiled and pushed herself up. Fine, you won, like you always seem to lately. But as your sponsor, your successes are mine too, therefore. Oh, come on. That's not true for mahjong. Sokka pouted, as the princess laughed and ushered Ruishi, Song, and Mai to defy Sokka with the tiles next. Tai Li sulked as she walked away from the table, having hoped to win that round, but at least Haru was quick to comfort her by wrapping an arm around her shoulders. It seemed Sokka's games with Azula's guards had truly built up his ability as a mahjong player. The group didn't play many rounds, but although Ruishi, Mai, and Azula won a few, Sokka was the most consistent winner. For some reason, he seemed to take more pride in that than in being the top non-bender, though as far as Azula could tell, it was merely because he still couldn't quite believe he'd succeeded at the monumental task they were celebrating that day. By the time their small mahjong tournament was over, with Sokka as the proud and obnoxious winner, Tai Li's latest scheme took root, but to Azula's surprise, it seemed she had an unexpected ally for this one. You see, when Song invited us to this party I thought, well, parties need music. She said, beaming, so I asked her if perhaps she knew how to play an instrument or two, and Tai Li glanced up the stairs with a clever smile. Azula frowned. Ruishi had gone upstairs barely moments before Tai Li's latest explanations, hadn't he? What exactly are you up to now? She asked. It involves Ruishi. That's right. Tai Li smiled proudly. I'm sure even you don't know of your guard's most secret talent, or do you? Azula blinked blankly with uncertainty until Ruishi reappeared at the top of the stairs, carrying a large wooden instrument in his hands. Azula was quick to recognize the pear-shaped instrument as a pipa, and she continued to look at Ruishi in disbelief as he reached the bottom of the stairs. She wasn't sure if he was blushing or not, but he seemed more than a bit awkward about the situation he had gotten himself into. "You know how to play it?" Angela asked, both amused and curious by now. Ruishi shrugged. "I learned long ago, before I entered the academy, even," he said. "I've practiced for about a week, but even that isn't bound to be enough, so, do forgive my clumsy performance." "There's no need to apologize," said Angela, smiling and shaking her head, "though I'm surprised you guys planned this in advance so well. I told Ruishi about Tai Li's music suggestion and he said he could play for us," said Song, smiling shyly. "It may not be as crazy as whatever she had in mind, but hey, I don't only have crazy things in mind," said Tai Li, though she immediately rushed towards Haru once Ruishi took his seat at the couch and began plucking the strings slowly. "Well, then. Time to dance." "Dance? Really?" Haru asked, with a small smile. "Of course," said Tai Li, beaming. "That's what music is for." "That's a fallacy if I've ever heard one," Angela said, rolling her eyes. Sokka chuckled as he came to stand beside her. "Music can simply be listened to, you don't need to dance to it all the time." "Maybe you don't. But it looks like Tai Li does," said Sokka, reaching for Angela's hand as Ruishi got started with his first song. Haru was quite unsure of himself as Tai Li steered him into dancing with her in the odd circular patterns Sokka found utterly illogical. He huffed in disbelief and Angela smiled at his reaction. "You'd think Tai Li would know something better than vulture dancing," he mumbled. "See? For that kind of dancing, even you would admit it's better to consider music its own thing," said Angela, smiling. Sokka sighed and conceded defeat. "Quite right, princess, quite right," he said, smiling as Ruishi's rhythm accelerated steadily. Despite his reservations, soon enough Sokka was enjoying the sight of them dancing to the beat of Ruishi's complex melodies. He tapped his foot to the music, while Song clapped lightly to accompany Ruishi. "Seems like Song's enjoying it too," Sokka chuckled. "If only Ruishi weren't the one playing, she'd surely be dancing with him just as well. I'd offer to take over for him, but I don't know how to play the pipa," Angela admitted, with a weak grin. "I learned several melodies for the guhan when I was younger, but—" "You did, now?" Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela bit her lip. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because the last time you heard anything about my musical talents you went crazy and started singing weird songs about rocks," Angela said, matter-of-factly. Sokka looked at her skeptically. "If you'd just told me sooner, we could have started a musical squad, you, Ruishi and me. He said I'd play the drums, he plays the pipa and you play the guhan. It's perfect. Why on earth would we ever feel the need to do that?" Angela asked, amused. "Because it would be fun, who needs a better reason than that?" Sokka asked, grinning as Ruishi's song ended. Mai joined the clapping momentarily as Tai Li and Haru thanked Ruishi for his performance. He bowed his head towards them before starting to pluck his instrument again, with a more upbeat song this time. Sokka raised his eyebrows before giving Angela a playful smirk. "Our turn," he declared. Her eyes widened. "Whoa. Wait, what's that supposed to?" "Sokka." The song had many different strokes, each one stronger and faster than the previous one. It seemed to be the kind of music Sokka enjoyed, though, for he couldn't seem to stop moving his feet to the beat, even if it was difficult to predict its changes. Soon enough it looked like a competition between himself and Ruishi as the pipa performer smirked, his fingers moving with ridiculous agility over the strings while watching the gladiator shifting on his feet as quickly as he could. All the while, Angela merely stood next to him, watching Sokka with amusement and confusion, hoping he'd be so entertained by his strange competition with Ruishi that he'd forget entirely about his intent to dance with her. Naturally, she wouldn't be so lucky. "Come on, Angela. Join in." Sokka laughed, reaching for her hands and pulling her closer so she would move along with him. "Hell, no. You say our traditional dancing makes us look like vultures, but you look like you're stomping on ants." "Oh, come on, Angela. With those thick boots of yours, this can't be all that hard for you." He laughed. As the song's rhythm changed, so did his dancing pattern. Despite how embarrassing it was to be caught up in his ridiculous antics, Angela wound up letting him lead her into his ridiculous dance. Oh, she was making a fool of herself, there was no doubt about it, and Mai was certainly never going to let her get away with this without a ton of jabs about how easily she had been swept up by her gladiator's absurd dancing style. But just as the first time Sokka had tried to dance with her, Angela's entire body yearned to join him. It didn't matter if his dancing made no sense, if it was completely different from all the dancing she'd ever done in her life, because ultimately, he was right, it was a lot of fun. Come on, Angela. You can't just let him lead all the time, he'll get all cocky if you do. Ty Lee taunted her, though she was amused by the spectacle all the same, as both her and Haru clapped along with song. She didn't need to be challenged twice, of course. As though it were a battlefield, as though it were a duel, Angela eventually began making her own moves around Sokka, startling him in a very pleasant way. In no time the pair of them were laughing as they jumped together, having trouble keeping up with Ruishi's apparently erratic playing. And yet everyone in the house couldn't seem to help but smile and laugh at the clumsy and ridiculous dance taking place before their eyes. Who knew the dignified Princess Angela would ever let herself be caught with her guard completely down, as she laughed while twirling in place with her foolish gladiator. By the time Ruishi plucked the strings with the final note, Angela and Sokka were exhausted, both over laughing so much and because of their wild and reckless moves. The song had been much longer than Ty Lee and Haru's, and they certainly could use a break as they rested against each other, while the rest of the group clapped at their efforts. That's how they do it in the South Pole. Sokka finished, prompting everyone to laugh even louder, as Angela pressed her face against his chest. The surprise party had been one of the highlights of the latest months, as far as Sokka was concerned. It had been unbelievably fun to share a whole day with their friends, laughing, drinking, playing and dancing without a care in the world, impervious to the light rain that had fallen outside for most the afternoon. It had been much better than the lavish parties he had attended in the palace, there were no expectations, and all of them had been free to do as they had pleased. Eventually even Mai had agreed to dance with Haru and Song, and Sokka had danced along another tune that Ruishi deliberately performed to test Sokka's footing skills once more. By the end of the day, everyone was exhausted but happy. It was a rarity to say as much about Mai, but she had been grinning as well as she said her farewells to them before boarding the carriage with Haru and Ty Lee, upon the arrival of a cloudy dusk. All in all, the party had been a cozy and fun success. You have a night shift now, right? Sokka asked Ruishi, as they worked together to put away the mahjong set and drinks that had been left around the living room. Seems like it'll be a challenging one, staying awake properly after all those hours of playing the pipa. No need to worry, I can handle staying awake for several days at a time, as you already know, said Ruishi, smiling. Either way, you do have a way with rhythm. I'm surprised anyone can actually dance, if that's dancing, to the beat of a pipa composition. What did you mean, if that's dancing? Sokka huffed, indignant. Ruishi only smirked with proud malice as he walked off with the many empty cups to the kitchen. As much as it had been a crazy day, cleaning up, if just superficially, didn't take so long. Only half an hour later, the two natural occupants of the house, as well as their respective lovers, were back in the living room, relaxing after having worked to put away everything from the party. Ruishi and Song sat side by side on the couch while Angela took to sitting on the small table, much as Toph often had when she had dropped by at Sokka's house. Sokka, on the other hand, had taken his seat on the floor right in front of Angela, relaxing against her legs with a satisfied smile on his face. You really didn't have to go this far, you guys, he said eventually, gazing up at the banner that still hung on the threshold that led to the vestibule. I appreciate it lots, but I sure didn't see it coming. What kind of gladiator gets a party thrown just for, well, reaching the pinnacle of his discipline in the superior league? Angela asked, stroking his hair. No doubt none of them, especially no non-benders, considering it's been years since any non-benders succeeded at that. Right, said Sokka, with a small smile. But still. You two have done more for me than I could have ever asked. Song cut in, surprising them from the moment you found me in the market all those years ago. I had no idea what kind of fate awaited me. I was afraid, somewhat, because, well, you were the princess, and for all I knew, the higher the social standing of my employer, the worse treatment I'd get. But I've actually been happy. I never thought I'd be happy again, not after everything that happened in the Earth Kingdom, and yet I am. Song. Sokka said, with a weak grin. Song smiled warmly at him. You two changed my life for the better, she said. Without you, I wouldn't have met Ruishi, and I certainly would have never found my mother again. When I see you together, I know you have a bright future ahead of you. Don't ask me how, but I just know you do. You're both always working so hard to succeed in the Gladiator League, even when their relationship evolved as it did. Ruishi finished, with a raised eyebrow. Song laughed, although it must be said that their training regime seems to have loosened up a lot since. Oh, sure thing, that's why he's a better fighter than ever now, huh? Said Azula, looking at Ruishi skeptically. Sokka stroked his chin. Who knows? Might be getting late is the secret to my talents, he said, smiling proudly. Unsurprisingly, Azula rolled her eyes and lightly yanked his hair for his words. Hey. What I meant, though, said Song, lightly chuckling at their antics, is that you two have become such valuable friends for me that, well, I really just wanted to do this. Both to thank you for all you've done for me, and to encourage you to keep moving forward, so you can achieve everything you set out to do. Well, I sure appreciate the thoughtfulness, said Sokka, grinning earnestly. Now, though I guess now I ought to throw a surprise party right back at you one of these days, because if someone puts up with too much nonsense in this house, it's certainly you, Song. Oh, none of that, she said, laughing as Azula and Ruishi nodded in agreement. Sokka chuckled and relaxed against Azula again, while Ruishi pulled Song into a gentle hug. The smile on the young woman's face was serene and blissful. You talk a lot about all you owe us, but, said Sokka, sighing, we owe you lots, too. Very true, Azula convened. Then I guess we all owe each other heaps of things, from the looks of it, said Song, laughing. Either way, we're very lucky slaves, aren't we? The luckiest, by far, Sokka said, closing his eyes, though I'm certainly luckier than you. Oh, said Song, smiling weakly. Of course I am, you're always looking after me, Sokka said, chuckling truthfully, all of you are. Even Ruishi, though he'll never admit it. Heh. There's nothing to admit, Ruishi grumbled, bringing out a few laughs from the princess and Song. I don't really know how I've been strong enough to come this far, Sokka said. For a long time I thought, it could have been anyone but me. If by chance my opponent that day in the amateur arena had been a bit smarter than me, you would have taken him instead. Have you ever wondered just how likely it was for you to run into anyone smarter than you? Azula asked, caressing his forehead and prompting him to look at her. I can't think of a single gladiator in the Superior League who fits that requirement, for starters. It'd have been pretty difficult to find one of the sort in the Amateur League. He said, smiling weakly. And then you say I'm the flatterer? You're the one who always says it's not flattery if it's true. Azula said, smirking. You're terribly blind to your own virtues and you have a tendency to think less of yourself than you should. A very bad habit, you know? You ought to be more like me. Oh? Because your opinion of yourself is perfectly accurate, then? Sokka asked, amused. Azula smirked. Of course it is, she said. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. Well, as you'd have it. I guess I'm finally starting to think maybe there's more to me than I thought, after all, he said, closing his eyes. Otherwise, I couldn't have come this far, huh? Definitely, Azula said, nodding. But it's still true that I didn't get this far on my own, he said, breathing out and looking at Azula wistfully before glancing at Song and Ruishi as well. You've all supported me in your own ways, for so long, and I don't think I'll ever thank any of you enough for it. I'm damn sure I wouldn't have come this far without all of you. That's quite true as well, Ruishi determined. Once more, he prompted Song to laugh with his blunt words, especially without Song. Who would have kept you fed otherwise? If I'd had to cook for myself for all these years, I'd probably have died out of food poisoning rather than in the arena, Sokka laughed. Azula rolled her eyes again but smiled. And that's exactly the line of reasoning we followed when we hired her, Azula said. Sokka chuckled. What I guess I'm trying to say is, you guys are definitely the best friends I could have asked for, he said. Ruishi raised his eyebrows. Here I thought the princess wasn't merely a friend, he said. Sokka grinned proudly. She can be my friend and future wife at the same time, you know, he said. Angela blushed slightly but smiled regardless. No need to separate both things, Ruishi. Of course, said Ruishi, with a soft chuckle. Anyways, thank you, Sokka said, smiling and relaxing again. If I've found a way to live in this skin of mine, after all the mistakes and messes I've made, it's only because of you guys. Angela continued to stroke his face gently, as Ruishi and Song gazed at him with uncertainty. For as proud and strong as he often acted, Sokka suddenly appeared vulnerable and small as he rested against his princess's legs. It wasn't as though he was broken, or as though he were genuinely weak, but he was bearing his uncertainties for everyone to see right now, trusting all three of them would understand him. If any of us has any business being here today, Angela whispered, it's because of you, Sokka. And it's not just because you're the best non-bender of the league, in case you thought as much. It's because you're you. Simple as that. Sokka's smile grew more earnest and he opened his eyes to gaze at her. Angela smiled back, cupping his cheek gently. So it's us who should be thanking you, she said. That was the whole point of the party anyhow. Well, if that's how it is, it backfired, he laughed, because all I keep thinking is you guys are too damn amazing and I love all of you. Angela laughed as Sokka wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his face in her belly. Ruishi smiled at the sight of them, despite he didn't usually enjoy their displays of affection. Song grinned warmly too, her hand squeezing Ruishi's as she relaxed against him. She had remembered her beginnings with them quite often lately, their first encounter, when she had been fortunate enough to spot that limping gladiator wandering the market warily, dodging the avid salesman. All of them had once been broken in their own ways, and they had all undergone journeys of their own over the past 3 years. But right now, Song felt at ease like she never expected she ever would after all the grief and tragedies she'd faced through her life. It was a small moment, with happily shared laughs amongst all 4 of them, and yet Song couldn't help but treasure it fully. She hoped they would have another occasion like this one day, but if they didn't, the memory of one wonderful afternoon would forever be engraved in her mind. Angela offered Ruishi a lift home on Xin Long, which he accepted gratefully. As soon Xin Long sighted Sokka, he covered the gladiator in dragon kisses to congratulate him for his grand achievement. Sokka was wiping off dragon drool as Ruishi and Song embraced in the backyard, and Angela smiled at the sight of her gladiator's scowl. I understand he's merely messing with us, but he really should understand kissing me is your area of expertise, not his, Sokka pouted. Angela laughed and wrapped an arm around his waist. Even so, after all that dragon licking, I'm not sure I'll be exercising my apparent expertise much right now, she said, smirking. Sokka pouted and glared at Xin Long judgmentally. The dragon merely smiled with an open mouth, his tongue slipping out over the rows of teeth as he feigned total innocence. Yeah, you're cute as hell, you troublemaker, Sokka scolded him, shaking his head before turning to Angela. She stroked his stubble gently before offering a very light kiss, followed by laughter. You really do smell like dragon breath, she said, walking away into the saddle. Take a bath as soon as you can, maybe by tomorrow it will have worn off. It better. Sokka exclaimed, grimacing and rubbing his face frantically. Xin Long's laughter only brought him to scowl at the creature. Not funny, Xin. We'll see you both tomorrow, Angela said, smiling as she took her place in the front seat as Ruishi climbed behind her. Get some rest, Sokka. We'll start with some light training in the morning. Which kind? He asked, with a mischievous smile. Angela's raised her eyebrows. Depends on how dragon-like you smell tomorrow, I suppose, she said, with a dry grin. Sokka groaned and sulked, to everyone else's amusement. See you later, then. Fly safely. Song said, smiling and waving at them as Xin Long leapt into the twilight sky. Sokka sighed as they left, but he grinned soon enough. Despite all the dragon licking, it had been one of the best days he'd enjoyed in ages. He grinned at Song, who smiled too. Feel free to take that bath any time, she said, promptly. Sokka did a double take before looking at her accusingly. Song. He groaned, as she laughed softly. You really can go from being the sweetest girl in the world to saying the meanest in just moments, huh? I'd think you'd be used to it. The princess seems to be even worse than me in those regards, said Song, shrugging. No doubt, said Sokka, smiling a little. Well, Song, thanks for this crazy surprise. I definitely didn't expect it, so a job well done with keeping it a secret. You were too busy being on a daze over what you'd achieved. It was the perfect opportunity to sneak around without your awareness, she said, smiling. Still, you may not think it, Sokka, but you really do deserve it. This, and so much more. He smiled and breathed deeply, gazing at their house. At the place that had become a home, a haven, a safe place like nothing he'd ever known. It had been 3 years, but they had been amazing years, all in all. Everything they had built so far had been stable and strong, and he felt at further ease with himself than he had in a very long time. Perhaps ever since he had organized that attack on the settlement, or, no, before that, even before his father had taken off to war. Perhaps before his mother's death, or Roan's departure. Perhaps he never had felt at such ease in his entire life, truthfully. He smiled to himself, closing his eyes as he allowed the feeling to rush inside him, accompanied by a soft breeze. Perhaps this was how Azula had felt when she had first started to bend gold fire. He wouldn't be surprised if it was. But for once he truly was at peace with himself and the man he'd become, for the first time ever. He could only hope that sensation would take proper root and last for many more days. Ruishi had taken off to the guards' barracks quickly, and Azula had relieved Xian Long from his saddle before taking off to her own room. After so much jumping around while dancing with Sokka, she definitely could use a bath right away, and a proper night's rest too. But a day as successful and smooth as this one couldn't possibly continue so seamlessly. Not with her luck, at least. Princess. Princess, it's urgent. Azula froze upon hearing the voice of one of her former royal guards drifting out of a corridor to her left. She quickly identified him as Chiang and she regarded him with raised eyebrows. The man was racing towards her desperately, breathing heavily when he finally stopped before her. We've been looking for you everywhere, but... he said, before shaking his head promptly. The Fire Lord has summoned a council meeting. It's urgent. A council meeting. She repeated, eyes wide. No council meetings were summoned this late in the day. Generally, those meetings had to take place early in the morning in case they dragged on for too long. It was well past dusk by now. Would Oze's officers be able to attend at such short notice? That he would summon a meeting in these circumstances spoke for itself, though. Azula's heart seemed to freeze when she dared ponder what could possibly have thrown off her father so badly that he'd demand for his council to gather so promptly. No doubt, it couldn't be good news. Were they losing the war in the north, perhaps? Or maybe the White Lotus had answered Oze's abhorrent murder spree in some manner or another? The blood chilled in her veins at those thoughts, dreading whatever course of action her father would take if either of her predictions turned out to be accurate. She couldn't do anything but obey, though. Whatever reasoning her father had to call for such a meeting, she had to be there. It was better to find out what the problem was before jumping to any conclusions, either way. She stopped by her room only briefly to ascertain her appearance was acceptable before rushing to the throne room. Imperial guards opened the curtains for her, and she wasn't surprised to find there were only 4 other officials inside the room, aside from her father. The wall of fire between him and his subjects looked wilder than ever. Azula's unease increased as she walked to her rightful place at his side. She spared a glance at the map around which Oze's subjects sat. Zhao was there, looking every bit as confused as she felt. Judging by his expression, he didn't know what was happening either. If that was the case, it probably wasn't anything to do with the north. Oze would have been likely to brief him about any information pertaining a mission Zhao was so attached to, the White Lotus, then. She bowed to Oze promptly as she reached his right side, and Oze hardly spared a glance in her direction as she took her seat. You were busy, I heard. He asked. Azula swallowed hard. Were you waiting long for me? She asked. Oze surprised her by shaking his head. I summoned this meeting around half an hour ago, he said, but the guards claimed they couldn't find you, so I thought, but you're here now. Good. I only just came back from my gladiator's house, she admitted. His healer, well, had the idea to celebrate his victory against the top-ranked non-bender of the Superior League. It's why I wasn't here as soon as you called. I see, said Oze, though his voice gained a quality Azula couldn't pinpoint right away. Was it bitterness? Had he suddenly started to dislike Sokka? It wasn't exactly unexpected, for Azula had never really understood why her father was so tolerant and permissive of her gladiator, and yet something told her that wasn't quite it. Her father was usually straightforward about whatever bothered him when his emotions were rampant, as it seemed they were this time. What matters is that you returned on time. And as I doubt anyone else will be able to attend on such short notice, perhaps we shouldn't waste any more time. You're sure? Azula asked. Ozai nodded. Let us begin, War Minister Qin, he said, louder now. The nervous man jumped to his feet, as did the other three in Azula. They recited the Fire Nation oath as ever, but Ozai didn't take as much pride in the words as he usually did. With a nod of his head, everyone but Qin took their seats. Please, War Minister, said Ozai, spreading a hand towards the rest of the attendees. The War Minister nodded. This meeting has but one topic, he said, speaking as solemnly as he could. There has been a slave uprising in the southern town of Fazan. Azula's eyes widened. All the officers in the room stared at Qin in surprised disbelief, but the man carried on speaking nonetheless, disregarding their reactions. The local soldiers have contained it, but only enough to confine the rebellion to the building where it began, Qin continued, and that would be Fazan's amateur gladiator arena. Amateur gladiators are rebelling. Azula said, her voice unsteady. The place where her heart had felt so full only moments ago now had turned into an abyss. A sense of dread, of unsettling fear, took hold of her entire being, and she had to make efforts not to tremble visibly. This was what she had warned her father of. What she had wanted to help him avoid. And he had ignored her. And it had been gladiators, unsurprisingly, just as Azula had expected it to be, if any such rebellion ever took place. No wonder Ozai hadn't taken kindly to any news about Sokka today. Indeed, the gladiators of the Fazan arena have rebelled openly, said Qin. It seems they killed their handler, and it's presumed they may have also killed the guards who kept order in the arena. They have remained in their building for the time being, but only time will tell if they'll act out against the townspeople again if they find a chance to do so. And that's not something we can allow, Ozai declared, with a fierce frown. Azula clenched her fists over her crossed legs. I have summoned you at short notice because one of you, any of you available officials, must go quell this rebellion before it takes root. I care not who does it, but I want the responsible slaves to be brought safely to me, so that I may dispense the justice they deserve for this heinous crime. Heinous crime? They had killed their guards and their master, after years and years of being forced to kill and do nothing other than killing for days on end. Why would they deserve any punishment if they were merely doing what was expected from them on any given day? Azula allowed herself the bitter thought, even if she knew she could never speak it aloud. Had she dared, she could have said her goodbyes to all her ambitions to bring the Fire Nation into a better future, and yet keeping her silence would help no one either. These slaves, these rebels were most certainly going to die. Knowing Ozai, they would die publicly, as a demonstration of power by the Fire Nation's regent. No one would get away with rebelling under his rule, and he would make sure to drive that message across in whatever way he could. But it wasn't fair. Azula's stomach churned, twisted, and turned, as she heard the men debating who would handle this. She ought to chime in, to say she would do it, and then set the slaves free. But if she did that, she wouldn't hear the end of it. She would be a traitor in her father's eyes. She would be as bad, or even worse than her brother. If she feigned incompetence, inability to deal with such a serious threat, her father would never trust her again. Their relationship was on dangerous grounds as of late already without adding new complications to it. But if she did nothing, she could never live with herself. Her entire soul seemed to shatter at the thought, for Sokka had been in an amateur arena once. Sokka could have easily led one of those revolts if he hadn't been as broken and depressed back then to even consider doing it. And if Sokka had been subjected to a punishment like whatever Ozai had in mind right now for these rebels. She closed her eyes promptly. If there was something she absolutely couldn't allow herself right now, it was breaking down in tears in the middle of this meeting. No, she had to think, to stop being so emotional and think. There had to be something she could do, anything. Then, all in agreement regarding this conclusion. Ozai asked, bringing Azula out of her thoughts briefly, shall Admiral Zhao be entrusted this mission? Her chest hurt painfully upon hearing those words. Zhao would be merciless, surely. He had been surprisingly kind lately, he had even been nice to Sokka, but he wouldn't be to rebels. The main reason why he respected Sokka was because he'd determined he was different from the rest of the slaves, from the rest of his kind. These rebels would never receive the same treatment. His mercilessness was surely one of the reasons why Oze seemed so pleased by his war council's quick decision. All hands raised in agreement. Begrudgingly, Azula raised her own as well. Not doing as much would have meant having to offer an explanation, or an alternative to Zhao, and as it was, she couldn't give either thing to her father. Telling him she didn't want these slaves killed was madness, and yet that was all she truly wanted to say. "Then I shall perform my task to the best of my ability," said Zhao, bowing his head towards the council before standing upright. "I will send word to the capital's southern base and I'll bring a contingent of soldiers with me to Fazan as quickly as possible. Our people count on you to muffle this threat for our nation's safety, Admiral Zhao," Oze declared, his sharp eyes staring at Zhao meaningfully, with determination. The Admiral nodded once more before bowing, fist in palm, towards his Fire Lord. "I will not let you down," he declared, firmly. Oze and Zhao, united in their goal to kill slaves. If this was a nightmare, it was about the right time to wake up from it. But it wasn't one, and Azula couldn't quite forgive reality for that. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Why now? Why would they rebel so suddenly? Why would they do it so ineffectively? Those gladiators, they surely had no plans. They had acted without thinking, most likely, murdering the guards and slave master on impulse, and while Azula couldn't quite blame them for turning their strength against their slavers, she could for not having a proper strategy to follow after that. What was she supposed to do now? How could she help them? How could she possibly make a single move without alerting her father of her involvement in this matter? How could she save them without defying Oze openly enough to risk starting some sort of civil war between them? She reached her bedroom only half an hour later, and she took a long time in the tub to ponder her possibilities. But every idea was another dead end. She was going nowhere. Traveling to Fazan on her dragon to save those rebels would be a completely idiotic way to proceed. Sending her dragon alone would be no better, for he was the only living dragon anyone knew of, and his allegiance was also well known. Her father would always figure out she had been behind it. She couldn't go. She simply couldn't leave the city, so it meant she had to figure out another way to deal with this. She had to ask someone else for advice, someone who might have better insight on what could be happening in an amateur arena and how to help the rebels in a not-so-dangerous way. The thought brought terrifying ideas to mind. She hugged herself in the water, instantly rejecting the newest notion that occurred to her, but what choice did she have, really? What other choice was there? Telling Sokka was the only way out of this mess. He would never forgive her if she kept something this big, this important for him, to herself. And they'd agreed they would stop prioritizing each other above all else, hadn't they? This mattered to him, it would matter even more than it did to her, so, it was only right. Even if it would kill her inside not to be able to come up with a safe solution for this mess, it would be better if she told him, for Azula was good at long-term planning, except for when her emotions were compromised, just as they were now. Sokka, on the other hand, he was the most talented improviser she knew. He could weave wonders in the arena all the time, without quite planning anything beforehand. Would he be able to do it this time, too? Would he be able to come up with a solid plan they could execute quietly, without her father's awareness, in a situation where Azula was frozen cold, unable to make a single move that wouldn't result in a figurative or even literal suicide? She knew she had to find out one way or another. She had dinner quickly, then slipped under the covers in her bed and waited patiently for 10 minutes, at least, before dashing out of the mattress and opening the trapdoor. She couldn't waste any time, at least, not any more than she already had. She had to reach him. She only hoped he'd be able to keep his emotions at bay, something she was failing at miserably this time around. As ever, reaching his house seemed to take forever through the tunnels. By the time she'd climbed out near his house she feared it was already close to midnight. She rushed to his door and slammed a fist on it loudly, hoping to wake him up in case he was already sleeping. She had to knock twice again until the door opened. Sokka looked at her with distrust at first, until he recognized her in the dark of the night. Song stood near the stairs, startled and worried by the loud noise by the door. "Azula, said Sokka, staring at her in confusion. What? Sokka, she said, her anxiety spilling over her words immediately as something's happened. Something bad. Whoa. Okay. Said Sokka, ushering her in. So much for hoping his peace would last. What's wrong? He closed the door, but Azula stayed in the vestibule, looking at him with such guilt he started to fear she'd tell him she would be forced to marry someone against her will. Yet the words that came out of her mouth, if far more believable, were no less disturbing. There's a slave riot in an amateur arena, she blurted out. Sokka's lips parted, the blood draining from his face as the words registered in his mind and Sokka, I have no idea what to do. I couldn't think clearly, I can't come up with a plan, my father's already sending Zhao to deal with it and Slave riot. Sokka repeated, and just as Azula had expected, his blue eyes gained that ice-cold quality they ever did whenever something brought out the worst in him. Her stomach sank. Where? When did it start? I guess it must have happened today, but it's a southern town. Fazan, she said. Sokka breathed deeply and nodded, frowning. A slave riot, he repeated. If it's in an amateur arena, then, they're probably on a suicide mission. If they're going to die eventually, might as well die fighting the actual enemy, right? And I can't blame them for thinking so, Azula said, nearly looking at Sokka pleadingly, but I don't think you want that to happen. I don't think any of us do. Sokka. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his determined frown gave Azula pause. A good pause, for a change. Maybe he had come up with a solution, as easily and quickly as that. No, we don't want that, he said, breathing deeply again, so I guess I'm going to Fazan. Azula had expected an idea. A plan he would tell her how to execute, a strategy, even if a faulty one she would be able to correct for him. She hadn't expected him to reach that conclusion, of all conclusions. What? She said, terrified disbelief in her features. His eyes were unyielding, unrelenting as ever when his mind and heart were set on one thing. He had never had the courage to rebel in the amateur arena, but today, others had displayed that kind of bravery. The least he could do was offer them a hand, even if his sponsor couldn't agree with that. I'm sorry, Azula, he said, placing his hands on her shoulders. She was at a loss for words now, horror plain on her features. I'll be back before you know it. Why you, curses, Sokka? She said, trembling even more violently than she had earlier today. Of all things, she hadn't thought this would be the result of their latest encounter. And yet she should have known. She should have, for the fool before her was reckless and courageous like no one she knew. And as far as he was concerned, he had no right to live the life he was living while other gladiators could barely survive for another day. But her entire being was shaken to her core. What if Zhao caught him trying to help the slaves? What would happen to the two of them in that case? Her father would immediately know Sokka had found out through her. It wouldn't be the first time she disclosed war meeting contents to her gladiator, after all. But this time, her father was nowhere near as happy and permissive with her as he had been back when the second waterbender of the South had been discovered. This time, if they allowed themselves any slip ups, they would be just as likely to join the rebellious gladiators in the execution her father was surely already arranging. And Sokka was no fool. He knew that, if he were to fail, that was the outcome they'd face, but this was bigger than the two of them. They couldn't keep talking about how they'd save slaves one day if they wouldn't make a move to save them when they had a chance to do so. It was time to act, openly, against Oze's orders. And while Azula was terrified, justifiably, of the prospect of doing so, Sokka's heart was more than steeled for this moment. He would save those gladiators one way or another, no matter the cost. Chapter 177, Slave Riot 2. Following the course of thoughts that had just unfolded in Sokka's head wasn't difficult, not in the least. His motivations were obvious, his goal clear, but his methods were questionable, to say nothing else. Sokka, please tell me you're thinking this through, Azula nearly begged him by now, as he placed a new bag inside his hot air balloon. Sokka sighed and clutched at the basket's railing. As much as he had attempted to assuage her concerns, she wasn't wrong to ask that question of him. There was so much at stake if his self-imposed mission backfired, and he wasn't sure she'd ever forgive him if he got himself killed by trying and failing to save other gladiators. And beyond the grief his death would inflict on her, if he were found helping the rebels, it surely would mean the end of her political career, since she always would be held responsible for Sokka's actions. He glanced at the princess with uncertainty, seeing Song standing over by the house's threshold. The young woman hadn't even considered returning to bed after Azula's loud arrival rose her. While it was clear she supported Sokka's efforts, there was a tinge of concern in her eyes as well. It was but a fragment of the gripping fear that was clear in Azula's gaze, though. "I understand why you want to do this, but curses," said Azula, a hand running through her already messed hair. "Please. You're one of the few civilians with a hot air balloon. If anyone sees it, there will be more than enough cause to suspect it's you." Sokka gritted his teeth and lowered his gaze. Azula swallowed hard, aware that those words, that whatever common sense she offered him, was unwelcome right now. And yet the determination in his eyes didn't change. This would either evolve into an argument of catastrophic proportions, or... "I meant to travel at night," Sokka muttered. "I think I can keep the fire in the engine from being seen from below. But I may not be able to only travel by night, if the village is as far as you say it is." "Right," said Azula, her eyes full of uncertainty now. Strangely, he was speaking quite rationally, rather than giving her impassioned speeches to justify why he had every right to do what he was doing. Despite her better sense advised otherwise, that did reassure her. "So, the problem may be that the hot air balloon is easily identifiable," Sokka decided, stepping away from the craft and gazing at it with a frown. "Maybe I need to paint it a different color? That way it could look like someone else, any random person, managed to build their own hot air balloon." "That still wouldn't help matters much," said Azula, frowning. "Like I said, you're one of the few people known to have them. If you succeed, and soldiers investigate the known owners of hot air balloons to discover yours is painted just the right color, then don't paint it." Song's voice surprised them, as they both turned to look at her. "I have a lot of fabrics I make clothes out of sometimes, you know. Granted, I'll have to buy new ones if you use these, but I could help you sew them over the balloon's fabric. Once you come home, we'll detach the fabrics again and it'll be back to normal." Sokka's blinked blankly, though his eyes glistened with hope now. Azula swallowed hard again. "How fast can you do that?" Sokka asked. Song shrugged. "I'll do it faster if you help me," she said, with a weak grin. Sokka grimaced. "I don't know much about sewing, but," he said, glancing at Azula. The uncertain princess now looked irritated, if just by the prospect of picking up a sewing needle again. "I'm not exactly good at it," she said, before sighing, "but, fine. It does sound like a better possibility. Still, then what? You can reach the village safely and you'll hide your involvement in this matter if we proceed like this, but what will you do afterwards?" "Depends on the situation, I'd say." Sokka sighed. "I know you want me to plan this thoroughly, but it's not easy, Azula. It's not like we know exactly what's happening there." "Precisely. It's not safe at all to take action when the situation is so muddled," said Azula, lowering her gaze. Sokka stepped towards her, placing his hands on her shoulders. "I understand why you're so worried, Azula, and I get it," he said, cupping her face so she'd meet his eyes, "but, you understand why I have to do this too, don't you?" She clenched her jaw tight as she pressed her face to his chest wordlessly. Of course she knew, of course she understood. Had anything been different, it could be him in the line of danger. It could have been him in a rebelling group of amateur gladiators deciding that dying by fighting the Fire Nation was better than doing so for their people's amusement. And yet she was selfish, and she wanted to keep him by her side through all this. So often she had thought she wanted the power to change the world, to alter fates, but now she realized they already had that power. The only thing left for them to do was decide whether they'd act on their resolve and promises or not. To decide whether their fear could trump their courage, or if it would be the other way around. It was clear Sokka had made his decision already, and she cursed him internally countless times for having done as much. But that was what he always had been like, wasn't it? Recklessly jumping in the face of danger to save everyone that mattered, whether it was people he knew or not, whether it was a fight that concerned him or not, and it was Angela who lagged behind, who hesitated, who doubted. She had never wanted to help others back in the day, and she had only done as much after Sokka had pushed her into it. In time, she had found that having the power to help other people, and acting on it, had helped her begin shaping the world into what she wanted it to be. Could it be the same this time around? Could this, the first time she would be committing treason of this scale against her father, turn into something she would choose to do again in the future, if it paid off this one time? It certainly wasn't the first time she was turning against Oze, that went without saying. It wouldn't be the last either, considering how things had progressed so far between her and her father. But it wasn't as easy to do it now as it was when she had wanted to chase down that assassin, when she had tried to discover the truth behind the disappearances in the capital. It certainly wasn't as easy as when she had first put her foot down and forced all her suitors to challenge her to a gladiator fight if they wished to marry her. Because this time Sokka would stand alone on the line of fire. Sokka was the one who would pay the ultimate price if this went wrong. After all this time of sneaking around with him, she should be used to the idea of Sokka being in constant death peril, but she wasn't. If anything, with every day that went by, her fear for his safety increased into paranoia. And situations like this one only made things worse. And what choice did she have, really? Sokka was holding her, as though comforting her, as though she had no say upon the matter. As though there was nothing she could do but watch him go. She was his sponsor, his lover, his partner. And all that was why she had no choice indeed. It was, indeed, his decision. She couldn't get in his way. All she could do was hope he wouldn't fail, and pray to whatever gods might exist in their land so they would protect him in the mad quest he was about to set out on. She despised the feeling of powerlessness that overwhelmed her right now. It was the right thing to do, she had no doubts that Sokka was right about that. Staying still, without doing anything to save the rebelling gladiators, would be much worse than this for sure, but she was too terrified to think this through, it seemed. She could barely imagine any scenarios that didn't involve her nation's soldiers catching Sokka and putting him to the torch along with the rest of the rebels. "Just promise you'll stay safe," she said, her voice weak. Sokka swallowed hard and rubbed her back. "Save them, all of them, and save yourself too, damn it. If you don't come back to me, you'll never hear the end of it." "I won't, huh?" Sokka asked, with a small smile. "Sounds like that's way scarier than failing." "My uncle supposedly traveled to the spirit world to look for his son's soul, to bring him back, I suppose." Angela said, "Well, if you get yourself killed, I'll do the same, only to give your spirit a beating to remember." "Okay, you didn't need to explain how mad you'd be, geez," said Sokka, a little more amused now. "I'd been so confident before, now I'm terrified." "You deserve it," Angela as good as pouted as she pulled away from him. "Now you know how I feel about letting you go there without a real plan." Sokka smiled weakly and cupped her face again. Her reproachful gaze enticed him to press a reassuring kiss against her lips, but she didn't respond. For a moment he thought she was so genuinely upset that she was as good as punishing him this way, but upon opening his eyes, he found tears were welling in her own. "Angela." She wrapped her arms around him, tighter than before, enough that it hurt. Sokka gritted his teeth and held her again, burying his face in her hair. "Don't you dare fail," she said, shaking her head. Sokka nodded, breathing deeply as he tried not to falter as well. He understood the source of her fear, for it was easy enough to imagine how he'd feel if their situation was reversed. But even that wasn't enough to deter him. Even that couldn't scare him away from what he knew he had to do. Through all these years he had told himself he didn't deserve surviving while so many others had died, let alone did he deserve the happiness he had experienced, especially in more recent times. If he acted now, if he saved them, he would be able to atone, if just a little, for every life he'd taken, every life he'd allowed to go to waste so far. It wouldn't be enough, nothing ever would make amends for his wrongs, but it would be a start, at least. Angela had already tried to do this the right way, to reform slavery, but Oze had shut her down. This, then, was the only way he knew how to help. And he would act on it, even if it broke his heart to hold his fragile princess in his arms in this manner. Song selected the darkest fabrics she could find in her stash, and fortunately there were enough of them that could be used for their purposes. Together, all three of them worked to sew the long fabrics to the top of the balloon, all around the lid, the fabrics would cascade over the balloon, with only the topmost lid free of fabrics, so they could be removed much more easily later on. Song took the opportunity to teach Sokka the basics of sewing, in case he might need to stop at some point to fix the disguised balloon, in case any of the fabrics came loose. It was a few hours before dawn by the time they were finished. Sokka had stashed the basket of the balloon with as much food as he could bring with him, guessing that, if he succeeded at getting the gladiators out safely, they would be famished and desperate for a decent meal. As for what he'd do afterwards, he had one very wild idea already, one he wasn't sure he should convey to Azula until after it was done. If it paid off, she wouldn't need to worry about these gladiators ever again, but she would likely think it madness if he told her about it right now. "All right, it looks like it'll work," Sokka said, gazing up at the covered-up balloon with a small frown. The engine had been running for a while, and the balloon was almost filled already. "Good," then said Song, sighing and looking at him with concern. "Be careful, all right? It's not only the princess who will be upset if you mess this up." "I can imagine," Sokka said, with a guilty smile. "Don't worry, Song. I'll get this right, or at least I'll try to." "You'd best do better than try," Song suggested, grinning too before hugging him. "I'll be waiting to hear all about your dashing rescue." "Thanks," he chuckled, patting her shoulder gently. Song smiled still as she walked away, hoping to encourage Sokka to do well with his new endeavor, but she couldn't continue grinning as she walked towards the house, her back turned towards him. She understood how Sokka felt, and she admired him to no end for the courage he was displaying by doing what was right, but her chest ached. It ached not because she didn't trust him, not because she expected him to fail, but because she hated that he had to take action in this manner in the first place. She gritted her teeth and made her way to her room again, hoping with all her heart that Sokka would succeed today. Hoping that, before long, no other slave would ever need this kind of reckless saving anymore. Sokka gazed at Azula now, finding her far more reluctant than Song, despite she had helped with the sewing nonetheless, and even supplied him with a map and directions towards the village in question. She couldn't seem to meet his gaze, no doubt because her emotions were still running wild. He reached for her, taking her hands in his own. Her breath hitched as she shook her head. "You shouldn't waste time," she said. "The sooner you go, the better your plan will unfold. We have no idea what's going on out there, so you have to fly there as fast as you can." "I will," Sokka said, closing his eyes and nodding, "but you can't act like this tomorrow morning, you realize." Azula tensed up and he rubbed gentle circles against the back of her hands with his thumbs. She breathed deeply before raising her eyes. Indeed, finding his determination had taken a backseat for now, replaced by warmth instead. "I'm going to take a big risk, one that can endanger all of us," he said, "and I know the cost could be too steep to afford. So, I'll do my best, Azula. But you have to fight your own battles here, too. If your father gains the smallest suspicion that you might be more affected by this than you should be." I don't intend to beg him to have mercy on them," Azula said, gritting her teeth, "but I don't know what to do. It's good that you can act when I can't, but you understand how much I hate feeling powerless, don't you?" "I do," said Sokka, smiling weakly, "but if you're too anxious, he'll be on to us." "Yes," Azula sighed, shaking her head again. "I'll straighten myself out in due time, Sokka. So just go, and come home as soon as you can. Please." "I will," he said, letting go of her hands only to cup her face and lift it gently. "I love you, Azula. Don't do anything too crazy, all right?" "Why, I think you're already going to do something crazy enough for the both of us," Azula said, with her first smile in hours, despite it wasn't as sincere as most her grins were these days. "You have better things to worry about than me right now, Sokka. I'll take care of myself. So, take care too. Please." "I'll be right back before you know it," he said, kissing her softly once more. She didn't hold back this time, closing the gap between their bodies as she kissed him deeply. Sokka's arms kept her anchored for now, and the brush of their lips seemed to push away some of the fear, some of the heart-wrenching anxiety that she knew would come back at full force as soon as he was gone. But as ever, they would share kisses as though they might be the last, for they easily could be, and they ever deserved to be cherished as such, even if they weren't. Their hearts raced together with every stolen moment they dared take for themselves, and even if the warmth and peace of their intimacy couldn't last forever, it was enough to fill them with courage if just for an instant. "I love you," Angela whispered too. Sokka's proud grin found a reflection in her own. "Come back to me." "I always do, don't I?" he said, brushing her disorderly hair with his fingers. "I'll set things right, Angela. I know I can this time. I don't really know how, but I will." "You'd better," she said, smiling too before kissing him one last time. "Now, really, get going. They don't know you're coming and it's better that they don't find out until you get there." "Yeah," said Sokka, nodding as he stepped into the basket. He turned to check on the engine before pulling the lid's rope. With that, the basket slowly but surely began rising from the ground. Angela helped Sokka untie the security ropes that held the balloon to the ground, and she watched as he hovered higher and higher each second. She reached a hand up to him, and Sokka's fingers clutched at hers for only a moment before he was too high for her to reach anymore. "It's not fair," Angela called to him, with a sad smile. "Wasn't I the hawk, and you the turtle? It's only because of you that I can fly, though," he answered. "You're not less of a hawk just because I'm on a hot air balloon." Angela chuckled softly as Sokka drifted further away, too far for them to hear each other's voices anymore. Within minutes, he was too far for Angela to distinguish his silhouette in the dark. The large fabrics camouflaged the hot air balloon perfectly. "Come back to me," Angela whispered again into the night, closing her eyes. He would return, one way or another. He had been on a victory streak so far, hadn't he? Perhaps it would endure. Perhaps it would last even through this chaotic situation, but whether it would or wouldn't, Angela couldn't sit by and wait restlessly for him to return. She didn't know if there was anything she could do in the capital to help Sokka's efforts to save those gladiators, but she intended to try nonetheless. Sokka had steered the hot air balloon as high as he could, taking advantage of the cloud cover whenever it was thick enough to conceal his flight across the Fire Nation. Following the map's directions was easy enough, though identifying the village from afar took time. It was mid-morning by the time he found it. He should have been exhausted, for he hadn't even napped through the night, but the adrenaline buzzed wildly inside his body. He gazed down at the town with uncertainty, wondering where it would be safest to land. "Ought to stay far enough so no one can notice me," he grumbled to himself, eyes sharply taking in the surroundings of the village. It was located within a forest, inside a clearing with two lakes. The village stood at the northernmost end of the first lake. He had followed Angela's directions all the way here, and so now he hovered, wondering what the wisest course of action would be. She hadn't been wrong about him needing to plan things through, and he intended to abide by her wishes, only, now he wasn't sure how to begin going about it. His eyes raked the surrounding area, indecisively, until he found a potential solution. There was a rocky hill, deep in the forest, that might prove to be a safe place for him to land and hide his hot air balloon for the time being. He would merely make his way through the trees afterwards and hope there was nothing too dangerous lurking within it. Handling the ropes deftly, Sokka managed to steer the hot air balloon to his desired location. For safety's sake, he landed the balloon on the northern side of the hill. He doubted anyone had seen him, for the hill was far enough from the village that the distance should have kept his balloon concealed. And then what? Sokka deflated the balloon and made sure to keep it safely hidden, the food stashed away properly. He hoped no animals would pick up its scent. He put away his signature weapons as well. His sword and his boomerang would give away his identity immediately. With that, he took to climbing down the hill carefully, taking note of the best way to hike through it and where best to lay down traps or ambushes, if it came to that. He didn't want this to devolve into an all-out fight with soldiers, but he would be better off preparing for the worst-case scenario. He made his way through the thick foliage, holding his knife at the ready, constantly wary of whatever dangers lurked nearby. He heard no sounds but nature's own for hours, something he was grateful for. Whatever group of soldiers Zhao was supposed to bring with him either was already in the village or they were taking a fairly long time to arrive. He sure hoped it was the latter. The less soldiers involved when he made his move, the better. He reached the edge of the forest by noon. The village was small, only slightly better maintained than Huiyi. A handful of buildings appeared to have been renewed recently, though the rest of them didn't appear very well kept. Within moments, and without even having to step out into the open for a better view, Sokka identified the rugged walls and torn-up roof of the amateur arena. His eyes narrowed. How he had wished he would never so much as set foot in such places again, but he wasn't here today to satisfy the gruesome tastes of the Fire Nation's most inhuman commoners. Today he was here to set people free, as long as he could get away with it. The unrest in the streets was apparent, even from the forest. There were a few soldiers in the area, some from the domestic forces, others wearing the usual firebender garb, with helmets and masks, from the army. Sokka raised an eyebrow, the hint of an idea blooming within him as he eyed one of the firebending soldiers. The man was probably supposed to keep watch, perhaps to wait for Zhao's reinforcements, for if they had arrived by now, Sokka had no doubt the village would be swarmed by soldiers, and the arena's building might have been torched to the ground already. And with that thought, another idea. Sokka swallowed hard, gazing at the arena's building carefully. It was near the edge of the village, close to the easternmost trees. If it was anything like Hui Yi's arena, he might be able to come up with a good enough escape route, or so he hoped, if his newly hatched plan paid off. He bit his lip and made up his mind. First of all, he needed to enter that building. Once the first step was done, the rest of his plan would hopefully work to his favor, as long as the gladiators agreed to cooperate. With that in mind, Sokka sank back inside the forest carefully, ready to take action. The firebending soldier was waiting impatiently by the trees when he heard a whistle from inside the forest. Puzzled, he turned his head towards where he'd heard the unexpected sound. Was that some sort of signal by the reinforcement troops, perhaps? If so, it was a weird signal. Or perhaps it was a strange creature, an owl of sorts? What could it be? Again, the sound cut innocently, softly, through the air. The soldier gritted his teeth and stepped into the forest. "Who's there?" he called out. "Come on out. If you're a messenger from the capital." With every step he took into the forest, the whistling seemed to sink deeper inside the forest. The soldier's frustration increased. He had no time to waste chasing fools who were playing around with his patience. Surely it was a child from the town, thinking it was funny to taunt a firebender in such an infantile display. Finally, the sound seemed to weaken when he'd near caught up with it. Finally, the soldier would catch up with the culprit. "Why so silent now, eh?" the soldier roared, looking around himself with irritation. "Show yourself." Hasty as he had been to figure out whoever was lurking in the forest, the soldier failed to notice a tense vine on the ground. He tripped over it and fell on all fours on the ground, and he couldn't push himself up before taking a heavy blow to his helmet. Sokka gritted his teeth. The rock he'd used for his devious purpose still held tight in his hand. He held it at the ready in case the firebender got up again, but it seemed he had hit him hard enough for the man to be genuinely disoriented so far. Carefully, Sokka removed the helmet before striking the soldier again. Now the man collapsed at his feet, and Sokka's anxiety receded slightly. "Okay. I'm not exactly sorry for that," he said, with a guilty grin, "but thanks for this." It didn't take him longer than 5 minutes to leave the soldier wearing nothing but his small clothes, tied up with vines so he wouldn't be able to run and tell on him right away. The man had remained unconscious so far, and hopefully he would continue to be while Sokka impersonated him shortly. He made his way back to the edge of the forest and he stepped out into the open, now clad fully in a soldier's outfit. There, step 1 was finished. Now he had to make his way inside the arena, no less. He breathed deeply and walked towards it with determination, hoping no one would notice a firebending soldier was abandoning his post and approaching the source of the town's chaos. There was a crowd of onlookers by the amateur arena's building, many of whom reminded Sokka of the unpleasant public he used to have in Hui Yi. One in particular was reminiscent of an old man who was ever disappointed by how little bloodshed there was in all fights, for his tastes. Sokka shuddered to remember him, but he had no time to waste reliving his past trauma. He had to step forward and figure out how to enter that building, alone. "You have to do something, officer," a woman near the building's entrance exclaimed, while a soldier from the domestic forces made gestures to appease her. "You can't just leave those murderers to do as they please. Not after what they've done." Sokka nearly snorted at the irony. After spending months, perhaps years, doing nothing but murdering people for others' entertainment, it seemed that only now the amateur arena's public was bothered by whoever these rebels had killed. Sokka wasn't exactly happy to hear anyone was dead, but if he could make a guess as to why this rebellion was happening at all, he'd assume it meant the handler and the guards of this amateur arena had been killed by the gladiators. After what he'd experienced by Huang Li's hands, Sokka couldn't quite judge these men for wanting them dead. "Come now, lady," the officer in question answered, "a man with a spear in his hands, I can't just barge in there willy-nilly. We're waiting for reinforcements so we can storm the place safely." "But you're wasting valuable time," the woman exclaimed. "Those vermin deserve to pay for what they did, and the sooner they do. If we charge now, and those criminals are expecting us to do just that, they might have a trap ready for us." The officer replied, "And if they take us out, who's gonna save you and your lot from their crazy revenge spree, huh?" His words seemed to give the woman pause, but even if she wouldn't continue her crusade to take the gladiators to justice, someone else was quick to pick things up where she had left them. "Still, we shouldn't just stay put while they're in there, scheming as they please, huh?" The officer was startled by the approaching fire-bending soldier, who had passed by the few onlookers with ease. Other nearby soldiers looked at him with confusion as well, but Sokka didn't allow their questioning stares to deter him. He had to embody the perfect Fire Nation soldier underneath his disguise. "I've been waiting, and there's still no sign of reinforcements, sir," he said, sighing and shaking his head. He was deepening his voice, much as he had learned to with Azula a long time ago. He hoped it'd help keep his identity safely concealed. "Look, I'm not saying we should storm the place or anything, but if this drags on for any longer, things could get worse for us." "What do you mean, worse?" said the officer, blinking blankly. "These rebels can't possibly have any resources to do something too dangerous, they're merely hiding in here." "They're rebels, though," said Sokka, crossing his arms over his chest. "Surely they must have some sort of plan, or else they wouldn't have come this far. I suggest we try to go about this diplomatically for now." "Diplomatically? Whatever do you mean?" exclaimed the officer, as the entire village seemed to gasp in disbelief at such a suggestion. "I mean, I'll go in there, talk to them," said Sokka, proudly. "I'll try to figure out what they want, and hopefully I'll strike a deal with them so they turn themselves in without much more trouble. I mean, they must already know this situation is bad enough as it is." "Turn themselves in?" exclaimed the woman from the beginning again, outraged. "They must die for what they've done. That's the only acceptable outcome for this crime." "Well, do excuse me, but that's not up to you. Or any of us," said Sokka, shrugging. "This matter has reached the ears of the Fire Lord, lady. If someone's going to decide how justice will be served for these ruffians, it'll be the Fire Lord, not you or any of us." Those words seemed to silence the woman. Perhaps because she knew Oze wouldn't possibly choose a fate for these men that was any different or any better than what she wished on them, or perhaps this was how deep the indoctrination went, Sokka thought. The Fire Lord's word superseded everything else, clearly, and that worked to his favor, if just for now. It would at least stop the most hot-headed of the villagers from trying to impose their twisted sense of justice on the rebels by their own hand. "So, that being said," Sokka declared, taking a step towards the arena's building. "Whoa, we didn't agree on anything yet." "You're serious about this?" the officer exclaimed, reaching out to stop Sokka. The disguised gladiator indeed stopped on his tracks, guessing he needed to be more convincing despite it all. "Sure, sir. Why not?" he said, shrugging. "If I can't get them to give up, I can at least buy us time and make sure they can't set any crazy plans in motion by keeping them distracted, right?" "That, perhaps. But you do understand this is a very dangerous situation, don't you?" said the officer, frowning with uncertainty. "These rebels, they might not want to talk." "Don't worry about it, I'll be as persuasive and convincing as I can be," Sokka declared, confidently. "Never fret. I have a pretty good plan in mind, you'll see." "But what if they attack you next?" asked one of the onlookers. What if they take you hostage?" "Oh? They surely wouldn't manage, not with as strong a firebender as myself," Sokka declared proudly, raising an arm and making a fist. He sure hoped they wouldn't expect any firebending demonstrations. Azula wasn't here to help him play that role convincingly today. Fortunately, no one seemed to doubt that a man wearing a firebender's uniform would be able to bend, and even the lead officer backed off as Sokka walked up to the arena's closed door cautiously. The wooden building was only in slightly better shape than the one he had spent 2 years at in Huiyi. His throat seemed to close in just upon thinking he would enter an amateur arena again, but he had no choice. Not today. This wasn't about him. "Greetings, gladiators!" he exclaimed, loudly. He hoped he had raised his voice enough to be heard by the rebels, even if they might be as far from the door as they could be. "I would like to have a word with your leader. Is it all right if we have a little chat?" No one answered for a while, so Sokka continued to talk and ask for the leader of the rebels to step forward for a conversation. It took around 5 minutes of yelling until someone finally showed up behind the closed door. By then Sokka was starting to fear they would never open. "What did you want?" grunted a menacing voice at the other side of the door. Sokka breathed deeply. "I would like to negotiate your surrender," he declared, as pompously as possible. Emulating high-born arrogance might just convince these gladiators to let him inside the building, if just in hopes to give him the same treatment they'd given their previous victims. "Our surrender, you say?" The same voice replied. "You think we're full of shit here, don't you? We're not going anywhere, bastard Ashmaker. Oh, come on, I'm sure deep down you guys just want some pretty reasonable things, don't you?" said Sokka. "Everyone wants something, don't we? Perhaps if we talk things through, we'll find a compromise that works for all of us. We want to destroy your nation. How about we compromise on how to make that happen, huh?" the man responded. Sokka cringed. "Well, I don't think we can work that out, but surely there's other things you'd like to ask for, right?" he said. The voice at the other side of the door laughed. "You really do want to negotiate, then? You're something else, aren't you?" he asked. "I hear that a lot." "Yeah," Sokka admitted, shrugging. "It's only right to try to put an end to violence with peace, don't you believe? Right. Now's when you bastards want to play the pacifists, huh?" "Screw that," said the man. To everyone's surprise, the door unlocked and opened slightly. Sokka narrowed his eyes. "Come in," then said the man, his threatening voice gaining a sarcastic quality as well. "By now come on. If you want to negotiate, you do it on our turf. How about it?" "That. I think I will." "Yes," Sokka said, breathing deeply and turning to look at the confused officer staring at him a few paces away. "Don't worry. They'll talk with me after all. Stay calm, I'll sort out this mess in no time, for sure." "You, be careful!" exclaimed the officer, and Sokka waved in his direction before stepping inside the building. The door was slammed closed as soon as Sokka was fully inside the narrow, dark vestibule. There were 2 corridors at either end of the vestibule, along with an empty counter. But Sokka couldn't detail the place properly just yet, since all sorts of weapons were aiming at him right now, as a hand pressed him back against closed door. Knives, swords, staves. He blinked blankly, thinking these people certainly were better furnished than the amateur arena from Huiyi had been. "Negotiate, huh? Well, then, I wonder just how much better it will be to negotiate with a hostage in our power," exclaimed the man who had been talking so far, a stocky man with short black hair and pale skin. He was holding a curved blade against Sokka's neck, while his many comrades were pointing the others. "Yeah, there's no need for all this hostility," Sokka said, his voice back to normal now. "I'm not here to negotiate anything, I'm here to help you guys get away." "What? You think we'd believe something as ridiculous as?" said the stocky man, pressing the blade further. Sokka groaned. "Take off my helmet," he grunted seriously. "I'm not a firebender." The stocky man frowned but nodded at another gladiator to do as Sokka had asked. He removed the helmet carefully, and Sokka's dark complexion, wolf's tail and blue eyes were plain for everyone to see within moments. He smiled dryly when the many of the threatening gladiators recoiled and pulled back their blades, although the stocky man still seemed to want to keep his sword by Sokka's neck. "Your blue eyes," said one of the other gladiators, staring at him in confusion. The eye patch he wore, as well as his missing teeth, spoke for themselves regarding however many injuries he'd received in the fighting grounds. "A water tribesman." "Why are you wearing this uniform?" asked another, this time a younger man who sported bad burns across his exposed skin, especially noticeable in his scalp. "If you're not a firebender, I stole it, Sokka said, with a shrug. Look, I can explain everything later, but first of all I need to know what your plan is. That is, if you have one at all. Who are you? Asked the stocky man, frowning and lowering his sword with uncertainty. If this is some sort of sick trick by the Fire Nation army. They do hire earthbenders these days, said the man with the eye patch. Could be they take Water Tribe deserters too. Is that it? Asked the stocky man. Sokka sighed and shook his head. Okay, this isn't going to be easy. But can we at least get away from the door? Sokka asked. I'll feel a lot safer if we're deeper inside the building. Who knows if that soldier's standing right by the door listening in on our conversation? Well, that's not a bad idea, said the eye patch man. If he's really a deserter, or tricking us, it'll be easier to kill him if he's in the barracks with the rest of us. Right, agreed the stocky man, huffing and pushing Sokka unceremoniously towards the narrow, wooden corridor at the vestibule's left. Come on, then. You'll get your wish. Thank you. Really, said Sokka, with a dry grin. Of the 5 gladiators who had been ready to attack him just now, only one, the burned one, looked at him with more curiosity than hatred, even after he'd said he wasn't an actual soldier. Still, Sokka hoped he'd earn their trust before long. The second step of his plan had been successful, despite all odds, and he would need their trust for the third, one way or another. Otherwise, he'd never be able to take these men to a safer place before Zhao's troops arrived, and if he couldn't do that, his mission would have failed. The corridor ended at a small flight of uneven stairs that led into the barracks. They were much like the barracks he remembered from Huiyi, a dirt ground, a lousy fireplace at the center with a few spare spark stones lying near it, old cooking ware that was devoid of any food, no sleeping bags nor blankets to be seen anywhere inside the wooden building. Returning to barracks like these after such a long time certainly brought up an unpleasant sensation. Uncertainty, fear and hatred had tormented his mind for 2 years, filling him with dread that his tribe would be dead, that if it wasn't they'd be utterly disgusted with him, and the constant, ever-growing rage rushing in his bloodstream, carrying with it the urge to take his revenge on the beautiful woman who had doomed him by sending him off into such a dark fate. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. The last 3 years hadn't passed him by in vain. Perhaps he still feared his family wouldn't accept him, but he knew they were still there. And the woman he had despised was now his inspiration, his strength, the partner he had never even dared dream he'd find. He closed his eyes and grounded himself just before the stocky gladiator urged him to sit near the weak fire. There weren't many more gladiators here, only around 7 more. Sokka gritted his teeth, wondering if many had died during their rebellion. He breathed deeply and looked at the stocky man, who glared at him judgmentally, arms crossed. You're not all safe and sound yet, you know, said the stocky man. Yukio there's got his knife at the ready in case you try something funny. So don't even think about pulling something on us. I won't, said Sokka, closing his eyes. I understand you're confused, but I'm really only here to help. I've been where you are, or, well, I some would have been. I never did gather the courage to rebel against my handler in Huiyi, though. Nor did any of the gladiators with me back then. Wait, you were in an amateur arena too? Asked the man with the eye patch. Sokka nodded. Much like yours. So. I get it. If anything, I admire you guys for having the guts to do what you're doing now, said Sokka. I assume you killed the handler. And the guards, said the stocky man, frowning. You have a problem with that. Normally, I would. Sokka sighed. I'm not big on killing, personally, and I doubt any of you are bloodthirsty enough to enjoy that kind of carnage, not when you've amateur gladiators for who knows how long. But if your handler and guards were anything like the ones I had in Huiyi, I honestly can't blame you one bit for doing what you did. If I'd had the guts, if I'd thought I'd get away with it, I might have done it too back then. But I figured I'd just die eventually for it. That I'd get caught, that if I tried to escape I'd get nowhere because I had no idea where Huiyi was, to begin with, let alone did I know if I could ever find a ship to take me back home. So, as I had no plan, and no odds for success, I never made a move. His words seemed to ease some of the more distrustful gladiators. The ones who were still holding up their weapons, except for the one called Yukio, lowered them carefully, though even his grip trembled slightly after hearing Sokka's retelling of his own story. I got out because I was hired by a sponsor, said Sokka, swallowing hard. Hadn't she done that, I'd probably be dead by now. She? Said the stocky man, frowning. What did you mean, she? Well, you see, the only reason I heard about your rebellion is because she told me about it, said Sokka, with a dry grin. She came to me, knowing I would want to help you guys in whatever way I could. Knowing, too, what she would risk if she let me help you at all. But she decided to give me a chance despite it all, and that's why I'm here. And who is this she you're talking about? The stocky man insisted. Answer already. She is Princess Azula. My sponsor, Sokka finished, looking at them defiantly. The words fell upon the rest of the gladiators heavily. Sokka swallowed hard, knowing full well that this wouldn't be an easy sell. But he had no choice other than to tell the truth as soon as possible. If he didn't reveal why he had such resources and information, there was no way they'd ever trust him. Perhaps they wouldn't trust him, even now, but hopefully they'd decide otherwise. Hopefully. How? Why would? That's the Fire Lord's daughter, isn't it? Exclaimed the man with the burns, looking at Sokka with despair. You're trying to say they know about this. Did you rebel against her too, and? He just said she told him so he could help us. Whispered the stout man, though he looked even more distrustful of Sokka than the others did. No doubt, this man was the leader of the group, perhaps even the architect of this rebellion, but that sounds unbelievable to me, and not in a good way. If you're saying she sent you, the Fire Lord's daughter no less, then how do we know you're not here to set up a trap of some sort? Sokka breathed deeply and closed his eyes. This was the point where he had to sway them. At least, he had to give them a good enough reason to want to follow him. Do you guys have a plan? He asked, one more time. The stout man scoffed. Answer the. I keep asking the same question because I strongly suspect you don't, Sokka said, glaring at him. I remember my days as an amateur gladiator well enough, and I know the way despair claws away at you with every life you take, because you know you don't deserve to live while others die. Rebelling with no true purpose in mind would only have resulted in death on my terms, and that at least could have meant I had tried to fight back, but it wouldn't change anything, ultimately. I'd die, and the world would continue to be as rotten and twisted as it was. So I never dared find the courage to do what you're doing now. When Azula told me about you guys, I thought you had the courage I'd lacked when I was in your situation. But I also thought you probably didn't have much purpose in mind other than resisting and refusing to play by their rules if just for the last moments of your lives. If that was the case, I thought the least I could do was offer you an opportunity to survive for good. To rebel successfully and escape the Fire Lord's so-called justice. How would you even do that? Asked the man with the eye patch, frowning. If you really do want to help us, what is your plan, then? Well, for starters, we have to torch this place, Sokka said. The others were startled by his nonchalant suggestion. Of course, we need a safe route to escape through, once we set the building on fire. By the time the place is burning up, the soldiers will be panicking enough that they probably won't notice we're getting away. We'll run for the trees, and from there you'll follow me to where my hot air balloon awaits. Admittedly, that's where things get tricky. Tricky? Why? Asked the man with the burns. Because the hot air balloon isn't exactly huge. Sokka admitted, grimacing. It might not be easy for it to fly with all of us in it, and if we manage to make it fly at all, it probably won't go high enough for us to hide in the clouds, but hopefully it won't matter by then. A hot air, what? Asked one of the gladiators, easily the youngest of the group. It's a flying vehicle, Sokka said, scratching the back of his head. That's why I could get here long before Zhao showed up with whatever troops the Fire Lord sent him with. Wait, they're coming, the stout man asked, eyes wide. The Fire Lord really will send someone to deal with us? You thought it was all talk? Sokka asked, grimacing. I'm afraid not. You're the first amateur league rebels, at least the first ones to this degree. This has become a problem of, national security, or so. The stout man finally seemed to react with something other than distrust. His gaze was lost in the horizon, and his body even seemed to tremble as he pondered Sokka's words. The other gladiators didn't react any better, though the worst of them was the burned one. I told you it was folly, Shania, I told you we couldn't do this. He exclaimed at the stout man. Sokka blinked blankly, staring between the two with confusion. You said we would finally fight back, but for what? They're going to destroy us anyhow. What's the big difference anyway? Shania roared back, frowning. We were going to die one way or another, only this way they'll be the ones to do it rather than us killing each other, Jemming. I didn't ask you to do this. Jemming said, gritting his teeth and dropping on his knees, next to Sokka. I didn't ask any of you to. Why you shouldn't have, Shania? You would have lived longer. Why you would have? What difference would it have made? I said. Shania roared, stepping towards the fireplace only to kick an empty metal bowl. It clanged against the ground as it rebounded towards a wooden wall. We took a stand when we did, and we should have taken it ages ago. If this is how we die, so be it. We all knew the risks when we joined forces, didn't we? The others looked at Shania with uncertainty, though eventually they nodded in agreement. Jemming didn't seem to appreciate the sentiment though, he looked close to tears. They rebelled for you? Sokka asked softly. Jemming gritted his teeth, the tears slipping down his cheeks now. I was supposed to kill Yunruo, Jemming explained, closing his eyes. He's too young, though. He was a newcomer, and our handler, Shizen, wanted me to. He was going to force you to kill him even if you didn't want to, Sokka finished, glancing at the young boy who had spoken earlier, who most likely was Yunruo. He sent his fire-bending guards to force you. So, you really do know how it goes, grunted Shania, folding his arms over his chest. They did the same thing to me on my first fight, he said. Shania gritted his teeth, and they were constantly looming in case they had to force me to kill someone else for the next 2 years. 2 years? Said the man with the eye patch. You survived the amateur league for 2 whole years. Sokka swallowed hard and gazed around the group. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness inside the building, he could notice that a few of the men were burned similarly to how Jemming was, and they seemed to huddle close to the walls. I guess, none of you have been here that long, huh? He muttered. I'm the one who's survived the longest, Shania growled. A year and a few months. Everyone who was here before me, they're dead. I doubt many of those I met in Huiyi are still alive now, Sokka admitted, glancing at Jemming. Either way, I take it you rebelled against the firebenders and... I didn't, Jemming continued, slightly calmer now, though it seemed it might only be a momentary calm. I tried, but, they attacked me, to spur me into hurting Yunruo. I just covered him with my own body as they attacked and... Sokka nodded, the burns across Jemming's body explained by now. You could hear the screaming all the way in the barracks. I couldn't stand it anymore, Shania growled. I lashed out and attacked the firebender, keeping our weapons under guard, and a few of us picked up whatever we could get our hands on before the other guards attacked us. We took them down, too. And after that, we broke into the arena and killed the ones burning, Jemming, said the man with the eye patch. Shizen tried to escape amidst the public, who were rushing out in fear they'd be next. But we caught that bastard, said another man, one who held a chain in his hands. The end of it had a sharp hook, stained with blood. I did, to be precise. And together. We all killed him, said Shania, looking at Sokka with blank eyes, and we'll keep on killing them until we're dead too. That was our plan. Sokka frowned before shaking his head and sighing. Jemming gritted his teeth beside him. We couldn't take it anymore, said Jemming. I couldn't. I would have rather died than hurt Yunruo. He's a boy. Yunruo hugged his knees and buried his face in them, either ashamed, or afraid, or both. Sokka's heart ached by looking at him. He deserved better than to live like this. They all did. But they didn't dare imagine it was possible, just as he hadn't, before Azula had saved him. Would they rather die here or escape? Would they think there was no honor in leaving when so many others had died? He wouldn't be surprised if they thought so. The thought had occurred to him at times, and yet he had done his best to ignore it. For years Azula had told him he had deserved to live, that he was worthy of the life he led right now, and he had finally started to believe her. He would only continue believing it if he could do right by these men. You've all killed lots of people, Sokka whispered. So have I. You were forced by the lowest and most twisted of businesses in the Fire Nation to do this, just so the bastards sitting at the stands could enjoy the carnage as they pleased. And with every life you took, you felt less deserving of survival. Am I right? Many gladiators stared at him guiltily, others could barely look at him upon hearing those words. Shania's fist was clenched, Sokka's words resounding hard within him. I understand, Sokka said, because I felt the same way too. Why, I still do, most days. When I wake up and think that I no longer have to fear each day might be my last, I feel relief and shame at the same time. For there's nothing I've done, in my entire life, that makes me worthier of survival than the countless men I had to kill in the amateur arena. But I did it. I killed those men. And because I did, I was given a chance to fight for at least one more day. That chance was what allowed me to take the place I now have beside the princess. And with every opportunity that arises, I do my best to help those who may need me. But, it's not enough. It hasn't been enough so far, and I know as much. Because while I have had the chance to survive and help some people, others have been dying and suffering, far from my reach. The princess hired a slave for me, an Earth Kingdom woman who's become my healer and friend, and by doing so, she saved her from a worse outcome. I convinced Azula, later, to help a gladiator who was reduced to serving as a sex slave. I managed to coerce the Fire Lord into vacating an army settlement in the South Pole, too. I've done things that were bad and things that were good. I've worked hard, I've fought, and I've done everything I could to save people, but it's not enough. I know it's not, because I didn't save you before it could come to this. I couldn't stop the amateur gladiator leagues before they took even more lives than they already had. We tried, but it failed all the same. Tried? Shania asked, looking at him in disbelief and confusion. How could you make the Fire Lord do anything? What are you? The princess wanted to create stricter laws for slavery, Sokka said, stricter for the masters, not for the slaves, and one of such laws was meant to stop the amateur leagues from holding fights to the death. But, the Fire Lord refused. It all failed. But even when we failed then, I can still save you now. And hopefully, if this works, I can save more gladiators in the rest of the amateur arenas. Maybe, if we succeed, we'll finally be able to help those who need it most. And it won't erase the people we've killed, or the people we couldn't help on time, but we will do it in their honor, too. If we survived and they didn't, isn't this the only way to do right by them? Devoting our lives to this cause, to fighting what's wrong in the world in whatever way we can, so that we can put an end to the horrors we've lived with for years, horrors that no one should ever have to face. He fell silent now, gauging for their responses. Some looked scared still, but to his relief, Shania looked determined, even if his rage was far from appeased. Jemming's crying had stopped, and Yunra looked at him with bright eyes. He has a point, said the eye-patch man, his hands on his hips. Shania, I know this isn't ideal. Too many people have died, it's true, but, if we did get away, this trash heap of an arena would no longer work. It'd be over for Fazan's arena, at least. And maybe once we find our bearings, we could help others escape just as we did. It's easier said than done, growled Shania. We don't even know where else they have arenas, or how we'll ever get back on our feet so we can help someone other than ourselves. Anything would be better than this, though. Even death. Shania. But you're right, said Shania, turning towards Sokka. The blue wolf raised his eyebrows. We don't have a plan, we just wanted to die on our own terms, whatever that meant. We just didn't want to die a meaningless death, if just to honor those we'd killed before. You talk as though that princess of yours is an ally. As though she could change the way slavery is handled, if the thrice-damned Fire Lord wasn't in the way. Do you really believe this princess is any good? Can we trust her? Can we trust you? Despair gleamed in his eyes. Sokka frowned with determination as well before pushing himself up to his full height, towering over Shania. The other man, weaker, malnourished as he wasn't intimidated in the least by him. His spirit was strong, and Sokka was pleased for that. The princess was once much like her father. I won't deny that, Sokka said, shaking his head. He did raise her, after all, and taught her to be just like him. But as things stand, she steps further and further away from his influence with each passing day. Why else do you think she would have told me about your riot? Why else do you think she would have let me come here, despite, if I'm caught helping you, the one to face dire consequences for it will be her. Shania swallowed hard. Sokka breathed deeply and placed a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to trust me. You don't need to trust her either, he said, but the truth is, all I want is to give you a chance to live for another day, and then another, and then some more. If you follow me, and we fail, we all die just as you would if you stay here waiting for the Fire Lord's forces to storm the arena. But if we succeed, then maybe, just maybe, we'll both be able to help people in our own way. Isn't that an opportunity worth taking advantage of? Shania breathed deeply, closing his eyes. His trembling only grew more violent, but soon enough he opened his dark brown eyes again and stared at Sokka with the same determination as before. How will we do it, then? He asked. How do we escape? Despite the gravity of the situation, despite the despair, fear, and helplessness in all the gaunt faces staring at him, as though he were either their salvation or damnation, Sokka allowed himself a relieved smile. Visiting her father's study felt like the only thing to do that day. She wasn't sure why she was obeying that urge without thinking it through, without considering that doing so could be a death sentence just as much as Sokka's wild mission might be. She barely knew what her intent would be, and yet she couldn't help but obey the impulses that guided her feet all the way to the elegant door that stood between her and her father. The two Imperial guards flanking the threshold were strangers, but upon her request, one of them entered the study and informed Oze that she wished to speak with him. Only moments later, the door was open and the way clear. The princess breathed deeply and entered the room, finding her father tearing through papers and frowning heavily as he did. Princess Azula. To what do I owe your visit? He spoke with the same vitriol he had when she had confronted him about Cephas. Her own heart seemed infused with the same rage she had felt that day, but she knew better than to display it before him this time. She had developed a fair share of self-control since ages ago, and it was the right moment to put it to good use. I wished to know if there were any news regarding the riot, she spoke. Oze nearly scoffed. I take it the Admiral is already on his way. He took off by dawn with the troops he was assigned. He should arrive by sunset if he doesn't dally around much, Oze grumbled. Is that it, then? What will happen once he apprehends the rebels? Azula asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Oze breathed deeply and set down the stack of papers he'd been holding, only so he could stare into his daughter's unyielding golden eyes, akin to his own. You know what will happen, Princess Azula, he said. They will be executed for their crimes. There is no other fate to be granted for the likes of these, rebels, as you called them. Azula closed her eyes and nodded. Oze frowned, wary of whatever she might say next. She wasn't here for a friendly visit, he was aware of it. But if she wished to confront him, to scold him for his poor handling of slaves, she would certainly face consequences for it this time. And then what? She asked, her voice still level and soft. Whatever do you mean by that? Oze snapped right away. I mean, what will you do to prevent this from happening again? Azula said, taking her seat without being told to. Her bold action surprised Oze, though it made her behavior seem slightly less confrontational than it had before. I had warned you this might happen. And that's what you're here for, then? Oze asked, finally letting go of his reservations. To berate me because you told me so, Princess Azula? To take pride on the fact that you were right about these slaves being a potential threat to our nation's security. I'm surprised you'd accuse me of such childish behavior, Azula said, her voice still as neutral as before. Oze froze. I don't care about having told you so, father. I couldn't care less about who guessed that this might be a problem to deal with. What I care about is figuring out what we'll do to put a stop to it, for good, now that it's happening indeed. You mean, how we'll prevent more amateur arenas from starting new uprisings? Oze growled. Azula nodded. I'd guessed gladiators were ripe for this kind of behavior, she said. If word spreads of this, as it will if you carry out public executions for the culprits of this riot, there's a chance it will happen again, and with far more frequency from now on. I don't know if sending Admiral Zhao will be effective every time, especially if uprisings were to take place simultaneously or, well, indeed these are but conjectures. It's merely the worst-case scenario I can imagine, but it's also possible that we will suffocate this rebellion and none will follow it, said Oze. Azula nodded. It is, she conceded. He frowned, uncertain of why his daughter would be open to the possibilities he presented when she hadn't quite acted like this before. Had it been true, then, that she had realized she had much to learn as a political leader? Was her behavior through this conversation the result of whatever she had learned since then? And any precautions we take in that case might feel like a waste. But in the case where something else does happen, should we merely wait until it does before sending soldiers to deal with this problem instead of tackling the actual source of these riots? The source of it is slavery, Jose huffed, and I won't put an end to it now, if that's what you keep assuming that's what I'm after, Angela sighed. You did before, you are doing the same thing now. No, father. If slavery was illegal, my gladiator would board the first ship he could find and I'd be left with no choice but to find a new one, after all these years of investing time and efforts into training him so he could be an acknowledged fighter. Selfish as it may be on my part, it's disadvantageous for me to outlaw it. Jose frowned, though it seemed her reasoning had convinced him surprisingly easily. Lying to his face was easier every day, Angela realized. Then, you wish to put forward your project again? Jose asked. Angela frowned. Put it forward again? What for? She asked, genuinely confused. You already rejected it, and the papers were last in your power. You don't have to follow with my project, father. But, you should ponder other solutions, if mine won't do. I don't expect you to come up with an answer right now. No doubt these things take time, but I just want to prevent more uprisings, more unrest. Our nation faces enough threats as it is to add new ones to the list. So, you speak from wanting to protect our nation, Jose said. Angela looked at him with near skepticism, and he raised his eyebrows. What? You've raised me ever since I was a child to fight for you and for my nation, she said. What else do you think I could possibly be striving towards? You named me your heir, promoted me into the position of crown princess. I thought it meant my job was to stand close to you in times of crisis or otherwise. I thought it meant my counsel was worth heeding. I never claimed it wasn't, Jose muttered, but I must say, I thought we saw eye to eye in many more regards than we do. We see the world differently, Angela said. It doesn't mean our priorities are any different, though. We want our nation to thrive, to grow, to be successful and strong. But if this were a disease, sending Zhao and his soldiers to deal with it after it festered feels like a mere balm to ease the pain rather than a genuine cure. If I'm mistaken, then do excuse me. I only wish to help in whatever capacity I may, if there's anything for me to do indeed. I suppose your wishes must indeed be as pure as you claim, Jose sighed, closing his eyes. I have no true reason to believe otherwise. Even when it came to Cephas, your concern was that I was murdering our own people, right? Angela tensed at the mention of the assassin. Jose gazed at her with the same unyielding eyes as before, as though testing her. She didn't allow her unease to speak for her, though, and she nodded. What if he's the solution this time, too? Jose asked. Angela closed her eyes and breathed deeply. What if that's what should be done? Do away with all gladiators of the amateur league, and that way we'll prevent their riots. With all due respect, it wouldn't be much different than the fate that awaits them already, Angela said. Jose's eyebrow twitched. I guess the only difference would be that you'd destroy the business altogether if there are no gladiators left to fight in it. Of course, said Jose, with a small smile. Well, I wasn't about to do that either way. It's already a public crisis, after all. Her fists clenched on her lap, though she did her best not to show her revulsion. Naturally, he only used Cephas for small, stealth operations, or so was what he wanted to do. Mysteriously killing amateur gladiators all over the Fire Nation would be even more suspicious than the chaos they'd already faced when he had sent Cephas to deal with the White Lotus spies. Which just went to show that Cephas had been clumsy when he had taken down his last victims, for he hadn't been stealthy at all by killing people in open streets, in broad daylight. Either way, I thank you for your concern, Princess Angela, and for your counsel, said Jose, nodding in her direction. I will keep everything in mind when I make a decision regarding how to go forward after this crisis is dealt with. Thank you for listening, Angela said, bowing her head towards him before standing up. I won't take up more of your time, then. I appreciate that, Jose said, as Angela made her way to the door again. He watched her leave, without picking up the papers again yet. Deploying soldiers at such haste was a complicated bureaucratic matter, even for the Fire Lord. But that wasn't all he was looking at right now. The papers he'd set aside initially had several numbers scribbled on them, numbers that detailed how many gladiators had been in Fazan's amateur arena. It wasn't supposed to be a large number. The pyres would be easily displayed in front of the palace gates, as tradition, for all the city to see what happened to anyone who tried to rebel against his regime. His father had done the same countless times before, namely with the traitors who had been caught attempting to kill his son. Why shouldn't Jose do it too? But the princess had posed a genuine question, and a problem Jose hadn't wanted to deal with. A problem that pointed at the true root of this rebellion, at the failure of one of his top-ranked officials, who was supposed to make sure his wretched side business wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble for Jose. And he had failed to keep true to that promise. His eyes shifted towards one of his desk's cabinets. Nervousness he hadn't experienced in years suddenly shook him as he reached to open it. The Slavery Reformation Project was still there, just where he had left it, merely underneath a few other papers he had stashed atop it. His eyes narrowed as he read the neat calligraphy on the first page. He had indeed wanted to reject the princess's solution, and he had, initially. But right now, he couldn't quite imagine anything else that might remotely work. She hadn't been disrespectful just now, either, so perhaps the arrogance she had developed after being promoted was finally quelled, and that, for some reason, seemed to afford a few more merits to her shelved project than he had initially thought it had. But maybe he was allowing his emotions to sway him. Maybe the princess had been manipulating him subtly by being obedient and good, when in truth her behavior was just another product of her newly developed rebelliousness. That was hardly unthinkable, wasn't it? He breathed deeply and shook his head. He would make up his mind about what to do once these slaves had been captured and executed, that was that. He had plenty to work with as it was, papers to go over, arguments to hold with officials of whom Jose had expected better. He couldn't hold back. His hand moved to the cabinet. Within moments he was reading quickly through the Slavery Reformation Project, eyes darting across his daughter's flawless penmanship. And with every word he read, the easier it became to make up his mind. Chapter 178, Slave Riot 3. All right, first of all, the best way to put this place to the torch is with fuel, Saka started, pacing through the barracks with a frown on his face. Are there any lanterns here, or? There's probably a few somewhere, said Shania, shrugging. We'll have to look in the storage. Good, then. We'll use whatever oil was left for those lanterns to start a fire so bad their firebenders won't be able to stop it easily, said Saka, nodding. As this is a wooden building, everything should catch fire relatively fast. Of course, once we start the fire, we'll have to be close to our escape route, which is the most important thing to decide on. Well, some walls aren't that stable, said the man with the eye patch, whose name was Fuma. We could tear one down, maybe. Might be risky if we're too loud about it, though. The fire won't cover for our escape if anyone notices we're getting away, Saka muttered, biting his lip before shaking his head and stepping towards the barracks walls. Can one of you show me around? I'd like to see for myself if there's any opportunities to get out quietly, near the forest. Forest? Said Yukio, the one with the knife. He had stopped aiming it at Saka as soon as Shania had decided they should work with him. You said there were trees before, but there's a forest around here. Yeah, I guess you guys never saw much of what's outside this wretched place, huh? Saka said, grimacing sympathetically. Yeah, there's a forest, right behind the fighting pit, from what I could see. Then, that's where we'll hide. Said Yunruo, staring at Saka with hopeful eyes. Saka nodded. If we make our escape safely, yes. So, with that in mind, will someone lead me to the fighting pit? Saka asked. Shania nodded as a response before turning to Fuma. Find the oil canisters. I doubt there's much left, but gather all you can, he instructed his fellow gladiator. Fuma nodded. We'll get to it. Let's go, then he said, gesturing at the others to follow him to the storage area. The barracks were separated from the sand pit by a metal grid, rusty and dented, much like it had been in Huiyi. Shania pushed it open merely with a shove of his shoulder. The lock had been broken, surely the handiwork of the rebel gladiators back when they had barged into the sand to save Gemming. Sokka cringed at the sight and stench of the corpses. The gladiators had piled up the dead guards and the handler in the center of the arena, amidst the stains of blood on the sand that hadn't been cleaned in ages. He certainly had grown too used to the superior league, for there had been some elements about amateur arenas that he had put away from his mind successfully until now. The ever-filthy sand and that raw smell of carnage were only a few of them. "Well, this is the sand pit. Where do you say is that forest?" asked Shania, stepping into the sand and glancing about himself. "Let's see. If that's where the public's entrance is," Sokka said, studying the wooden stands that hugged the fighting area. He could spot an archway that led into a corridor, the only one in sight. "Then I figure that's where the vestibule is, right? So, with that in mind, the forest should be." After finding the proper angle, he pointed towards the stands in the opposite direction to the vestibule. There were merely 3 rows of hollow benches, built with old, dry, and brittle-looking wood. Sokka's eyes narrowed as he studied the wall behind them. "Say, we could, maybe, break a hole in the wall, under the stands. And then crawl out through it once we've started the fire," he suggested, anticipation building inside him over this newly identified opportunity. He jumped over the small wooden railing that lined the stands and separated them from the sand pit, on his way to examine the stands properly. If they were lucky, the building itself wouldn't be all that resilient, and breaking through the wall would prove easy in the pandemonium left in the fire's wake. "How? Won't we make a ton of noise breaking a hole somewhere?" said Shania, arms crossed. Sokka bit his lip as he scoured the visible area of the wall over the rows of stands. "Unless there's already a hole we can slip through, it's not going to work so well, is it?" "Yeah. Damn, I have a sword," Sokka sighed, shaking his head. "It would have been perfect for this, but I left it at the hot air balloon, for safety's sake. It's a dead giveaway of my identity, so I couldn't bring it here. But I have a knife, so, maybe I can try to saw through the wood somehow." "Maybe. You sure?" said Shania, raising his eyebrows. "Won't that take forever?" "It might," said Sokka, grimacing as he paced closer towards the stands, deep in thought. "Well, then, maybe we could set it on fire too." "Say what?" said Shania. "A more controlled fire, this time," said Sokka, biting his lip. "If we started the fire at the front, there's a chance the guards will all rush over there. Once they're there, we can try to burn a hole into the wall, and we can slip out through it before the building crashes on us." "Isn't that too risky? What if the fire gets out of hand here too, or if we get burned on our way out?" asked Shania, eyes wide. Sokka sighed and shrugged. "Well, yeah, controlling fire would be easier if any of us were benders, but we're not," he said. All right, I'll try and think of something else." "Right," said Shania, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. "What will we do after we get out, though? If you come up with a plan that works, we'd have to run through that forest to your balloon, whatever that is." "Yes," Sokka nodded. "After we reach it, we'll test if it can fly with, 13 people on board, I guess, and we'll get away from here as quickly as we can." "And if that works, what will happen next?" Shania said. "We'll go our separate ways. You can't risk staying with us for too long, or can you? Won't the Fire Lord notice you're missing if you're not at his palace?" "I don't live there, fortunately, so no, he shouldn't notice I'm gone," said Sokka. "But I do have to return as fast as possible. Anyways, if we escape successfully without getting caught and everything goes well, I guess I'll offer you the best solution I could think of so far. You can take refuge in this very strange island, called the Black Cliffs." "Is it far away?" asked Shania. Sokka shook his head. "Just outside of the Great Gates of Ajalon," he said. At Shania's puzzled stare, Sokka cleared his throat. "It's a big statue that blocks all access into the capital's port. You can't get through the gates without clearance or whatever, but we won't be traveling by water, so that won't be a problem for us. Anyways, once we're past the gates we'll see the Black Cliffs, and it's a wild place, I won't lie about that. But it's also the only place I can think of where a group of escaped gladiators won't stand out at all." "Why's that?" asked Shania. "Is it some thrice accursed, forsaken place like Fazan?" "Not exactly," said Sokka. "It's a strange island. There's a superior league arena there, but it's a lawless one, pretty much. Wild, free gladiators live there, fight there, do whatever they want there. I've only been to the Dragon's Pit once and I didn't particularly want to return, but I keep thinking no one will care either way if a bunch of escaped gladiators end up there. Okay, said Shania, frowning, and where would we go from there? Hopefully, you'll be able to find an opportunity to return to the Earth Kingdom through some ship or another eventually, Sokka sighed, but if you can't go back home, then at least you can stay there for a while. I know I'm not offering you the greatest possibility, but it's better than dying here, right? Anything would be, said Shania, breathing deeply. What are those gladiators like? The ones in these black cliffs. Wild, reckless, crazy, Sokka admitted they enjoy fighting just for kicks. I'd say you should keep your distance from the arena itself, but other than that, you guys should be safe. Hopefully. Yeah, I know, it's a lot of maybes and a lot of hopefullys, but that's all I've got so far. I'll let you know if I come up with something else to offer you guys, but if I don't. Shania sighed and shrugged. Sokka raised his eyebrows. The man before him was likely to admit his apprehension of winding up in such a complicated place. I don't think we have much of a choice, do we? He said, but, you say we can try to go home from there? Back to the Earth Kingdom? Isn't it all colonies by now? Well, not all of it, but most of it, yes, Sokka acknowledged. It's not like you'll be able to just go home, and all will be well, it's true. But I'd guess you'd want to get as far away from the Fire Nation as possible, right? Don't you want that too? Asked Shania, frowning. As much as you're sponsored by the princess and whatever, shouldn't you be trying to get away from her just the same? It's complicated, said Sokka, sighing as he turned away from Shania. They could talk about the future all they wanted, but there would be no future for any of them unless they settled on an exit strategy. Sokka took a deep breath before crouching down to crawl underneath the beams that comprised the last row of the stands. The last row had been erected right against the wall, as the stands were hollow, propped up in four legs as a table might be. The space beneath the seats was large enough for Sokka to fit through them to study the wall. He had no doubts the amateur gladiators, all of whom were thinner and smaller than him, would have no trouble sliding in just as he had. Complicated? How complicated can it be? Grumbled Shania, following Sokka with his gaze. He had stayed on the fighting pit, desensitized and unaffected by the stench and gore merely a few feet from where he stood. If that princess of yours is that much better than her father, as you claim she is, you wouldn't have to stick it out with her if you don't want to. Might be I do want to, Sokka replied, finally, raising a hand to touch the wooden wall lightly with his knuckles as he continued to crawl under the stands. Shania scowled at his answer. Like I said, things aren't as straightforward for me as they are for you guys. I would like to go home one day, but I can't leave her. You make no sense, said Shania, shaking his head. She trusts you enough to help you save slaves, and it's the perfect opportunity for you to escape along with us, but you'd rather run right back to her instead. She trusts me this much because she knows I'll go back, Sokka said, his voice fainter the farther he went. Really, Shania, this isn't. The hell, dude? Are you in love with her or something? He said, scoffing, and shaking his head. Sokka sighed and hung his own momentarily before carrying on forward, unwilling to answer now. Shania froze at his silence. You're kidding. I didn't say anything, Sokka grumbled, but Shania snorted. So that's it, then. Because you're in love with her, she knows you won't escape and… Wait, but then, why would she let you come here to save us? She could have just told you not to go if she knows how you feel, but if she let you do this, whoa, man, does she like you too? Sokka huffed and shook his head, knowing Shania wouldn't see him while he was under the stands, no matter what gestures he did. He wasn't about to admit anything to Shania, but it didn't seem that denying or confirming anything would help his case. His relationship with Angela was weird enough in anyone's eyes, and it wasn't unexpected for Shania to reach the conclusions he had. They weren't the wrong conclusions, after all. Fucking hell, that's what the hell is wrong with this world? Said Shania, shaking his head. A slave falls for his royal master, and that's who comes save us. How the hell does anything boil down to that? Would you rather not be saved at all? Sokka asked, finally, as he continued to crawl under the stands, still touching the wall as he progressed. Shania cringed. I didn't mean it like that, it's just weird. I wouldn't expect to be helped by someone who's that close to the Fire Lord's daughter. He said, I can't really understand why anyone who's been through all this shit would ever come to love someone who's part of that wretched family, and you put up with the amateur league for longer than I have, too. This is just hard to digest. The Fire Nation looks a lot worse than it is when you're in its lowest levels, there's no denying that, Sokka said, frowning upon finding a pair of planks that stood out from the rest of the wall. Their color was lighter, and they appeared to be sturdier than everything else. I mean, yes, Fire Lord Oze is a bastard who deserves to pay for all the damage he's done to our world. But there's a lot of Fire Nation people who are no different from the rest of us who were minding our own business back in our own homelands, you know? People who have families, who live their lives without having a damn thing to do with the war. That's not your princess, though, is it? Asked Shania. She had very little to do with it for a long time. Like I've told other people, the worst act of war she ever did was done against me, said Sokka. He had stopped crawling under the stands, kneeling by the wall as he analyzed the two planks, bolted together harshly as they were. The wood on the walls was humid, much more so than in Huiyi. Huiyi had felt like a deserted wasteland, whereas Fazan was right next to a lake, in the middle of a forest. It would make sense that the humidity allowed mold to weaken the wooden structures, or perhaps termites, which could result in some of the wall wearing off over time. The two planks were new, and a likely temporary solution for what Sokka hoped was a large enough hole in the wall. He bit his lip and unsheathed his knife, carefully sliding it between the first plank and the wall. After applying enough pressure, the blade proved capable of separating the two layers of wood. Say, did you guys ever have termites? Sokka asked, or mold problems? Maybe? But it's not like we'd know, said Shania, shrugging. We had squirrel rats sneaking into the arena once. It was a mess, they startled the public and they stopped paying attention to the fight. I think the villagers gave Shizen a pretty hard time after that. He was in a shitty mood for ages, but hey, what nasty thing did that princess do to you, then? Other than turning you into her gladiator, for which you seem to be grateful for. I am, said Sokka, biting his lip, still studying the planks. It was quite possible that the squirrel rats had snuck in through a hole, this hole. And after being scolded by his public, the handler would have invested in a rash, unhelpful solution. Not too far from the new planks, the wall still appeared humid and fragile. Say, I think I may have found a way out, without needing fire, at least. Might just work for us. Really? Shania asked, his curiosity temporarily forgotten upon hearing those words. Sokka crawled his way back out of the stands as quickly as possible. Shania raised his eyebrows when Sokka was out in the open again, sitting with his legs outstretched. The water tribesman smiled proudly at the amateur gladiator for moments until he realized that there were cobwebs covering his head and shoulders now. Ugh, gross. He grumbled, messing his hair as he rubbed it in a hasty rush. You're sure you can help us? Shania said, his voice no longer as alarmed or outraged as when he had last asked that same question. Now he seemed utterly skeptical. Sokka huffed, and glared at him, dusting off his shoulders clumsily. Cobwebs may slow me down, but they won't stop me, he declared, still frantically trying to rid himself of them, for they clung to the rest of his stolen armor too. Crap, but they sure are persistent. Anyways, what's your problem? I'm not the dignified hero you thought I'd be, huh? Well, no, Shania admitted, with a small grin. Sokka huffed and pushed himself up to his feet. Not like I ever pretended to be dignified. You could ask Azula, she'd tell you plenty of stories about how embarrassing I am, said Sokka, now rubbing his arms and back in hopes to do away with the rest of the webs. She likes you but thinks you're embarrassing? Shania asked. Sokka sighed and shook his head. Listen here, pal. You have enough to worry about as it is with getting out of this place safely, he said, clapping Shania's shoulder. No point in wasting brain power trying to understand my relationship with the princess, okay? I guess so. All right, said Shania, sighing and nodding. Well, then, what did you find? Planks, new ones, Sokka said. They can be dislodged with my knife, looks like, so we'd all just have to crawl through that hole and run to the forest as fast as we can. Won't we leave tracks, though? Asked Shania. Isn't it going to be easy for any competent soldier to follow our tracks too? To where a hot air balloon will have already taken off, if I have my way, by the time they notice the tracks at all. Finished Sokka, breathing deeply. Yes, we'll leave a trail, yes, they'll eventually realize we got away. But the point is that they shouldn't be able to do anything about it by then. See? I think so, said Shania, but wouldn't it be better if we could stage our deaths? Pretend we actually killed ourselves. Or that I killed you guys. Said Sokka, with a weak grin. I'm supposed to be a firebender, remember? I thought that, once this place catches fire, they might assume I attacked you guys after you let your guard down or so, and that I set everything on fire. Then all the more reason we should have, well, corpses, said Shania, biting his lip and glancing at the pile at the center of the sand pit. Sokka grimaced. You want us to, huh, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. They're probably starting to decompose by now, you know. Yeah, well, I didn't say it wouldn't be gross, said Shania, sighing and shrugging, but it's better than nothing, right? Sokka shrugged too but nodded. It wasn't a terrible idea, even if it wasn't a pleasant one. They probably would gain more time this way, at least until the soldiers realized there weren't enough corpses in the arena to account for all its occupants. The escape route will also be well hidden from view, Sokka said, biting his lip. If they don't notice we slipped out as soon as it's happening, it'll take them a while to realize we escaped and to understand how we did it. With enough fire, the building might collapse and it'll be impossible to find the escape route anyhow, said Shania. It's just a matter of, well, hoping the wood catches fire wildly enough, huh. The wood over at the escape route is pretty humid, said Sokka, grimacing. Not all of it is, but that area may not burn easy. Anyhow, I guess this will be our plan. I guess, Shania muttered. You really think this can work? I mean, so much could go wrong. Yeah, well, we'll do our best to avoid bad outcomes, said Sokka, breathing deeply and jerking his head back to the rusted metal gates. Let's go see if they found enough oil. Shania followed Sokka into the barracks, shoulders squared. He wasn't sure it was wise of him to feel this way, especially after hearing that their rescuer might just have some sort of complicated relationship with the Fire Nation's princess, but hope was starting to rise in his chest, in a place where there was no room for it before. It was just as encouraging as it was terrifying. He didn't want to find hope merely for it to slip out of his fingers when survival and freedom were finally within reach. Fuma and his group had found 3 canisters with oil, one of which was already half spent. Sokka would have rather had more fuel than that, but it was better than having no accelerants. It would be enough to make the fire too wild to contain, at least until the oil was spent. Afterwards, Sokka instructed half the group to gather all flammable materials in the building, anything that might help boost the fire once it started, while him and the strongest members of the remaining group dragged the corpses into position, some in the barracks, some near the vestibule. Touching the bloody, decaying corpses was utterly disgusting, even if Sokka knew that using them was the best way to fake their deaths, but there were already worms lurking near the eyes and open wounds of each dead body. He had to steel himself not to feel too nauseous, and he tried his best to ignore the gruesome details about each body before dumping them on the hardwood floor. Okay, he released a deep breath and turned to the rest of the group in the barracks, where they had reunited once their respective missions were done. Now, to start the fire, first, we have to scatter the flammable stuff everywhere. And then we'll make an oil trail, but we should especially leave it at the front of the building, alright? We want them as far away from the hole by the stands as can be so no one notices our escape until it's too late. Alright, said Fuma, nodding as the group continued to follow Sokka's orders. Old rags that once had been clothes, stale food, empty crates, all of it would be distributed through the building and doused in oil within moments. You said the Fire Lords sent soldiers, right? Do you think they're here yet? If they were, this place would be on fire already and we'd be wasting our time, Sokka said, but he frowned still. You pose a good question. We'll have to stay hidden in the forest until Zhao's forces arrive. Only after all his forces are in Fazan will it be safe for us to run to the hill and, well, things can't be all that straightforward, can they? At least we're planning things well enough so far, said Fuma. Say, how did you get that uniform? That princess of yours gave it to you. No. I stole it from a soldier I tricked, knocked out and then left naked in the forest, Sokka admitted, with a dry grin. Fuma's jaw dropped. I know, it's very rude, but how else was I supposed to get close to the arena? But he could wake up and come running here. Fuma exclaimed, if he does, they'll know you weren't really here to negotiate but to help us escape and... Well, hopefully I tied him up well enough that he won't be able to do that until later, Sokka said, swallowing hard anyways. No point in being down on ourselves when we're about to set an amateur arena on fire. I never really did dream of destroying one this way, but it does have a poetic feel to it, doesn't it? Heh, in a manner of speaking, said Fuma, with a weak grin. Let's get to it, then. Savor the occasion, and we'll deal with the loose ends if the need arises, okay? Said Sokka, and Fuma nodded approvingly. By sunset they had coated the walls, floors, and flammable materials with oil, scattering it carefully so that the fire would be strong enough to engulf most the building, except for the fighting area. Each trail of oil was linked, creating a web much like the ones Sokka had gotten entangled in earlier. The trail ended right at Sokka's feet, by the intersection of the vestibule's corridors. Sokka breathed deeply and glanced back through the passageway that led to the fighting pit. The group of rebel gladiators was near the stands, waiting to crawl underneath them towards their exit point. You guys are ready? Sokka asked as soon as the fire starts. Stay low on the ground and inhale as little smoke as you can. And once there's enough of a fuss outside, Shania will take down the planks, said Jemming, nodding. Shania was already in position below the stands, with Sokka's knife in hand. Well then, said Sokka, breathing as he raised the spark rocks, time to light it up. The spark caught easily, and within moments, the oil began to burn. It was almost beautiful to watch the fire consuming the trail of oil, consuming it to strengthen its power. It took a short time for it to spread powerfully, all the way until it reached the front door of the building and its walls. Once it seemed the fire would be strong enough for their purposes, Sokka rushed to the fighting area, crossed the filthy sand pit and leapt over the last wooden railing in a matter of seconds, joining the others as they waited for the right moment to start their escape. Okay, it's done, he announced. Jemming nodded. Near him, Yunro trembled with anticipation and fear. Wait just a bit longer, Shania, and... Raised voices could be heard outside by now. Sokka swallowed hard and listened intently for the reaction of the townsfolk and the soldiers. He could barely hear anything other than the sounds of cracking wood and the screams of the terrified civilians who begged the officers to do something about the rapidly burning arena. Sokka breathed deeply, hands balled into fists. The fire only grew stronger. If the soldiers had been trying to contain it, they were failing pitifully at it. Without another second to waste, Sokka shouted. Now, Shania. The sound of the wooden planks coming loose barely reached Sokka, to his relief. It didn't seem likely that anyone would notice they were escaping if the fire was as terrifying and spectacular as it seemed to be, and that their getaway was quiet surely wouldn't hurt one bit either. Done. Let's go. He heard Shania exclaim. Soon enough the rest of the group began slipping out of the hole through the wall. It wasn't too large a hole, and several of them had trouble getting out, except for the small Yunru who fit through it easily. Sokka, of course, had the most trouble. Shit, he growled, extending a hand through the hole to ask for his knife. Shania placed it on his hand without a word, and Sokka quickly got to work sawing the moldy wood. No one's on this side of the building, said Shania. You think we should run to the forest? Now, Sokka commanded him. Wait for me there, but go now, before anyone sees you. Right, said Shania, nodding promptly. After that, Sokka was alone. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by all the noise in the crumbling building. Sokka didn't hear any soldiers shouting after his new friends, and that reassured him right away. It seemed his plan was working after all. Azula would be proud, as long as he got out of the wretched, burning building, of course. The fire was spreading faster than any disease Sokka had known. The roof had already caught flames, the beams were burning and breaking loudly. He guessed being under a lit fireplace had to feel like this. However nice flames might look from the outside, they were rather terrifying when they appeared to consume all the world around him. Whatever efforts those fire-bending soldiers were making to take down the flames were falling short, to be sure. On the most part, Sokka was relieved for it. Fires too strong for a firebender to control them were, without a doubt, a sure-proof way to defeat them. He only hoped it wouldn't defeat him, too, for the wooden wall was starting to prove harder to break than he had anticipated it would be, and dying trapped inside this building definitely would be embarrassing, if anything. "Come on, you damn, ugh," he said, shaking his head and giving up. Maybe he should merely force his way through that hole, even if it wasn't as big as he would have wanted it to be. Sokka dug his hands into the ground and tossed some of the earth out of the way, hoping to make more room for himself that way. Once he had dug enough, he plunged in and squeezed through the hole with a lot of difficulty. No one had ever told him being well-fed and muscular could cause these sorts of problems. Then again, who would have expected him to ever have to break his way out of a moldy wooden building as he was doing right now? It wasn't exactly something a person could prepare for. Finally, with one last kick and push, he got through. The screams by the front of the building were more intense by now, but he ran as fast as he could towards the forest all the same. Figuring out the reason why people were yelling so much louder now was nowhere near as important as escaping. He reached the first tree and slowed down only then, his heart racing. The others were huddled there, trembling in the dark. Their careful preparations had taken all day, and it was already dusk by now. Sokka hadn't intended to spend so much time inside the amateur arena, but it was for the best. The darkness would conceal their escape so much better than broad daylight ever could. Still, it wasn't all that dark, not with that building blazing wildly as it was. Sokka swallowed hard as he took in the raging, tall flames, destroying an amateur arena with reckless fierceness. The fighting area had caught fire too by now, although it burned slower there than everywhere else. "This is the most beautiful damn thing I've seen in a very long time," said Shania, next to Sokka. The stout man was smiling with genuine pride at what they'd done. Sokka smiled a little too, guessing he'd be even more pleased by torching an amateur arena if it were Hui's, but this was as good a start as any. Azula might be amused to hear he had taken a page out of her book and set fire to amateur arenas, just as she had burned down that former sponsor's house in Ember Island. "Okay, it's done," Sokka said, nodding. "So now we wait until, wait. Well, yeah, that's what we agreed to," said Fuma, but Sokka shook his head and pointed at the town. "There weren't as many soldiers when I got here," he said, gritting his teeth. "Zhao's already here." "Shit. We should scram then," Fest said, gemming. Sokka nodded and jerked his head so they'd follow him. "Come on. I know it's been an awful few days, months, years, but just one more push, you guys," he said, encouragingly. "Once we reach my hot air balloon things will be much better, I promise." Shania nodded, and ushered the rest of the group to stand up and follow the princess's gladiator. Sokka kept an eye on the town as he led the way through the trees, followed closely by Yukio, who eventually clasped Sokka's shoulder with his hand. "Sorry," he said. "I thought it might be safer if we all hold on to each other, right? I mean, for now the fire's letting us see, but someone could get lost in the darkness later." Sokka agreed, nodding. "All right, pass on the word to the others. It's a good idea." Once they were holding onto each other as Yukio had suggested, the long line of gladiators pressed through the foliage and towards the hill. Sokka guided himself by rounding the village until he reached the same trees from which he had first sighted the village. Fortunately they bumped into no soldiers by the edge of the forest, whether uniformed or naked. It looked like everyone had rushed into the village at the sight of the arena on fire. Pleased to find there would be less obstacles in their way than he had feared, Sokka guided the group towards the hill, hoping to find his bearings regardless of the increasing darkness. The group was silent, tired, and slower with every step they took into the moonlit forest. Sokka gritted his teeth, knowing they couldn't be forced to move any faster, but the urgency of the situation wasn't lost on him. If by any chance Zhao wasn't the only one Oze had sent to deal with this, or if he'd divided his troops somehow, the reinforcements would come across the entire group of fugitives, and there was no way they'd get out of the resulting mess safely, especially if Zhao caught him involved in it. Why was that man always causing Sokka so much trouble without even knowing it? He had tried to help Azula by setting her up in marriage with Ruishi, and in the process given Azula and Sokka one of the worst scares of their lives. Now he was the one tasked with capturing the very people Sokka was trying to save. It was as though Zhao was fated to be his enemy in the least straightforward ways, constantly antagonizing him, yet never deliberately. No wonder Azula never knew what to make of the man. Sokka's eagerness to reach the balloon only increased as the night progressed, whereas his companions grew slower with every passing moment. After an hour of walking, Sokka couldn't help but think that, at this rate, they'd definitely get caught. Guys! Sokka finally said, stopping and turning to look at the gladiators. A couple of them even dropped on the ground when he halted, breathing heavily. Look, we know you're a pretty buff dude, but we can't just, said Jemming, gritting his teeth. A bunch of us are wounded, remember? It's not easy going all this way without breaks. I get that, but, said Sokka, sighing as he analyzed the group. Okay. Which one of you needs help the most? No one answered, and Sokka glared at them skeptically before walking towards the other two burned fighters. One of them had been breathing very heavily so far, the left half of his body exhibiting burns bad enough to rival Zuko's scar. Sokka looked at him intently. I can carry you, he said. The man huffed. And no need for that, he said, I'm fine, I just need help. And that's why I'm here, Sokka said, turning and offering him his back. Climb on already, we don't have time to waste. I'll try to carry you all the way to the hill, and then I'll carry you instead. With that, he pointed at the other burned man. The two of them looked older than Sokka, one with round features, the other with bony, pointy ones instead. The thin one nodded in approval as the other climbed on Sokka's back. Even if the man's body's build was broad, Sokka lifted him with enough ease to startle the rest of the group. Without another second's hesitation, Sokka took to leading their progress onwards once again. Come on, then. Let's keep moving, he said. I promise you'll rest and eat once we reach the hot air balloon. Eat? Repeated Yukio. Sokka nodded. What kind of food? Yunru asked, biting his lip as he held onto Yukio, who now grabbed onto the man Sokka was carrying, though he was careful to avoid his many burns. I got as much as I could fit inside the balloon, Sokka said, smiling a little. I just hope no animals got to it, because, as things stand, I'd even eat those animals. Growled the man Sokka was carrying. Sokka chuckled and nodded. Hopefully you won't have to, he said, breathing deeply and raising his eyes into the dark of the forest. He should have been more apprehensive, he knew, of traveling at night amid trees, without knowing for sure where he was going. What little light the stars and moon were providing them with wasn't enough for Sokka to be sure they were on the right track. Nonetheless, he carried on forward, hoping the hill would be looming close enough, and guessing that, after Sitha's murder spree, it wasn't very likely for White Lotus agents to lurk anywhere in the Fire Nation mainland. If just because of that, he could hope they wouldn't show up now to avenge their comrades once more. By the time the ground started to elevate, Sokka nearly collapsed in relief. He hadn't looked back, not even once, but that no soldiers hadn't followed them so far had to count as a victory. He set down the gladiator he'd been carrying and picked up the other one as promised before continuing to climb the hill, followed closely by the rest of the group. Shania, at the very end of the long line, glanced through the forest often, in fear anyone would come across them, including the naked soldier Sokka had left somewhere in the trees. If only he'd killed the guy, but his stomach clenched upon realizing he no longer had to think that way. No doubt it wasn't easy to move on from that mentality after over a year of committing constant murders, but he was free. Or at least, freer than he had been in a very long time. He nearly choked up at the thought, but he shook his head and carried onwards, knowing he couldn't lower his guard no matter what. As promising as this was so far, it wasn't over yet. The hill wasn't too tall, but the climb was difficult for the weak and exhausted men following Sokka. By the time he reached the hot air balloon, he decided to set down the man he'd been carrying merely to head right back down to help the others. The thin man, called Bojang, was left to stare at the deflated hot air balloon with utmost confusion, but he was relieved, nonetheless. Their crazy savior had kept true to his promises so far, and he had brought them right to whatever this thing was, away from Fazan. See, Yunru? We're already here, Sokka was saying as he returned to the flat ground of the mountain where he'd left the hot air balloon. He was carrying Yunru now, and Yukio had arrived along with him, after reassuring Sokka that he wouldn't need his help. Little by little, the rest of the gladiators reached the hot air balloon's hiding spot, and they all regarded it with utter confusion. Once Shania arrived, Sokka opened the basket's small door and checked the crates he'd packed in it. With a happy sigh, he pulled out the first of them and opened it. Here we are. Your reward for enduring my crazy plans and coming as far as you have with me, Sokka said, smiling. The food was cold, but the famished gladiators couldn't have cared less. In a matter of moments, they had split the rations of rice amongst themselves and they ate them as though they had never tasted anything quite as delicious ever before. No doubt Song's rice was good, but Sokka knew fully well that he had been just as relieved to eat anything other than the horrible gruel Huangli always forced on his gladiators. Even if the rice had been subpar, it would have been the most welcome change anyhow. Still, it wasn't the moment for Sokka to reflect on how nice it was for his new friends to have something good to eat. He had to figure out what to do about the balloon. Would it need to be stronger? Could he build a larger basket if necessary? He could, perhaps, add a few wooden platforms to it, in case all 13 of them didn't fit inside it, but he wasn't sure that would be the right solution for their predicament. The truth was that, as thin as these men were, it might still be too much weight for the hot air balloon. Okay. I know we're not exactly safe, said Fuma, after finishing his ration of rice. He looked at Sokka with his only eye and a raised eyebrow, but I think this is where you ought to start, introducing yourself properly. Said Sokka, blinking a few times. I didn't even tell you guys my name, did I? They all shook their heads, and Sokka chuckled before shaking his head and pulling out a new food crate. I'm Sokka. I'm from the Southern Water Tribe, he said, placing the crate on the ground and opening. It had an assortment of sweet buns, which he distributed amongst the group quickly. I was a warrior, and I tried to force the Fire Nation out of our pull. They had built a military settlement there, and I wanted to make them leave. Anyone would want that, grumbled Yukio, scowling. Bastards they are, taking whatever they please. I had a pretty stupid plan in mind to capture a lot of Fire Nation Big Hots who'd show up for a meeting in the settlement, Sokka said, sighing. Turns out, well, amongst them was the woman who'd become my sponsor. And, well, you fell for her at first sight, Shania declared, and Sokka flinched. Hey. I did not. Then, at second sight? Shania asked, earning himself and Sokka some very confused and disturbed stares. No. Sokka exclaimed, glad the darkness of the night wouldn't let the others see his blush. That's not, no. The point is, she defeated me like I was nothing. But because I showed her proper respect, she decided I deserved to live, pretty much. At the time I sure resented her for it, because I was forced into slavery, but as I was badly wounded I hardly noticed what on earth happened to me between being caught by her and winding up at Hui Yi's amateur arena. So, you weren't in the slave market for long? Asked Jeming. That's lucky. Is it really? Asked Shania, grimacing. Means he was killing people for longer than he would have been if he had been in that other hellhole for a bit longer. Yeah, well. I don't think I was there for long, no, Sokka said, frowning in confusion. Like I said, I can't remember much of how I got there. I guess her soldiers merely dropped me off at Hui Yi's slave market. They just delivered you at their doorstep, just like that? Asked Yukio, raising his eyebrows. Well, yeah, said Sokka, shrugging. Why? Was it any different for you guys? On the most part, no, said Fuma, but most of us, well, we were handed over to the market by some strange folk. They look like soldiers, I guess, but they're a lot like the guards, you know? The fire-bending guards from the arena, said Jeming. I always thought they worked together, Shania said. They have the same uniforms and all, as far as I can tell. Heh. Might be, said Jeming. Sokka frowned as he listened to their conversation. I guess now that you guys mention it, I never really did stop to think about why firebenders would lower themselves to serve as guards at amateur arenas, Sokka admitted. It feels like a job they'd think they're too good for, right? I figured they'd be paid pretty well, shrugged Shania. I'm not sure those crappy arenas made much money, Sokka said. They're really not that lucrative a business. And if your handler was anything like mine, he'd blow his money on, well, stuff to make his gladiators more miserable, really. Yeah? Ours was too greedy for that, said Shania. He always looked to be obsessed with money to me. So, you think a guy as greedy as that would pay decent wages to his, 6 fire-bending guards? Sokka asked, remembering how many corpses there had been in the sand pit. Shania shrugged. Truth be told, I doubt it, Shania acknowledged. Sokka frowned, his mind drifting as he glared at the rocky ground. For all his years at Azula's side, he'd told her to end slavery and asked her to act on it many times so far, even if he knew she lacked the power to achieve a considerable change just yet. But for the first time he was starting to ponder what forces were truly moving behind slavery. For all this time he had assumed Oze was behind it, as he was behind everything dreadful in the Fire Nation, but suddenly it seemed things weren't as straightforward as he had thought. It was true, the fire-bending guards in Huiyi had worn some sort of uniform that didn't match most soldiers' uniforms. At the time, Sokka hadn't paid any attention to that fact, but hired muscle, wearing uniforms. Were they mercenaries of some sort? If so, why would the same kind of mercenaries guard the amateur arenas and the markets? Did they answer to the same leader, then? Who was that, though? According to Azula, Oze didn't take much care to design laws for slavery, which was why she had created that massive project of hers. All he wanted was to punish those who didn't acknowledge him as their ruler. But there was a system of a sort. There was, or else the guards in Huiyi wouldn't have worn the same outfits as the ones in Fazan. As the ones in the markets. If this was legal and approved by the Fire Lord, Azula would have known about this. She was one of the people Oze trusted the most. Perhaps their relationship was strained lately, but slavery had been happening officially for around a decade by now. Whatever system existed, it had been implemented for years, long before Azula and Oze had their falling out over Cephas. Long enough that Azula should be aware of its existence and inner workings if it were something openly supported and backed by the Fire Lord. But perhaps that was why Azula simply didn't know anything about that system. It wouldn't be all that surprising that this system, whatever it was, would be operating outside Fire Nation laws, nowhere near Azula's sphere of influence. Oze had to be connected to whoever was controlling this system, though. Sokka ran a hand through his hair as the thoughts rushed through his mind. No doubt Oze had to understand what was going on. He was the Fire Lord, he was the one who allowed slavery to thrive as it had, he was the one who had rejected Azula's project, too. Perhaps he had something to gain through slavery other than stroking his own ego. Perhaps. Say, you didn't finish your explanations, Sokka, Fuma said, startling him out of his daze. They had continued to eat and talk while he frowned, lost in thought what happened after you ended up in the amateur arena, then? She had second thoughts and came back for you. Must be she's the one who fell at first sight then, said Shania again, earning himself skeptical and disbelieving glares from his comrades. What? And no, well, she came to Huiyi 2 years later because she needed to get rid of a suitor, said Sokka. The confused stares compelled him to explain himself better, and he sighed. Okay, I'll explain some more in a bit, you guys, but we do need to figure out how we'll get out of here. Weren't you going to do it with this balloon thing, whatever it is? Shania asked. Sokka nodded but sighed. Yeah, but it's tricky, he said. Ideally, we'd all go on one trip, but if it's not possible, we'll have to take more than one trip to get us all to safety. So. He pushed down the last 3 crates of food, to the delight of his new friends, but before they could dig in, Sokka gestured at the hot air balloon. I'm going to fill it, he said, and once I do, you're all going to get on board, and we'll see if I can get us all out of here in a single haul. If not, then I guess we'll do 2 or 3 trips instead. I mean, you guys aren't exactly heavy, so hopefully 2 or 3 trips would be enough, even if we'll be cramped in there. The rest seemed to agree wholeheartedly, and Sokka smiled before opening the crates so they could continue to eat. It was better for them to do away with the food provisions right away, for they would only make the balloon heavier. As he was getting started with the engine, though, someone yanked his sleeve gently. Sokka glanced down to find Yunru offering him one of the sweet buns from the second crate. Won't you eat too? He asked, with a small voice. Sokka smiled and shook his head. Believe me, I'd love to, but you guys need it much more than I do right now, he said, patting the young boy's head. Don't worry about me. I'll eat when I go home. Where's home for you anyhow, Sokka? Asked Shania. You told me earlier you don't exactly live with the Fire Lord, so, where do you live? A small house near the outskirts of the capital's crater, Sokka said, watching as the engine sparked to life. I've been living there ever since, well, since I finished my swordsmanship training. Whoa, you're a swordsman. Yunru asked, eyes gleaming with amazement. Sokka nodded. I learned from the Fire Nation's best sword master, or so I was told. Sokka said it's not his skill I question, though, but his belonging to the Fire Nation. As far as I can tell, he doesn't care much for his nation and I can't say I blame him entirely, but there's Fire Nation people who don't like their nation. Asked Yukio, hard to believe. It's not a lot of them, admittedly, Sokka said, but they exist, yeah. It's only a problem if they become wild extremists, and join the White Lotus, and then try to kill a water tribe guy who owed their fancy organization no allegiance yet still saved their members from certain death. He stopped his bitter rambling when he noticed everyone else was staring at him in confusion. He smiled guiltily before shaking his head. Never mind. Long story, he said. At any rate, yeah, I'm a swordsman. I also make smoke bombs, and the amateur arena let me keep the weapons I was captured with at the South Pole, my boomerang, my knife, and my club. He gestured at the knife that now hung on his belt. They admired it, the foreign craftsmanship impressive in their eyes even though they couldn't see it easily in the dark of the night. Anyways, once Azula found me again we struck a deal, Sokka continued. She promised that, if I ever became the top gladiator of the Superior League, she'd let me return to the South Pole, so I've been working with her towards that end since then. I didn't really think I had good odds to fulfill her expectations at the start, but you do now? Asked Gemming, surprised. How does that Superior League work anyhow? All I know is, they don't fight to the death there, right? No, there are time limits and judges, Sokka said. Knockouts can end fights too, so no one has to kill their opponent, but some still do. Well, if you haven't had to kill people to survive every time, it's already an improvement from the amateur arena, said Gemming, sighing in relief. Yeah, it really is. So, there's 500 fighters in the league, Sokka continued. There are earthbenders and firebenders there too, which adds a whole new spin on the matter for those of us who came out of amateur leagues. Benders? That sounds horrible, said Gemming. Fighting benders must be so much worse than fighting non-benders. Well, most the benders I've fought lately aren't that troublesome, Sokka grumbled, whereas the last non-bender I fought damn near killed me with a crazy poison blend he made, so I'd suggest you don't underestimate non-benders anyhow. Poison? Asked Yunru, eyes wide. Sokka nodded. His fighter name is the Mad Alchemist, Sokka said, shaking his head. He was a handful, but I got him somehow. I can't even remember fully how. But it was bad. Really bad. Sounds like things are worse in the Superior League, and better at the same time, said Fuma. And the 500 fighters are ranked, then? That's right, Sokka said. As of the last time we could check the ranking, I was the 97th? Or something like that, I can't even remember. Whoa! Exclaimed Yukio, as the rest of the group gasped. You're serious? You're that high in a ranking of big-time gladiators? Asked Shania. Yeah, well, rising gets tougher the higher you go, Sokka said, with a shrug. As things stand, I still have several years before I can actually become the #1 fighter, but my sponsor struck a deal with her uncle, who sponsors a crazy earthbender, my biggest rival in the league. If I could prove I was the best non-bender in the ranking, and she could prove to be the best earthbender, we'd fight, and then the winner would go after the actual top fighter in the league, to see if either of us is good enough to be considered #1. Even if we don't have enough points to get there yet, it's complicated and messy, but it'd be a way to know for sure whether I'm good enough to be the top gladiator or not. Sounds weird, said Shania, blinking blankly. Is that why you won't escape with us? You're, bound by honor to help her prove you're the best non-bender or something? Well, not really, said Sokka, checking the hot air balloon now. It was nearly full by now, the dark fabrics hovering around the balloon in that eerie and confusing way the gladiators couldn't quite understand. The Mad Alchemist was the actual top non-bender, and as I defeated him, people now consider me the best non-bender. So it's just a matter of waiting for Toph to be done with her side of the... Wait, what? You're the best non-bender in the Superior League? Exclaimed Shania, eyes wide. Why, you mean, for real? So they say, but I admit I have trouble believing it myself, Sokka said, with a small smile. All right, then. Let's test if we can fly together, shall we? The rest of the group seemed fascinated with Sokka, both with the stories he could tell and the ease with which he told them. There was no doubt in their minds that the crazy man who had come to their rescue was extraordinary in countless ways, but it seemed Sokka was too preoccupied with checking if the balloon could fly to think about how impressive he looked in their eyes. I'm not sure we all fit in there, Shania said, lingering back as he stared at the already stuffed basket. Him, Yukio and Jemming were still on solid ground, let alone does it look like it'll fly anywhere. Sokka sighed and nodded, knowing that forcing the engine would likely be pointless. He ushered them to get off one by one until there were only 6 men aboard. By then, the balloon started to rise, and he had to pull at the lid to make sure the balloon would stay on the ground again. Okay, then, 6 people at most for it to fly? 3 trips, at least Sokka sighed. Alright, then, as there's only 13 of us, 4 people on each trip, except for the last one, where it'll be 5. Now, then, where to? Sokka stepped off the hot air balloon, picked up one of the empty crates and turned it upside down. He spread his map of the Fire Nation across it, and the gladiators watched intently as he drafted traveling plans quickly. The group continued to eat Sokka's provisions until there wasn't a crumb left in the last crate. Most the gladiators couldn't remember the last time they'd eaten until their stomachs were full, and their grateful smiles spoke for themselves. Alright, I think the best thing we can do is travel towards the second volcano, in the northeast, Sokka said, glancing in that direction. He could see the silhouette of the first volcano even in the darkness, looming ahead of them. That way we'll pass by the gates unnoticed. I'll drop off the first group near the shore, hopefully we'll find some place free of villages or towns there. After that, I'll come back for the second group, then the third, and once we're all together, 3 more trips, this time into the Black Cliffs. The Black Cliffs? Yunru asked. Sokka nodded. It's your best bet to survive unnoticed, I've already explained to Shania, said Sokka, with a weak smile. Now, then, which ones amongst you guys are strong and capable of fighting, even now? Yukio's always ready to fight, said Fuma. As though to prove himself, Yukio gritted his teeth and snarled, a hand near the knife on his hip. Great. I just want there to be a ready fighter per group, at least. I know all of you have been fighting for a very long time, but in case anything happens, I don't want to leave any groups defenseless. He said a few of you are in no condition to fight right now, so you'll have to separate in full-rounded teams before we take off. Sokka, if this pays off, we'll be safe? Yunru asked, looking at him with uncertainty. Sokka gritted his teeth. I don't want to promise something I can't guarantee, Yunru. Sokka said it's not easy to say for sure that you'll be okay, but I hope your best bet is in that island. I know it's not too reassuring, but we can't drop our guard, Shania said, sighing, but it seems we might get away after all. And that's more than most amateur gladiators can get. Yeah. Hopefully, the princess and I will find a way to change that in the future, Sokka said, but, until then, not having to kill people for a living will, hopefully, be a good step up for all of you. The uncertainty of the trip they were about to undertake still daunted them, but the gladiators nodded all the same. Hope that hadn't glowed in their eyes for years was present now, brighter than the moon and stars above them, and Sokka's chest tightened at the sight of it. His smile was earnest as he jerked his head towards the hot air balloon. All right, then, are you guys ready to go? The group smiled too and nodded. They decided on their teams quickly, with Shania, Yukio and a rugged-looking man called Zionli, the one who had been proud to take credit for killing Shizen, leading each group. By dawn, the hot air balloon was already soaring in the heights of the sky, with excited and terrified amateur gladiators in its basket, and with Sokka expertly piloting his way towards the freedom he had promised for the men he meant to protect. We're so sorry, sir. We couldn't extinguish all that fire. We tried, the officer said, though he doubted his pleading would serve any purpose. As far as he could tell, Admiral Zhao was more than ready to strip his rank from him and threatened to have him demoted into slavery to make up for the gladiators who had died in the fire. Zhao frowned heavily at the charred debris in the blackened land where the amateur arena had stood before. He had arrived to find the fire in full swing and commanded his men to work towards quenching it. Nevertheless, it had taken hours for the fire to die down, and by then there was nothing left within, nothing but charred wood and burnt corpses. And yet something was off. He had instructed his men to gather the corpses and count the skulls. So far, the head count was merely 7. The information Jose had given him stated something entirely different. 12 gladiators, 6 guards, and 1 handler. He repeated to himself, rolling his eyes and turning towards his men. Amongst them was a naked soldier, flustered and frustrated in his humiliation. They had found him in his small clothes in the forest, and upon waking up he had confessed to not knowing what had happened to him. He had chased a weird sound through the forest, it seemed, and that was the last thing he knew before Zhao's troops had found him. Even without the precedent established by the White Lotus attack all those years ago, it would have been obvious that someone had impersonated the guard, and it became clearer yet when the officer in charge had shared a sad story about some brave soldier who had entered the amateur arena and tried to negotiate with the renegades to no avail. If true, the story meant there had to be even one more corpse in the pile. There should have been 20 skulls. And instead, they had 7. It wasn't that hard to tell which 7 they belonged to. You do realize, Zhao said, turning towards the officer, that these rebels escaped. They what? The officer said, breathlessly. Zhao sighed. They did indeed, right under your noses. Aided by whoever was hiding under that guard's uniform, he continued. The officer was speechless at first, but he frowned in outrage soon enough. Oh. That wretched bastard. He exclaimed, so you're saying the fire was a cover-up? And then they escaped while we were fighting the flames. Indeed, said Zhao, breathing deeply before shaking his head. All the same, it makes no matter. We'll track down the gladiators, and we'll deliver them to the Fire Lord, as requested. 12 gladiators, yes. That's the right amount. Indeed, sir, said the officer, uncertain. Then that's what needs to be done. Zhao determined. My troops will find them. This problem is no longer yours to deal with. The arena is gone, as are all its occupants, and as things stand, I doubt it'll be rebuilt. But it means less problems for you, at least until the Fire Lord demotes you for your incompetence. Yes, sir. But for now, I need you to find me a messenger hawk, said Zhao, his eyes narrow. And that's an order, officer. The man trembled before he scrambled to do as the admiral had asked. Zhao breathed deeply and shook his head, knowing Jose would be beyond displeased, knowing someone, whoever it was, had gotten away with helping those escaped gladiators. But as things stood, no one else needed to know that the rebels had gotten away. No, this officer and this entire town would believe Zhao would be successful at tracking them down. And the Fire Lord would indeed execute the gladiators, just as he intended to. Jose summoned the general of the guards on the next day, after his second full reading of the slavery reform project. Once more, the project lay safely locked inside a cabinet, but this time Jose wasn't quite as dismissive of it as he had been before. It was a dangerous thing, born from a dangerous mind, the mind of a daughter he had raised into being his perfect heir, and who was slowly but surely turning into a bigger threat to his rule than anyone else could ever be. But this wasn't about her, at least, not entirely. Jose waited patiently until Xiaofeng finally arrived. The Fire Lord ordered the guards by his study's door to take a walk. What he wanted to discuss with the general should not be overheard. I take it you have heard news of what took place in the village of Fazan over the past few days, Jose said, his cold glare bearing into the general's own. I did, my lord, Xiaofeng spoke, his tone threatening. Jose wasn't daunted. I have sent Admiral Zhao to sort out this particular problem for me, he continued. I await confirmation that he has apprehended the criminals. But until I receive such confirmation, well, even after I do, my thoughts couldn't seem to stop drifting towards you. I suspect you understand already why that is the case. My lord, said Xiaofeng, closing his eyes as he breathed deeply. It was but one mishap. After 10 years. In 10 years, this business has caused you no significant trouble. One slight is meaningless compared with 10 years of peace. 10 years of peace indeed, Jose said, folding his arms over his chest, because, from now on, I suppose I'll have to brace myself for the opposite. They're but slaves, Xiaofeng growled. They're no threat to our nation, you know that as well as I do. Slaves are meaningless. Whatever uprisings they may stage. Do not diminish your responsibility in the unfolding of these events, Xiaofeng, Jose growled. A proper soldier should know better than that. My responsibility? Xiao Feng repeated, scoffing. I'm just as responsible for this miserable revolt as I am for all the perfectly controlled and secluded crime towns that you were so relieved to entrust to me. One problem, like I said, isn't. One problem is one too many, Jose snapped. For, if you may recall, you swore to me that you would handle your business with such finesse that no one would ever notice you were the puppeteer stringing along the slavery system. That you would cause no trouble, that you would put all the resources I've allotted for you to good use. And now Fazan is in chaos because you got distracted, I assume. It was only a matter of chance. Some slaves are more rebellious than others, and in this case they were too rebellious, Xiao Feng said. Not to mention, this is a perfect opportunity to remind your people that you will not tolerate treason of any sort. It's hardly a disadvantageous situation for you, my L-. Don't patronize me, Jose interrupted, raising his head as he continued to glare at Xiao Feng with scorn. Not a year ago I was nearly at the center of a catastrophic crisis when I almost had a group of homeless fools executed, fools who were but pawns in someone else's game. Hadn't my daughter intervened when she did, I could have made a mistake I might have paid a hefty price for. Am I truly to believe you when you claim that you have perfect control over slavery when I keep finding weaknesses and flaws, both in the slavery system as well as our nation's and city's security, all of which are your responsibility? What are you talking about? Said Xiao Feng, scowling. I have perfect control of the trade, of the acquisition, of every stage of the process. You couldn't possibly. Your reports aren't as reliable as you believe they are, if that's so, Jose said, pointing at some of the papers on his desk. Xiao Feng snarled. You've offered numbers that don't add up. I didn't pay enough attention before. No doubt you knew I wasn't reading them as thoroughly as I was supposed to, but I did this time, Xiao Feng. And upon contrasting the actual headcount reported by Fazan's authorities, as opposed to the one you provided me with, it would seem there are discrepancies. Slaves, unaccounted for. Care to explain why, regardless of where I searched, I can't even find my daughter's Gladiator in any of your lists? He was. She dropped him off wherever she pleased, Xiao Feng growled. It doesn't mean he wasn't accounted for, merely. I'll need to look through my books. I'm sure he's there somewhere. Yet he's not here, Jose said, lifting the pages pertinent to Huiyi's slave trade. And that's but one case out of countless, where the numbers in the slave markets don't seem to match the numbers you received through shipments. Why is that, Xiao Feng? My lord. Growled Xiao Feng, shaking his head. This is nowhere near as serious as you're trying to make it. What is it to you anyways? It's slaves. Slavery has always been a matter you deferred to me and you handled it as you pleased, so long as you caused me no problems, Jose said, with narrow eyes. Curiously, we're facing problems now. And it brought me to analyze your performance so far in your very coveted role of slave master to end all slave masters. Don't joke around, Xiao Feng grunted, and Jose scoffed. Now. You dare give me orders, Xiao Feng? He asked. But the general's demeanor had changed, into that angry, unruly man he often was when someone else stepped on his toes. You know what I'm capable of, Xiao Feng snapped, or do you need a reminder of why you're even Fire Lord in the first place? Mind your tongue, General, Jose said, coldly, but Xiao Feng seemed to have no interest in being moderate today. If I felt like it, you could lose everything, Xiao Feng declared, slamming his hands down on the desk. A few papers were crumpled under his fingers, others slid off the mahogany table and to the marble floors. You know I have the power to do that. And you know fully well there's only one reason I haven't used it. Ah. That's how it is, then? Jose asked, before standing up. In his fury, he seemed to rise taller than Xiao Feng. Even you'll reveal the truth to the whole world. You'll join forces with the head sage, and together you'll arrange a coup to overthrow me? And then what, Xiao Feng? What do you think will happen to your fancy side business when my daughter takes over my duties? The color drained from Xiao Feng's face slowly. Jose's threatening glare easily overpowered his now. Oh, so he hadn't thought of that, had he? You've spent years dangling this over my head like a fool, Xiao Feng, pretending you have more power than you truly do, Jose growled. If I gave the order, if I said the word, you would die in this very room, right now. What good would your precious blackmailing resource be by then, I wonder? You're more than questionable enough on your own, hissed Xiao Feng. If the general of your guards died now, just when there's been a slave uprising, You think no one would notice? No one would put it together? Do you think they wouldn't expect you to answer for whatever crimes you think I'm responsible for? Crimes? I'm Fire Lord, said Oze, derisively. Xiaofeng's scowl deepened. I answer to no one. Well, you, Xiaofeng, swore an oath as an imperial guard. And as a royal guard, before that, said Oze, and by that oath you will abide, unless you decide you'd rather face the full brunt of my wrath instead of retaining your very comfortable position as general of my guards. And what of the slaves? Xiaofeng asked, huffing. I'll be allowed to stay your general, you say? Even after this petty failure that you seem to view as something as catastrophic as the Dragon of the West's failed siege. You are, indeed, the one man with control and power over most the slavery system, Oze said, curtly, but you won't be the only one with such control anymore, Xiaofeng. The Fire Nation will change, yet again, and you will either be part of that change, or you will be discarded. There's no middle ground left when it comes to this. What is that supposed to mean? Xiaofeng asked, eyes wide. You're not saying. I'm saying you'll continue to do your business, but with limitations, Oze said, determinedly. I won't risk new uprisings and revolts. There are promising possibilities ahead for slavery, and I believe this may be the right moment to explore them. What are you? No. You can't give this to anyone else. You can't set limitations to it. This underworld is. It simply doesn't work that way. Lawlessness is needed for a healthy nation. You said that to me once, Oze said, smirking. Healthy indeed, is it not? Homeless people roaming my city, slaves rebelling, the White Lotus doing as it pleases right under our noses, through spies we can't identify yet. Even in terms of being general of the guards, you've left more than enough to be desired, but when it comes to your secondary business, you've done even worse. What did you expect of me? Xiaofeng huffed, looking at Oze in disbelief. You wanted me to find these homeless people and turn them into slaves as well, perhaps. To figure out who the White Lotus spy was just so I could do the same thing to him? Is that it? Oh, at this point, said Oze, sighing and shaking his head. At this point, Xiaofeng, I'll just be content to find someone more capable than you to handle this problem. I've been too lenient with someone who offered nothing but mediocrity. To think I've allowed you to profit off this system as freely as you pleased, and this is how you thank me. By shrugging off your responsibility and pretending you've done me a favor when we both know it's the other way around. And yet you didn't think so lowly of me when your old man dropped dead, Xiaofeng hissed. Wasn't I your reliable soldier all along, your ally even in the harshest times? Are you sure you'd rather make me your enemy instead? The Fire Lord's eyes narrowed again, dangerously so. Oh, he longed to give the order. To put an end to this conversation in the most final way of all, but it was true, it wasn't convenient. As bad a job as he had done in recent times, Xiaofeng was still effectively in power of the slavery system, even if it felt like the majority of it was well out of the fool's control altogether. But once it was safely in someone else's control, by then it would be safe to get rid of him. Oze had endured the general's blackmailing attempts for much longer than anyone with common sense should have put up with, and that would end as soon as possible, as soon as this bastard was no longer as essential as he had spent years pretending he was. Truthfully, Oze had trusted him once, but with every passing day, Xiaofeng was more of a liability, a problem to be rid of. At this point, Oze had next to no compunctions about doing exactly that. I'll retain control of the slavery system, Xiaofeng declared. You can't teach new tricks to old pets, Oze. It's been 10 years, over 10 years by now, and the slavery system has worked smoothly enough for all this time. You can't expect to hold it down with whatever solution you have in mind. And what if I succeed? Asked Oze, with a small smirk. You say it won't work, that the underworld will continue to thrive as freely as it pleases. It seems you should do just that, then. Your surplus, the revenues you're not accounting for, all that which you keep hiding from me can continue to be yours. But if the person in charge of the new system finds out about you and your dealings, Xiaofeng. You're threatening me again. Xiaofeng growled, but Oze continued speaking regardless. You will face consequences. And try as though you might, Xiaofeng, you won't drag me into this with you. Not this time, said Oze, his glare bearing into Xiaofeng's desperate eyes now. You merely asked me here to inform me of your decision. Xiao Feng said, his clenched fists trembling to make a fool out of me for sport. One mistake, and this is what I get? An ultimatum, after all this time. I've chosen to allow you to retain your rank, General, Oze said, raising his eyebrows. Isn't that leniency enough for you? Here I thought I was being far too generous. Xiao Feng shook his head and stepped towards the door, turning his back on the Fire Lord. One more second in the same room as him, and he would lose all his self-restraint for sure. Once, they had been allies. Once, Xiao Feng had been one of Oze's steadfast supporters, standing by him with determination, with a promising career ahead of him, until Ajalon had taken him into his service. Oze had hoped, truly, that the years serving his father would only make the former captain of his royal guards more appreciative and supportive of him. It had been a foolish, childish assumption. There had been no point in trusting him. Trust truly was for fools, and he had learned it the hard way that fateful night where he had obtained everything he wanted, at a much greater cost than he had been ready to pay. He closed his eyes as Xiao Feng slammed the door behind himself. The general would no doubt see about this for a while, and he would go right back to his corrupt dealings, be them whatever they were. Oze frankly couldn't understand it. Why would Xiao Feng conceal information about the slavery system from the Fire Lord who had enabled it in the first place? It was ridiculous, and yet it was suspicious, extremely so. Whatever dark dealings he had, they had to be considerably murky if he thought Oze wouldn't approve of them. But that was, truly, none of the Fire Lord's business. Not anymore, at the very least. It would be up to someone else to uncover Xiao Feng's secrets. A shape flowed into corporeality near a wall, well out of view from anyone who might glance through the study's windows right now. Oze's eyes shifted towards Cephas, who bowed his head gently towards his master. I thought he might attack you, my lord, said Cephas. Oze scoffed. I suppose you did, he said. Xiao Feng is a fool, and yet I suppose even he wouldn't go quite as far as that. Were you certain he would hold back? If so, why did you ask me to be present for this conversation? Cephas asked. You had never requested that of me before. Because I've yanked his vanity project out of his hands and I'll be entrusting it to someone else. No doubt, he could have responded in unforeseen ways, but he's a coward in the end. An incompetent coward, Oze finished, shaking his head and glancing at Cephas. Either way, I want you to keep an eye on him. If he displays any signs of treason, feel free to. A knock on Oze's door compelled Cephas to fade into nothingness once more. Oze frowned and walked to the door, wondering if Xiao Feng had returned. If so, he would have to hope he hadn't overheard him speaking with Cephas. But on the other side of the door stood an ordinary servant, bearing a not-so-ordinary message in his hands. A scroll with a black ribbon, indicating the message was urgent. Oze didn't even bother exchanging pleasantries with the man before taking the paper and slamming the door again. Upon reading the content of the letter, Oze was outraged, and then confused. Afterwards, he was irritated, disappointed, but soon enough, as he reached the end of Zhao's suggested solution, he found his old friend had the right idea. Oh, of course he did. My lord? Cephas asked, just as Oze's lips were drawn into a dangerous smirk. Your main services won't be required for the time being, I hope, but remain near the general all the same, Cephas, Oze declared. As you wish, said Cephas, bowing his head. Oze closed the scroll again before breathing deeply, revitalized even after the long-winded and irksome argument he'd held with Xiao Feng barely moments ago. Calling for a public execution certainly was a grand way to boost his spirits. Chapter 179, Slave Riot 4. He hadn't returned yet. She didn't expect him to. She was aware that his self-imposed mission would take some time, but it was the second morning now since he'd left. Angela wanted to believe no news would be good news, but the unease in her gut only increased with every passing moment. She had visited Song yesterday in the afternoon to find her alone, waiting for Sokka just as much as Angela was. They had spent a great deal of the evening together, eventually joined by Ruishi, who had no new information regarding the slave riot either. Zhao's men had to have reached Fazan by now, though, whatever had happened in that town would be known sooner than later. It couldn't be much longer now. Angela climbed out of her bed by sunrise, readied herself for the day, ate the breakfast the servants brought for her, and resonated to be sure Cephas was nowhere around, a habit she had grown accustomed to in the past months. To her chagrin, she felt echoes of his presence in her father's room and several areas of the palace. He was gone now, it seemed, for she didn't feel his inner fire in full this time. She guessed her father summoned him whenever his rule faced complications, a quick solution of smoke and ashes to do away with any enemies that might threaten his stability on the throne. But it wouldn't make much sense for Cephas to deal with a slave riot already known to military leaders of the nation. Perhaps Jose merely wanted him around as an assurance, in case there was no way to put down the riots without resorting to quick murders, but Angela truly hoped the potential consequences would deter her father from using Cephas this time. Otherwise, Sokka's mission would be even more dangerous than it already was. She had only just finished fixing her hair, by now she could do it by herself, despite she always thought the servants and Sokka did a much better job at arranging her dark locks neatly, when she heard a soft knock on the door. She frowned, hoping it would be something small and menial, meaningless in the grand scheme of things. An unknown Imperial guard stood behind the door when she opened it. Her stomach clenched. "Is something the matter?" she asked, schooling her expression into practiced neutrality. "The Fire Lord requires your presence by noon at the palace's front gates," the Imperial guard answered. The words hit her with the force of a crashing tsunami. If Angela hadn't kept a hand on the door's frame, she wasn't sure she would have managed to stay upright. She closed her eyes, despite knowing she shouldn't have, but there was no way she could control her reactions even if she tried. Not after what this soldier had just said. "Who will be executed?" she asked, unable to keep her voice from trembling. Outside of the festival's parade, the only events that would see the capital's citizens and elite gathering in front of the palace's gates were executions. Despite knowing this, despite the sinking feeling in her gut, she had to know for sure that her worst nightmare was coming to pass. "Is it the rebel slaves?" "Indeed," the Imperial guard answered, curtly. Angela's throat closed in immediately. He had been caught. All of them been caught. Sokka's escape attempt had failed. Was this guard here to gauge her reaction, to make sure Sokka was acting on his own accord and that his sponsor had nothing to do with it? Was it, as ever, a test of her father's? If so, she was doomed to fail it. If just this time, there was no way she could control her emotions over the news she'd received. "Be ready when the time comes. You are expected to stand by your father's right hand," the Imperial guard said, before bowing his head and turning on his heels. Angela gritted her teeth and covered her face with a hand. No, if Sokka was involved, this guard would have dragged her to her father's throne room without explaining anything, and she would have been questioned, outright. It was obvious enough that Sokka wouldn't have heard about this rebellion through any means other than Angela. If he had been caught, she wouldn't merely be told to stand next to her father while he was executed in front of her. Bile rose inside her as what she was about to witness sank in. She scrambled to her room's privy and the food she'd only just ingested poured out of her in a rush. Her head was light, tears were welling in her eyes, and common sense battled her emotions in a war that would tear her apart. There was no way he'd been caught, and yet a part of her, a really loud part of her, told her that was exactly what had happened. For, if it wasn't Sokka and the rebel gladiators he'd intended to save, who on earth would her father be executing today? The last trip to the coast began by mid-morning. Relief washed over Sokka as they drifted away from the forest and the hill, knowing that, even if their trail was followed, they would have seemingly vanished from existence to anyone who tried to track them now. As long as the hot air balloon was out of sight quickly enough to avoid being seen by any of Zhao's men, they would be safe. The first trip had been the most difficult one. They had to find a safe enough place to land, somewhere away from any villages, towns, and cities. As soon as they'd succeeded, Sokka had taken off again, leaving Yukio and his group to hide amongst the rocks of the tall cliffs where they'd take refuge. The second group, Xian Li's, had been ready and eager to go, and by the time he collected Shania's, the man was a bundle of nerves. They had stashed the now empty food crates on the basket, and they served as seats for the gladiators as they waited for Sokka to steer them all the way to the second volcano. "Can you see that place, the Black Cliffs, from the volcano?" Yunru had asked Sokka, halfway through the trip. He had insisted on being with the final group, regardless of how anxious he was, for being near Shania and Gemming helped him feel safer. Not really, Sokka answered, but don't worry. We'll get there before long. As far as I can tell, things are going to work out for the better now. If Zhao couldn't catch up to us so far, I doubt he will at all. Do you know that Zhao guy well? Yunru asked. Feels crazy that you're so close to the Fire Lord's people. I mean, it's good, because if you weren't you couldn't have helped us, but, it's crazy. I know, even I find it a little hard to believe at times, said Sokka, running a hand through his hair, but it's been a good thing, ultimately. I've helped plenty of people because of it, so I can't say I have many regrets about it. Really? Yunru said. Yep. I helped my tribe a while ago, when I convinced the Fire Lord to order his troops to abandon the settlement in the South Pole, and I'd say I've influenced Azula enough that she has tried to improve things for the lower classes in the Fire Nation and the slaves. She even proposes a project for laws on slavery that would favor the slaves, but her father shut it down, unsurprisingly. Must be awful being near him, Yunru muttered. You say your princess is nice, but he must be horrible. He is, no doubt, Sokka said. He's always manipulating everyone around him, and always getting his way regardless of the cost. I've always tried to sabotage his plans in whatever ways I can, but it doesn't tend to work out as well as it should. As much power as I may have, I can't really go toe-to-toe with the Fire Lord as I am. Yeah, I guess you can't. I think that, if I met the Fire Lord, I'd probably try to kill him, Yunru said, an unexpected aggressive edge in his voice. Sokka glanced at him from the corner of his eye and sighed. I thought the same thing, back in the day, he said, and if I'd followed up on that urge, the dead one probably would be me. Alright, but you know, it's all he deserves. I suppose, said Sokka, sighing, though, there could be worse punishments for him to undergo than death, if you ask me. Oh? Like, slavery? Yunru asked, frowning. Making the Fire Lord a slave, that'd feel just right, wouldn't it? After everything he's done to us. Heh, he'd be such a lousy slave too. Sokka smirked, always full of himself, roaring about how powerful he is and how he's going to make everyone pay, though I also think that, as far as punishments are concerned, it'd be pretty great for him to sit back and watch as his daughter becomes Fire Lord and puts an end to the war he and his ancestors were so stoked about. She'd end slavery eventually, too. He'd be pretty pissed if she did all those things, huh? Said Yunru, smiling now. Yup, said Sokka, grinning too. More than anyone can imagine, I bet. You think we'll be able to return home by then? Yunru asked. You said that maybe we can find a way back to the Earth Kingdom from the island you want to take us to, but things won't be the way they used to be even if we do return, right? No, I'm afraid not, said Sokka, sighing and lowering his head. I guess all your family must have been forced into slavery, huh? Well, yeah, said Yunru, his gaze lost in the horizon. We didn't have much choice. Soldiers just stormed our village a few months ago. Or, well, not really soldiers, it was those weird uniformed people. Right, said Sokka, frowning. How exactly did that work, if I can ask, Yunru? I know it's a horrible experience that you probably don't want to relive, but I was badly wounded when I was sold off to an amateur arena. Things were blurry for me and I never really understood how it all worked by the time I was lucid again. I should have tried to give it more thought than I did, but I thought maybe you guys can help me piece together how the slavery system really works. Well, I don't know, it all seemed pretty straightforward, said Yunru, shrugging. That Fire Nation group stormed our village and singled out everyone they thought could be sold as slaves. I was sent to the mainland, but I don't know where the rest of my family was taken. Everyone was on different ships, I guess, and then we were brought to a slave market and left there until someone wanted to buy us. Shizen B bought me because he thought I'd be an easy kill for gemming. I think the price was 10 yuans. Sokka scowled and shook his head. Shizen seemed less sadistic than Huangli in some regards, but he was merely a different manifestation of the same repulsive principles. Violence provided them with profit, and the more gruesome the violence, the higher the profit. Sokka doubted there was that much profit to be had anyhow, for the public always seemed to be comprised by the same people in Huiyi regardless of how gruesome the fights were, but he guessed that didn't deter handlers anyhow. Either way, I I don't know where I'd go even if I returned to the Earth Kingdom, said the young boy. My village is probably occupied by the Fire Nation now, or by those uniformed goons, and if they find me they'll just send me right back to the slavers. So, I'm not sure what I'd do. It's not like I could even reunite with my family there, they were all taken too, and I don't know where they are anymore. Well, not to give you false hopes, but some families have been able to reunite despite everything, Sokka said, biting his lip. Two of my friends did. Their mothers were slaves too, but with plenty of luck and some hard work, we managed to bring them together. Really? Said Yunru, surprised, but I doubt I'd have that much luck. You never know, said Sokka, grinning gently. Well, that's one more thing to suggest to Azula once it's time to end slavery for good. Helping former slaves track down their families. Would she really do that? Yunru asked, eyes wide. But then, what would happen with the Earth Kingdom? We don't have kings anymore. I'm afraid you'll likely still be part of the Fire Nation, Sokka admitted, even if you don't want to be. The one ruling the Earth Kingdom continent by now is the Fire Lord, as you know, so. Huh. Then if she's Fire Lord, she'd make us part of her nation officially. Yunru grimaced. I don't think I want to be a Fire Nation citizen. Can't blame you for that, Sokka said. I don't want to be one either, myself. Really? Even if you like it here? Yunru asked. I mean, I figured you did. You don't seem to hate it as much as the rest of us do. It's become a home to me, in ways I never thought it would be, Sokka admitted truthfully. Had anyone told me I was going to be happy in the Fire Nation after I left Huiyi, I would have thought they were barking mad. But, it's been 3 years since then. By now I've worked for Azula for longer than I spent in the amateur league. And as crazy as it may sound, I think I'm right where I need to be. I'm more convinced of it now, too, seeing how I managed to help you guys. Well, I'm glad you could help us too, but, what about you? What about your own family? Asked Yunru. Isn't the Water Tribe still safe if you got that settlement emptied? It is, or should be, Sokka said, nodding. Don't you want to go back? Wouldn't you rather be there than here? Yunru asked. Sokka swallowed hard. Truthfully, no, he said. Yunru's confusion only increased upon hearing that answer. It's not only that I can help more people by being here, but it's also that I attacked the settlement recklessly, when I knew I shouldn't have. For ages it's felt like I deserved the fate I got. I've always thought I need to become a worthier man before I can so much as think about going back. Huh, well, I think you're worthy enough as it is, Yunru said, lowering his gaze. You're strong, brave, and you helped us even if you didn't know us. You could have done nothing, but you came all this way for us. I'm only sorry I didn't do it sooner, Sokka sighed. It was wrong of me not to help in amateur arenas before it came to this. Well, you can start doing more things now, right? Said Yunru, smiling a little. Maybe you can liberate amateur arenas all over the Fire Nation, and ruin their stupid business. Heh. You're a visionary, for sure, said Sokka, smirking. That'd be a fine goal, for sure. Maybe once you do that, you'll feel worthy of going home, Yunru suggested. Sokka nodded. Maybe, he whispered, biting his lip. Sokka's achievements had outdone his own expectations so far, that couldn't be denied. He had done a better job resisting the Fire Nation from within it than he ever did while openly fighting against it. And some days, if just some days, it felt like that ought to be enough. But then he'd remember the disappointed look on his father's eyes, the warnings he'd offered, the lessons he'd wanted Sokka to learn without having to suffer through them directly. He'd remember all those young warriors whose minds he'd filled with delusions of how they'd become the greatest army of all, and they'd take back everything the Fire Nation had stolen from the world. They were the dreams of a child, of a boy with no understanding of the world as it truly was. There was a strong chance his father would be proud of him for surviving, for coming home to them, once he did. That he wouldn't be displeased or disappointed in Sokka for having failed, for having ignored his father's wisdom. Would his opinion of himself change if his father didn't condemn him? Would he feel worthy of his own people again? Would they still consider him worthy, once he turned his back on them again to return to Azula, this time leaving of his own volition? That last thought was enough to solidify his fears. They might have been proud of his achievements, they might have been glad to see him safe and sound, until they discovered how much he cared for the woman he had once sworn to hate for eternity. They wouldn't understand that he couldn't possibly fathom a life without her anymore. He had found belonging by her side, and he was sure his tribe would never make their peace with that. Especially not his family. But that couldn't deter him. He couldn't give up on his cause to stop the war and bring back balance to the world, even if it earned him the hatred of those he cared about most. He and Angela had decided to work towards restoring balance, as much as it would be a different, new kind of balance, as opposed to the one that had existed before the war. His tribe's conditions would improve from it, he believed it wholeheartedly, and even if they didn't thank him for his efforts, he'd do his best to help them this way. "Hey, isn't this already the second volcano?" Jemming asked Sokka, from the other side of the balloon. He had been sitting with Shania and one more gladiator, and the former had been dozing off until Jemming's voice jolted him awake. Sokka nodded and steered carefully. Just a little further ahead they'd find the rest of the group, hiding together in the coast's cliff. As long as no one had found them while he returned with the last members of the group, anyways. "Alright, we'll land, and then we're off to the Black Cliffs," said Sokka, maneuvering with the ropes to guide the balloon. "By now we should have given Zhao's men the slip, and all soldiers too, but it's hard to say for certain. So, I advise you guys to be careful when you're waiting in the cliffs. Try to stay put until I can get back to you, alright?" "No problem," said Shania, breathing out and standing up. "So far you haven't led us astray, I think we can trust you in the last part of our trip, huh? I only hope those rogue gladiators you talked about aren't in the Fire Lord's pocket," said Jemming, sighing. "If they were to tell on us, I'll find their leader." Sokka promised. He seemed a sensible enough man when we last met. "He'll probably keep your identities secret if I ask him to. We'll pretend you guys are merely refugees of some sort, I don't know." "You think they'll buy that?" asked Shania. Sokka shrugged. "I hope they will," he responded, though he doubted he sounded too convincing. Finally, the rendezvous point came into view. The other 8 men hid amongst protruding rocks at the cliff, and they all looked exhausted by now, albeit hopeful. Sokka could hardly blame them for it, though he wasn't feeling his own exhaustion yet, despite he had been pushing his body's energy reserves for 2 days without respite so far. He slowed down the balloon and guided it to the open space where he had landed every time so far. By then, the waiting gladiators had sighted him, and they rejoiced upon his return. Fuma was the first to walk up to the hot air balloon with a broad grin. "Alright, everyone's together again," Sokka said, smiling and jerking his head at the ones who had been traveling with him just now. "As for this next trip, I think the wounded should come right away. I'm hoping those guys can help tend to your burns." "Oh, thank you," said Bojang, grimacing as he glanced at his patches of damaged, darkened skin. "I shouldn't complain too much, but I could really use a balm for them." "So, the 3 wounded should go first, with a fighter?" asked Shania. Sokka nodded. "Let's hope there will be no need to protect anyone, but still," he said, "never hurts to err on the side of caution, especially when you're a runaway slave, huh?" "I can't believe we're this close to freedom, though," said Fuma, grinning. "I never even let myself dream we might be free again, but it's finally happening, isn't it? We'll do our best to make it so." "Yeah," said Sokka, with a confident grin. "Alright then, you guys ready to start your new lives as renegade gladiators?" Are we?" asked Jemming, uneasy. "It sounds dangerous." "Yeah, well, the title's hardly elegant, and if you get a lift on a ship to someplace outside the Black Cliffs you would just as easily stop being a gladiator altogether," Sokka admitted, with a low chuckle. "But either way, this should be a new start for all of you." "It sounds like it will be," Shania said, nodding. "Alright then, get going. The sooner we're all in that island, the less likely it'll be for us to get caught by soldiers." "Quite right, so come on ahead, you guys," Sokka said, urging the first group to climb onto the hot air balloon. The trip promised to be shorter, though the winds were more treacherous above sea than between the mountains. All the same, Sokka steered the hot air balloon while following the directions of his map faithfully, the wounded men on the basket watching him with admiration at first, and then warily, once they began wondering if the island should be within sight by now. "You're sure we're on the right track?" asked Xianli, the assigned fighter for this group. Sokka swallowed hard but nodded. "I don't think we're in the wrong one. At least we're still above a large mass of water," he said, With a crooked grin, as long as the first sign of land is merely an island, we should be okay. Zionli decided not to ask again, electing to trust Sokka despite there was a strong, latent fear to be found in every moment spent away from Fazan. It wasn't that any of the gladiators wanted to return there, but everything ahead was unknown, uncertain. Even Sokka's best efforts to reassure them weren't easy to give credit to. "Oh, I think, yeah, there we are. That's got to be it," Sokka exclaimed, and with that, the men scrambled to their feet to glance at the small strip of land Sokka had glimpsed in the horizon. The unease now shifted into hopefulness, even if nervous hopefulness all the same. Indeed, their salvation might be found there, and it would be the end of their journey with the princess's gladiator, but would everything be as simple as this? Could it be so easy by now? Had their plans been so impeccable, truly? 10 minutes after sighting the island, Sokka had steered the balloon into the best landing site he had found in his journey up until now. The island offered an imposing image at a distance, but the koala sheep pacing at the topmost surface of the black cliffs made for an amusing sight, taking away from the natural eeriness of the island. Sokka maneuvered carefully with the ropes, and the basket finally touched ground once the koala sheep had made enough room for him to land. "Whoa, it's like a herd of clouds," said Bojing, eyes wide. Sokka chuckled. "They kind of do, actually. I hadn't seen those the last time I came here." "All right, then, no time to waste," he said, climbing off the basket and ushering the others to follow him off the balloon. They stared at him in surprise, not expecting him to leave his flying vehicle unattended. "Weren't you going to fetch everyone else first, like you did before?" asked Zionli. "I'd rather make sure you guys are welcome here, first of all," Sokka explained, glancing about himself with uncertainty. How did someone climb down from the cliffs and into the caverns where the arena was hosted, anyways? As long as these people are as weird as I remember, they shouldn't mind if you stay here, but it's not a sure thing," asked Zionli. "I thought." "Look, you don't have to worry," said Sokka, patting his shoulder. "If this fails, we'll find another solution. I have at least one more plan, though it'll take a long time for it to work, and it may be dangerous too, but well, what do we have here?" Sokka reached for his knife immediately, blood drumming in his ears as he turned around to where the female voice had come from, to find a black-haired woman was sitting on a black rock, a few paces from where they had landed. Her clothes, hair, and eye color betrayed she was a firebender. Her demeanor reminded him of Topha's. His jaw dropped when he recognized her, surprising even himself by placing her so quickly. "Hey, you're the priestess of the flames," he said, blinking a few times. The woman raised her eyebrows. "Heh, I guess I am. And you look like some sort of corrupt soldier who's bringing criminals to our funny little island," she said, with a nonchalant shrug. Sokka grimaced. Yeah. That's me. Corrupt soldier," he said. Maybe it was a good thing for her not to recognize him, even if it injured his pride a little to be so forgettable. "Say, is it okay if I bring more criminals here?" "What, there's more than just these guys?" the woman asked, amused. "Geez, officer. You sure look like you're a piece of work, huh? The Fire Lord's probably going to be pretty pissed if he hears about this." "Which is why I hoped he wouldn't," said Sokka, eyeing the priestess warily, fingering his knife again. The priestess didn't miss the movement. "Well, dang, corrupt and violence-prone. What has this world come to?" The priestess sighed, pushing herself off the rock and dropping on the ground, at a fair distance from Sokka. The other gladiators, despite having proved to be ruthless enough to kill their guards and handler, now stood behind Sokka as he spread an arm protectively before them. It was almost comical for the priestess to notice that, despite he looked like the youngest of the group, the soldier was acting like a parent to all those men behind him. "I could, indeed, tell the Fire Lord," the priestess mused, before sighing, "but I can't say I care to. If only I was a nationalist, the story might be different, but I can't say I'm particularly attached to our ruling lord." Her words seemed to deflate the tension, if just a little. Sokka didn't draw back his hand, still holding onto his knife while the priestess of flames stretched her arms and back. "So, how many criminals are you going to bring here, huh?" the priestess asked. Sokka bit his lip. 12, if you'll let me," he said. She snorted. Are they any good in a fight? She asked. Some might be. But they've been fighting for a very long time as it is. I think they'd prefer a break, he said. The priestess snorted. That's boring. But I suppose you can't have it all in life, she shrugged, shaking her head. I take it they're not exactly criminals then, or are they? With that get-up, old nasty clothes, bad haircuts, underfed, they're escaped amateur gladiators. Well, yes, Akka said. The priestess smirked. That's cool. I always thought we'd start having those around the dragon's pit eventually, she chuckled. All right, there's enough koala sheep for everyone, so it's fine, you can bring the rest. Wait, we'll eat the koala sheep? Asked Bojing. The priestess glared at him. If you don't like it, she said, with a threatening voice, then pick up a rod and go fishing, because I won't do it myself. Am I clear? Yes. I just, well, thought the koala sheep were cute. I didn't expect we'd eat them. Bojing mumbled. The priestess cocked an eyebrow and glanced at the creatures. Well, they're cute enough, I'll give you that, she said. Okay, then, you can pick out your favorite and it'll be your pet. The rest, we'll eat when the time comes. Heh. Okay, then, said Bojing, with a curt grin. The woman before them was certainly her own brand of crazy, but a much better brand than that of most Fire Nation people he'd met so far. So, you think you can smooth things over with that boss guy you had over here? Sokka asked the priestess to convince him these guys can stay. I had thought I'd talk with him directly, but... You know an awful lot about the dragon's pit for a corrupt soldier, the priestess said, crossing her arms over her chest. Sokka stiffened. How do you know we have a boss, or, well, sort of boss? And how about recognizing me so easily? If I didn't know any better, I'd think. Sokka fell silent as the woman studied him intently with narrow eyes. He guessed she'd remember him soon enough. As unmemorable as he might be on first sight, he was still agile as Gladiator, and perhaps the priestess would remember that particular challenge because of his very memorable sponsor, right? Finally, the priestess opened her mouth again, to say. Nope, I'm pretty sure I haven't met you before, and Sokka only grinned awkwardly. Maybe she was simply that forgetful. So how do you know so much about us, huh? I'll explain once I've brought the rest of the group, okay? Sokka said, finally sheathing his knife again. I'll have to make 2 trips, but I'll be back soon. Just, can you get these guys some medical treatment, by any chance? You really do know how to abuse someone's hospitality, eh? The priestess said, scowling. Sokka grimaced. Was he really pushing her kindness too far? Probably, but at this point he had no idea what else to do. I'll see what I can do, damn it, but it's not like I actually owe you or any of these people anything. By the time you get back you'll have to come up with a damn good idea of how to make this up to me. Yeah. Thanks, said Sokka, laughing softly. I'll think of something. You'd better, corrupt soldier. You'd better. The priestess declared, making a threatening gesture with her hand as she turned around and walked towards another cluster of rocks, behind which, Sokka assumed, stood an entrance into the underground caverns where the arena was hosted. Okay then. Sorry about that, said Sokka, turning to his new friends again. Do you know her? Asked Bojing. She looked, crazy. Yeah, I thought so too when I first met her, Sokka said, with a lopsided smile. I fought her once before. She clearly forgot all about it, though. Oh, wow. Maybe it's because of your disguise? Asked Bojing. Sokka shrugged. I prefer it if she doesn't recognize me, honestly, he said. At any rate, though, if they'll let you guys stay here it's one less headache for us all, right? I'll go get everyone else, so please try to wait here unless the crazy priestess drags you all underground for some reason. Underground, for some reason? Said Zion Lee, grimacing. You said these gladiators were crazy indeed, but I hope they're not crazy enough to, do stuff like human sacrifices and such. I don't think they'd do that, but it's not like I know them very well, so, let's just cross our fingers and hope for the best, Sokka said, to the others' chagrin. Anyways, off I go. But what if? Protect each other. Sokka said, before climbing on the hot air balloon, stand by one another, and hopefully this won't be half as dangerous or dark as you're afraid it might be. The gladiators seemed uneasy, but Sokka's words encouraged them all the same. The four men nodded and watched as the princess's gladiator set off again, waiting patiently until their friends could join them in the Black Cliffs. And hoping, most of all, that the dangerous, wild, and reckless arena they had been brought to wouldn't be worse than the one they had left behind. She needed answers but found only silence whenever she sought them. Her guards knew even less about this crisis than Azula did, and her father was nowhere to be found, although Azula hadn't expected otherwise. Oze wouldn't be likely to make himself available for questioning in these situations, especially if said questioning would come from his daughter. Nothing made sense. She sent a hawk to Song, hoping she would tell her Sokka was home, miserable, moping over his failure. The answer was discouraging, he hadn't come back so far. The entire world around her seemed unreal whenever Azula let herself think, if just briefly, that he might be in line for today's executions, along with the rest of the gladiators. But it couldn't be, for if that were the case, her father would have already accused her of treason, banished her or punished her in whatever gruesome way he could think of. She was responsible for Sokka's actions. So maybe he had backed off from his quest to save these rebels, merely to spare Azula a bad punishment. The thought wasn't heartwarming, despite it should have been. 3 years ago, Azula would have cared little for the lives of the gladiators who would be executed today. 3 years ago, she would have held her own interests as the only worthwhile priority, and she would have mainly wanted Sokka to survive and stay safe so she could carry forward her own agenda, regardless of her budding feelings for him. But those 3 years had changed her deeply. She was different from the woman who had recruited Sokka in Huiyi. She was worlds away from that person, for the awareness of what she would be witnessing today weighed heavier on her soul than her barge's anchors. A group of rebels, standing up against the authority that had been abusing them for years, didn't deserve to die for their so-called crime of refusing to bow down to their oppressors. If Sokka would never deserve such punishment, even after all his years of subtle and effective rebellions, why would they? Her thoughts were in overdrive, rushing through her head at vertiginous speed, leaving her dizzy. Her body felt heavy, and yet empty, as though the life was being sucked out of her. For so long she had said she couldn't rebel openly, she couldn't stand up to her father, and it was still true. But the urge to do so was growing wilder inside her. For she couldn't just remain silent, unwillingly complicit with her father's decisions. That was the same logic that had pushed Sokka to act, she knew as much. But she was, still, afraid. She was as afraid as the first time Sokka had encouraged her to rebel against her father, right after she confronted him about Cephas. He hadn't insisted on the subject, he hadn't pressured her to gather troops and start an insurrection. But suddenly she wished he had. Maybe that way she could prevent the executions that were ready to begin. Ruishi and Fei Li collected her in her room. As hard as she might try to be the picture of perfection, she was doomed to fail at it today. The two men understood the gravity of the situation, and they could see their princess was displeased, disturbed by it. Thus, Fei Li was uncharacteristically quiet as he walked by Azula's left flank, Ruishi by her right, on their way to the main halls and the palace entrance. Murmurs, quelled voices could be heard, their source beyond the palace walls. Word of executions always spread fast through the Fire Nation, unsurprisingly. As much as the Superior League was more civilized than the amateur one, the notion of holding gladiator fights between slaves had been born from the bloodlust of those Fire Nation people who basked in controlled violence that wouldn't affect them. These executions were no different. "Are you all right?" Ruishi asked Azula, as she glared at the open gates, her fists trembling. "Is it relevant, whether I am or not?" She whispered back, pain rushing through her chest upon speaking. No, it really wasn't. Not to her. Whatever pain and anguish she was experiencing was meaningless as opposed to the horror taking place today. The horror she had to be a silent accomplice to, regardless of how unwilling she was to partake in it. Ruishi didn't speak again, and Fei Li glanced between his comrade and the princess with uncertainty. He had never seen Azula quite as angry as she looked right now, and yet the usual glow of fierce determination in her eyes was absent. The princess was hardly straightforward with her feelings and intentions, but today she was more puzzling than ever. The crowd was restless when they reached the gates. Although it was out of sight for the three new arrivals, a tall platform had been erected between the large group of onlookers and Ruishi, Feli, and Angela. It was the platform from where the princess was expected to watch the execution, by her father's right hand. Ruishi and Feli guided her to the stairs that led up to the tall platform, and the three of them climbed the steps to the top. The temporary construction was decorated with flowing, red fabrics that bore the Black Fire Nation emblem across them. The fabrics were meant to cover the rudimentary but sturdy wood that comprised the platform, offering it a more dignified appearance than it deserved. Angela's stomach lurched again as she stepped upwards, her teeth gritted. She would have to act like nothing was bothering her, like this wasn't driving the worst fears and horrors deep into her heart. How? How could she put up the act her father would expect from her? How would she find the strength not to turn away from the executions she dreaded so deeply? She reached the top of the platform. By then, the heavy sensation inside her had worsened. Even raising her head seemed impossible. By then, her father was in sight, at the center of the platform, his arms behind his back. By his left stood Zhao, and the sight of them together, the co-conspirators who had captured the rebels and arranged this execution, brought forth the wildest impulse inside Angela to push them both off the platform, in hopes they'd be the ones to die instead. And just as she thought it, her entire body ached, her stomach twisted in a whole other, acute way, for she couldn't do it. No, not to her father. No matter how bad he was, no matter how many horrors he committed, he was still her father, and she. She was weak where she most direly needed strength. Fleetingly, she wondered if Zuko would have hesitated. If he would have lashed out, rushed their father, stopped this execution even if it meant his life would be forsaken. If the people executed mattered to him, yes, he absolutely would do that. So why couldn't Angela do the same, when, for all she knew, the one person she loved most would be given to the flames today? Her head was spinning when she stepped forward. If Sokka was truly there, then the twisting feeling in her gut would have to become something to live with for the rest of her life. For if he had been caught, if this was all her father's sly trap to humiliate her for her gladiator's actions, she wouldn't be able to control herself anymore. She knew as much. Why could she control herself still, then? Why couldn't she just act? Why was she such a coward, when she needed courage the most? She was shameless, spineless, completely abhorrent. Upon reaching her father, after walking past his guards and the other important officials who were given the honor of witnessing today's grand event beside the Fire Lord, she had a perfect view of the waiting pyres below. Men, of all different ages, builds and sizes, wearing ragged clothes. From a distance it was hard to assess them properly, to distinguish them, but all of them were underfed. All of them were thin, all of them looked sickly. Their heads were hung, their arms tied behind the stakes they stood against. At their feet, kindling waited to be lit by the fire-bending soldiers below. She had looked for him frantically at first, but after a quick glance it was apparent that her strong, well-fed gladiator wasn't amongst them. He had gotten away. He had, and as selfish as she might be to find relief in that, she still did. She clenched her jaw, guilt washing through her while she closed her eyes. Yes, Sokka wasn't there, but he easily could have been. And for that matter, where on earth was he? What had happened? Had he been caught, but held for trial, unlike the rebels? Was it he never had a chance to help them at all? What on earth could have kept him from saving these men, when he had been so determined to do so? Whether he was safe and sound or in terrible danger, Angela didn't know, but he wouldn't forgive himself for failing. He would be even more aghast about it than she was, she knew, for even if her entire body trembled over this dreadful ordeal, this meant even more to Sokka than it did to her. He would never forgive her father for this, not that he would ever forgive Oze for most things he'd done up to date, but when it came to gladiators, Sokka took matters personally. This would be no exception. Princess Angela. You have arrived. Oze acknowledged her presence before Angela was ready for him to do so. She should have announced herself, she knew, and it was rude that she hadn't, but she couldn't think straight after seeing those men in their pyres. 12 men, forced to face damnation for killing people, after spending years doing nothing but killing people. The hypocrisy both chilled and boiled the blood inside her somehow. Were you waiting for me to begin? Angela asked, speaking faster than usual. She hoped her father would fail to notice how her voice trembled with each word she spoke. Not quite, they are still setting up the pyres, Jose said, gesturing at the soldiers who were bringing more kindling. Nothing was quite as loved by their crowds as tall, fancy fires, regardless of what was being burned in them. Her eyes darted to her left, and she noticed Zhao did not bear the look of a successful, proud admiral who had achieved his goals. He was glaring at the pyres, perhaps because his hatred for the rebels was so strong, and yet it seemed undignified of him to hold such resentment towards men who were going to face certain doom already. Angela frowned before glancing forward again. I see your retrieval mission was successful, Admiral, she said. Being addressed by her startled Zhao out of his glaring daze. Oh, yes. I wasn't about to fail, the Fire Lord Zhao declared, matter-of-factly. Angela only frowned. He seemed to be lying. She wanted to think she was developing a better sense for reading him, but she wasn't sure. Lying about what, though? They were here, weren't they? Was it because of Sokka? Had Zhao caught him helping the rebels and, despite everything, chosen to let him go? Or was Sokka his prisoner for now? Wouldn't he already be acting smugly towards Angela if that were the case, though? Wouldn't he have told Jose? Well, he hadn't mentioned anything about Sokka's obvious feelings for her, despite knowing about them. Was he paying her back for all the favors he owed her, then? Was he going to cut her and Sokka some slack for their reckless, poorly planned mission? Confusing theories ran through her mind for the next half hour or so, countless possibilities to explain whatever had taken place over the last 2 days, but she didn't know enough. She couldn't come up with anything but conjectures, of course, and she knew she was a fool for letting herself ponder both the worst and best case scenarios, but she couldn't stop doing it. The best case scenario was, of course, that Sokka had rallied a large group of fighters that would rush the execution and save the rebellious gladiators. They would have to be fast to perform an operation of the sort, but if he did something like that, her entire existence would grow brighter anew. If he saved the day at the last minute, if he rescued these men. I believe we are ready, then, Jose said, suddenly. Her illusions turned to shambles. Powerlessness. That was the weight dragging her down. The anchor that held her in place. She was powerless to change these gladiators' fate, no matter how much she wished she could act. No matter how loudly she yelled at herself to do something, anything, for if her father gave the command. He stepped forward. It was now or never. Jose waved his hand, and a commanding officer below roared. Fire! No sudden rescuers came. No bouts of brilliance occurred to her. Nothing, not even the spark of an idea, no way to put a stop to this before it could go too far. All she could do was tremble violently, eyes wide, as the soldiers took up the traditional fire-bending form, their dominant hand raised into a fist, the other hand drawn back, their elbows flexed. Bursts of fire poured from each fist in quick succession, aimed at each pyre. The kindling caught fast, especially the superficial one. The flames were quick to spread across the pyres, licking away at the feet and legs of the men. The first scream came from the third one. It was a scream of desperation, not yet pain. A cry for help, from any source, but none came. Nothing would. They pretended to be civilized. They pretended to be superior. But what could be lowlier than this disgusting ritual, witnessed with almost religious fanatism by that crowd? How could they pretend there was anything better about their nation, their people, compared to the others when their people were, this? When they would enjoy the sight of torture, of death, as they did. And Angela hated it now, truly. A few years ago, she would have been foolish, childish enough to think that witnessing an execution without flinching was a sign of strength. What she had once thought was strength looked like nothing but brutality, barbarism, plain stupidity in her eyes now. But as much as she hated it, she was, indeed, a coward. She couldn't act. If she did, if she tried to save them, all she would achieve was delaying the imminent, and throwing her lot with them would mean damning every other slave she still had some hopes of saving in the future. But what was the likelihood that she'd save them at all? If she couldn't muster the courage to fight her father's worst decisions, how could she have the gall to pretend she was strong enough to defy his treatment of slaves through more daring means than those she already had resorted to? Fear stayed her hand. Fear, even though her father had taught her to fear nothing, to embrace her power, to bow down to no one. But she was terrified of acting against him. She couldn't embrace her so-called power if she was as afraid as she was. And why? Curse it, why was she afraid at all? What was there to fear, when she was stronger than him? The people surely loved her better than her father, too. If she stood up to him, she might just rally military forces to her favor, though she might just fail, too. Either way, if she fought her father directly, she would defeat him successfully. What, then, held her back? What was the point of being strong when she was so weak and useless when it mattered most? The horror nestling inside her surged, nearly flooring her, as the men's piercing screams tore through her. She had saved Sokka once by burning him, and he had screamed that way, too. But her gold fire wouldn't save those slaves. Today, she could save no one. All because she was a coward. All because she was scared. The fires burned, and the desperate screaming worsened with every passing moment. The crackling sounds of wood filled the air where the voices didn't, and as the putrid smoke rose, she had no choice but to inhale it. No choice but to taint her body with the crime they were all witnessing and abetting. No choice but to take in the scent of burning flesh, and to hold back the urge to throw up all over again, for it was human flesh and hair and bones being burned. How long? How much longer would it last? How much before it ended? A glance up at the clear sky only enraged Azula further. In the fickle Fire Nation weather, storms could gather and rain could fall at any moment, but not today, seemingly. Not this time. Nature was yet another silent witness, powerless like Azula herself, allowing Ozai to get his way, as he ever did. And how it enraged Azula to think he had. To think that, this time, she had stuck by behaving in a way he'd find acceptable. She had already defied him over Cetus, and their conflict over that matter was far from over. How could she stand here and do nothing while Ozai impulsively murdered the people he had enslaved, turning their deaths into a show, a mere occurrence to entertain his noblemen? She had no choice. None but to watch and wait until they all withered away. Until there was nothing but smoke and ashes rising from where those powerful fires burned brightly. The flames were wild still, consuming everything, unaffected by their own cruelty, burning because that was what they were meant to do. In some ways, her father was more akin to fire than Azula could ever hope to be. But until it ended, the rebels would scream. It was their last gesture of defiance, even in complete defeat. Most their cries were unintelligible, but sometimes Azula could make out baseless threats, flung at her father most of all, at the whole lot of them later on. Cursing them, assuring them they'd be avenged, as things stood, Azula could only hope they would be. Standing by here, witnessing these murders, filled her with a certainty she had never hoped to experience. Said certainty was that her silence, her complicity, meant she was just as guilty as the man who had demanded for these deaths. That with every urge she had to avert her gaze, she proved to be spineless, just as the few rebels whose screams could be understood claimed she was. That the tears she was determined to hold back in her eyes were meaningless. That, if it were Sokka burning in those pyres, she would be just as weak, just as useless, just as submissive and unwilling to fight her father. The screams decreased in power. The intelligible ones couldn't be understood anymore. The flames and smoke did little to hide how the fire was destroying each body. One by one, the remnants of life faded out of each man in the pyres, until they were nothing but empty corpses. Corpses that were charred, burned to the bone. Within a few days, the ashes would be gone, the burned street would be clean, everyone would go back to their business. Within a few days, they would be forgotten. But not by Azula. Her fists remained clenched as she closed her eyes, for the tears were threatening to escape by now. No, she would never let this go. She would never forget the act of cruelty she had beheld and stood by silently. She would never forgive herself for it. Rebelling against her father could cost her everything, but doing nothing would lead to the same result, too. Settling for pleasing Ozai, albeit in the name of doing things the right way in the future, it would be futile. For nothing she could do in the future would ever make true amends for this. Not a thing. She lowered her head, opened her eyes again to find the fires still burned, even as the crowd was leaving. Her father spoke to Zhao, and before long, they had climbed downstairs again too, off to deal with their next undertaking, whatever it might be. For once, Angela couldn't care less for what it was. Within 10 minutes, only Angela, Ruishi, and Fei Li stood on the platform still. The pyres were weaker by then, but still burning. And as devastating as it was to watch them burn, Angela couldn't dare leave yet. No amount of respect she could show for the rebel gladiators would be enough. She didn't know their names or their stories, but she found herself mourning them far more earnestly than she had the 2 known deaths in her family. At the time of Lu Ten's passing she had refused to mourn properly, even if she had endeavored to make amends for it many years later. The injustice committed on this day could not go unpunished and forgotten. She didn't know what she'd do, she didn't know if she had the courage Sokka had in spades. But she wanted it so badly right now. She wanted an answer. She wanted to do the right thing, with far more conviction than she'd felt ever before. But until she could muster the strength she needed, the least she could do was stay. Stay, until the last of the pyres had withered, until there was nothing left of the rebels but the memory of their demise, and the certainty that their deaths would result in change, be it however it may. It couldn't be helped, even if they weren't the true culprits, Zhao sighed, back in Oze's office. The Fire Lord grunted, shaking his head and rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. I wish I could have done better, but the team I sent to track the fugitives came up with nothing. Their tracks vanished at a hill, and so far, no one understands how. Perchance their flagrant savior was an earthbender, Oze said, shrugging. If so, he could have hidden them away inside the hill when your men came close. Did you consider that? The earthbenders in the squads reported no signs of earthbending on the hill, Zhao said. Still, they could have been lying. Who can say honorary citizens would rather obey us than save their kind? They're not supposed to be their kind anymore. Oze mumbled. It's not like they'll care, Zhao said. You know, the honorary citizenship system is merely a quick way to evade slavery for those with the coin to afford being spared. Their ties with their old culture and people are bound to be stronger than whatever attachment they might feel for ours, if they feel any at all, which is a weakness within our ranks. One we should be cautious about, Oze. I am aware, Oze sighed, shaking his head. Either way, your plan worked. No one suspects anything, no one knows these weren't the actual rebels. Which amateur arena did you yank them out of, anyhow? There was another one in a nearby town, Fangui, Zhao said. Better stocked than this one, fortunately. 12 gladiators off their hands wasn't enough to leave them out of business. Other things will leave them out of it in time, either way, Oze whispered, eyes narrow. Zhao frowned. What is that supposed to mean? He said, do you suspect these rebels will try to set other amateur arenas free? It's hardly impossible, but I suppose what I'm planning on doing might, presumably, put a stop to them long before they try it all, Oze said, standing up and pacing towards one of his bookshelves. Zhao raised an eyebrow with uncertainty as Oze pulled out a large, neatly bound pile of papers. He took it into his hands once Oze offered it to him, but his confusion only increased as soon as he read the title of the project he was holding. What is? He said, raising his eyes at Oze. The Fire Lord's face remained impassive. You're serious. I will bring this project to the council. Of course, I will speak with my daughter about the difficulties she may face when presenting it, but I believe this may be our only choice if we want to prevent more of these pesky revolts in the future. Zhao stared at the papers in his hands, more uneasy than reassured, regardless of how efficient and capable Angela had always been. A change of this magnitude, after a decade of slavery as it was. He wouldn't know if it would be that big or bad a change until he read the project, though. Angela had certainly achieved the unthinkable so far. Her ability to shape the world around her might just extend beyond the Superior League, after all. He pushed past the first page and read the premise for the project. Oze eyed him with narrow eyes, genuinely hoping his friend would become a voice of support rather than opposition for this project. As things stood, enacting most of Angela's ideas would be difficult enough, and the more approval she gained, the smoother this whole process should be. The group of rebel gladiators had gathered around a small fire San had started near their hot air balloon's landing site, where they currently ate roasted meat to their heart's content. The corrupt soldier, though, remained near his black hot air balloon, surely readying it for his trip home. And as much as she was pretty sure she didn't know him, San kept thinking there was something vaguely familiar about the man. "So, how do things work around here?" asked one of the gladiators. San raised an eyebrow, glancing at the stout man. They just do," she said, shrugging. "Most of us just want to fight. We've got a few runaway gladiators, a lot of dropouts from the superior league, a few criminals." "Criminals?" asked another one, the one with the nastier burns. Finding enough bomb for him hadn't been easy for San. "What kind of criminals? Are they rebels against the Fire Lord?" "Beats me." "Might be they are," said San. "Generally we're not in the business of pestering each other about our personal lives and whatnot, so don't go around poking your noses into places where you're not welcome. As long as you don't pick fights with anyone, no one's bound to pick them with you." "Sounds simple, and yet I doubt it will be," said the first man again, but he sighed in resignation. "In any case, thanks for the meal, and for treating our wounded. We don't want to be a burden, so maybe we could help you farm these koala sheep." "Say what?" asked San, raising an eyebrow. "You have farming experience?" "Of course. I lived in a farm for most my life," said the man. San blinked. The notion of farming the koala sheep had never so much as occurred to her so far. "Well, then, say, what's your name?" she asked, cocking her head sideways. "Shania," said the man. She nodded promptly. "All right, then. Shania. I'll try to remember that," she said. She didn't miss how the koala sheep lover from the first trip snorted at that. "And what's so funny to you, huh?" Well, it's just, sounds like you don't have the best memory, huh?" he said. San huffed. "It's more like I only remember people worth remembering," she said. "Then all the more reason you should remember Sokka," the man rebuffed. "After all the crazy stuff he did to save us, I can't believe you wouldn't remember having fought him." I did," San said, cocking an eyebrow. "Well, damn it, no wonder I can't place him. Do you have a clue of how many fights I've been in?" No," said the man. San blinked a few times, unable to remember the accurate number either. "Well, it's been a lot. And I do love doing it, but it's pretty hard to remember every single one of them. Not everyone's that memorable," she huffed. Sokka had been listening in on the conversation, even if at a distance. He laughed softly and shook his head, making his way back to the fireplace in hopes to nab something to eat. He was starving at this point, and his body demanded not only nourishment but proper rest. The bulk of his mission was over. He had brought the last two groups to the Black Cliffs, and the Priestess of the Flames had promised to help them out. It might not be wise to trust the word of a woman he'd only met once before, but the rebels had trusted him when they had first met. He would have to hope San would be more helpful than harmful for his new friends. "Well, I'm glad I'm not memorable, if anything," said Sokka, startling San. Despite how confident and proud she always acted, she seemed genuinely guilty about not recognizing him, going by the uncertain stare she gave him. "I'd rather you can't place me once I'm gone." "Why's that? Are you that important?" asked San, with a disbelieving smirk. Sokka shrugged. "I might be," he said, enigmatically, before reaching out to pick some of the roasting meat with his bare fingers. As much as it was quite hot, he was far too happy to eat to care about how his mouth was burned by his first meal since 2 days ago. "Can't you give her a hint?" Yunru asked, smiling at Sokka. "Would be awesome if she guessed." "Should I?" Sokka said, chuckling after swallowing the hot mouthful of food. "Well, our fight turned into an open brawl." "What?" "That's no use. Like half my fights turn into them. Most times because I want them to," San exclaimed, prompting the others to laugh. "I'm not kidding. A better reference, please." "Hell, if not that, then," said Sokka, scratching the back of his head. He was pondering what else to say just when they were joined by someone else who had climbed out of the hidden entrance behind the rock San had snuck into earlier. The bald man with the mustache was just as easy for Sokka to recognize as San had been. He blinked a few times, surprised that the only 2 people he remembered from the Dragon's Pit happened to be the ones he'd run into. "San. Curses, yeah, hide like a blushing virgin on her wedding night," the man exclaimed. San snorted at the ridiculous metaphor, giving Gang Hong a disbelieving stare for it. Been looking for ya for hours. What for? Can't put up with a single day without me, Gang? She asked. You're so needy. Ain't me who's needy, your sponsor sent a message, Gang said, handing over a letter to San. The woman was unexpectedly quick to take the paper, reading it over eagerly. Sokka and the others watched her, noticing she had devoted herself to the letter completely. Her attention span was very peculiar. From the looks of it, whatever caught her interest would capture her completely, all else went forgotten. Gang Hong wasn't quite as curious about San's behavior and reaction to the letter as he was over the group he'd found San with. He recognized no one, they were newcomers no doubt, but why would there be a Fire Nation soldier among them? Heh, you're all new here, looks like, he said, smiling. Well, then, welcome to the Dragon's Pit. That is, if you're here to stay. We hope to be, yeah, Shania answered promptly, if just for a little while. Is that okay? That it is. Everyone comes and goes whenever they want here, kid, said Gang Hong, grinning at the group. My name's Gang Hong and... Again, his eyes drifted towards the soldier. The soldier who stared at him uneasily with blue eyes. Water tribe eyes. Gang Hong cocked his head sideways, and Sokka grimaced. Before long, the Dragon Pit's boss had raised a hand, pointing his index finger at Sokka. I know ya. He said. Hell, I know ya. You're that bloke. Haha. The wolf boy. Well, at least you did recognize me, Sokka said, with a weak grin. Been a while, huh? What ya doing here? Ya escaped the princess? Why would ya do something so foolish? Gang Hong laughed. Sokka shook his head. No, I just wanted to help these guys. Sokka said. I'm going back home as soon as it's dark enough. Wait, already? Asked Yunru, looking at Sokka with uncertainty. But it's alright, kid, said Sokka, smiling at Yunru. Everything's going to be better for you now. But if I don't go home, things can get complicated. I can't leave her waiting forever. I wish I could go with you, Yunru sighed. Sokka chuckled and leaned over him to mess with his hair. You wouldn't feel the same way if you did, he said. The capital's so obnoxious and everyone there's so prissy and proper they'll drive you crazy within days. Yunru laughed at that, and Sokka straightened up his stance. Gang Hong met his gaze, and Sokka found thoughtfulness in his small eyes. Perhaps he found Sokka and his group to be a reflection of his own situation, to a fault, as he was the caretaker of all the wild gladiators inside the island, just as Sokka had taken care of the rebels for a short time. Sure must have been a big risk helping em out when you're as important as ya are, said Gang Hong. You're good people, Blue Wolf. Sokka smiled, somewhat embarrassed by the compliments. By then, though, San had finished reading her letter and heard Gang Hong's final sentence. She frowned and stared at Sokka in confusion, before lifting a hand and pointing at him too. You, oh, shit. You're the princess's gladiator. Shit. She exclaimed, eyes wide. Sokka smiled matter-of-factly while the entire group of gladiators and Gang Hong broke out into laughter. Hey. It's not funny. I just didn't remember him because I was more interested in his sponsor during our fight. That's all. Yeah, well, she's definitely more memorable than me, I'll give you that, Sokka laughed. It's not like you were even that strong. San pouted, and Gang Hong laughed. Yeah, haven't heard the talk lately, San. They say he's the best non-bender in the league by now, he said. San stared at him derisively. You're pulling my hair, aren't you? She said, but Gang Hong chuckled and shook his head. What the hell? For real? How? Training hard, learning new skills, acquiring great weapons to defeat firebenders with. Sokka recited, with a smirk. It was a whole process, yeah, but it's worked to my favor, alright. Why you'll have to forgive me for doubting you, it seems unlikely to me, but, okay then. If Gang Hong says so. She said, shrugging before biting her lip. You know, now that I think of it, our fight was a waste of time because you were hung up on fighting my sponsor. Sokka said, rubbing his chin, and that turned into a ridiculous brawl. So, considering that, maybe I don't owe you anything, and taking care of these guys will be your way to make up for that failed fight, huh? Wait, really now? San said, scowling. Well, that's not fair. It was hardly that big a waste if you're already that good in the league. Still. Sokka said, shrugging nonchalantly. Tell you what, San proposed, raising her eyebrows. If you promise that one day, someday, your fancy sponsor will fight me, I'll help these guys without qualms. Really? Really, now? Sokka said, smiling. Well, shit. I suppose she might not like that, but I guess I can convince her. She might just enjoy fighting another firebender. Oh, I know I will, said San, eyes gleaming. Sounds like you really look up to the princess, said Shania, but San waved a hand carelessly in his direction. It's not like that, it's just, she's supposed to be the best firebender of our generation. She laughed. I'd learn so much if I fought her, maybe I'd pick up a new style or two. She'd kick my ass, sure, but it'd be worth it. That's quite a noble reason to want to fight her, and hey, you know you're going to lose already and you don't mind it. Sokka said, smiling approvingly. Yeah, all right. I'll see what I can do, San. Damn right. San said, beaming. Thanks, Blue Wolf. That was your name, right? That's what Ganghong said, but he gives people weird names sometimes, and yeah, it's the Blue Wolf, Sokka said, smiling and nodding before glancing at the whole group. Well, it's already dusk, so might as well get going. You should, yeah, said Shania, grinning too. Once you're back you'll just pretend you don't know anything about what happened with us, right? Naturally, said Sokka, smirking. I'll spread rumors about you guys and everything. Some crazy spirit, spirited you away. That's why you vanished suddenly from the face of the earth. Some of the other gladiators laughed, and Sokka smiled as he made his way back to the hot air balloon. He'd kept the engine running, albeit at a weaker capacity, so he could take off as soon as it was dark enough. It looked like the time for his departure was already here, though. Angela would be waiting to hear all about what he'd done, and he couldn't be prouder of what he'd achieved. They'd always wanted to save slaves, to fight to bring back balance to the world, and they'd succeeded this time. Maybe it wasn't the best way to succeed, but he hadn't caused problems. Nothing had gone wrong, he hadn't been caught or seen. As far as he knew, he had executed his strategies perfectly, even if he had mostly made them up as he went. He could only hope she'd be proud, too. To Sokka's surprise, the whole group of liberated gladiators crowded around the hot air balloon once he climbed it. Where only a day ago they had been frowning, suspecting Sokka of all sorts of heinous things when they had first met, now they were smiling brightly, gratefully. His heart was tight, full of relieved happiness over the change he'd brought into their lives. None of us really thought we'd survive 2 days after rebelling, Shania said. Let alone did anyone think we'd ever leave Fazan. We couldn't even dream of it. Dreaming of that possibility was just more painful because it was unattainable, Fuma interjected, and Shania nodded. But you still helped us, Jemming smiled. You came to us when we needed a hand, and you saved us, even if you didn't know us or anything about us. Well, really, said Sokka, with a shy grin. I'm only glad I had the chance to do it at all. You guys deserved it, as do all the gladiators in the rest of the amateur arenas. I really am pondering if I ought to start sneaking off at nights to liberate them too, honestly. That'd be awesome, laughed Yukio. You could bring them all here. We'd all be like your personal army. That sounds insane, but your enthusiasm is appreciated, Sokka laughed. You're going to come back one day, right? Yunru asked. You could fight San again, can't you? Heh, maybe I can suggest it to Angela. She might agree to that, Sokka said, smiling and looking at San, who had stayed behind by the fire, busy arguing about something with Ganghong now. I don't know for sure if I'll be able to, but I do hope I'll see you guys again. And that we're all one step closer to true freedom by the time we meet once more. That'd be a dream. The best of dreams, said Jemming. Good luck with, well, everything, Shania said. Your trip back, the princess, your gladiator career and your missions to save the rest of us, all of it. You know, by now I think I can understand why you don't hate her. You can? Sokka asked, amused. Shania laughed. It's impossible to hate the person who saves you from the amateur league, he said. Shit, I just hope one day we can have half the guts you have. You're an inspiration. Yunro finished, and the group laughed while Sokka shook his head. You guys are too damn nice for your own good, he said, smiling. Thank you. We're the ones who are grateful, exclaimed Jemming. Sokka laughed and nodded. I am too, believe it or not, he said. Thanks to you guys I know this can be done. I know I can fight the Fire Nation this way, even if it's dangerous. Because, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. He smiled and messed Yunro's hair again before dropping the lid fully on the balloon with the yank of a rope. Slowly, the airship began rising, and the rebel gladiators stepped away from the basket as they watched Sokka take off into the night. He waved at them as he rose, watching as the island grew smaller in the distance. Even if they had only worked together for 2 days, Sokka developed an attachment for the group surprisingly quickly. He only hoped they'd either find some sort of stability in the wild and reckless Dragon's Pit, or that they would hitch a ride on a ship of any kind, all the way to the Earth Kingdom. Either way, he'd done right by them and he was certain of that. Gang Hong and San were bound to look after the group properly until the escaped gladiators were ready to move on. After 10 minutes of flight, the sky and sea were so dark it was impossible to distinguish the island in the distance anymore. Sokka smiled all the same, gazing in its direction as the hot air balloon continued to rise higher. The higher he went, the less likely he was to be noticed by guards pacing through the capital's defenses once he descended into his house again. After the last 2 days, his usual life felt unreal, to some degree. Being in an amateur arena again, setting it on fire, fighting to save these men, all of it had been so overwhelming that his entire lifestyle until now had been blurred into the back of his mind. Tomorrow he'd go back to training with Azula, as though nothing had happened, as though he were entirely innocent of what would amount to treason in Oze's eyes. Well, he was already involved with Azula, and he had deliberately sabotaged the bombs process in the Northern Air Temple. This new brand of treason was hardly worse than everything else he'd done, wasn't it? He couldn't stop smiling to himself as he descended into his house's backyard. This final trip hadn't taken remotely as long as all the others he'd taken through the past 2 days. Relief and peace filled his heart as he landed. He was home. He was alive, he hadn't been caught. All he had to do now was take down those black fabrics around his balloon, return them to Song, and everything would be over. No evidence, or at least, none strong enough to make him suspicious of the crime of saving rogue gladiators. He deflated the balloon quickly, between laughs of disbelief, and he wasted little time before working on cutting off the seams that bound the fabrics together. He removed them all before long, and his balloon was back to its unsuspicious, red, Fire Nation emblem-bearing self. Sokka. Song's voice drifted towards him from above. The gladiator turned around, glancing up at his room's window, where the healer stood, smiling in disbelief at him. Surely she had heard noise, and that was the easiest window from which to peer down at the backyard in the house's 2nd floor. He grinned too, waving. I'm home, Song, he said, and she laughed joyfully. Sokka! She exclaimed, vanishing from the window as she raced downstairs to meet him. Sokka made his way to the house, grinning proudly, leaving the fabrics folded awkwardly in a heap in the backyard. Song caught up with him right at the back door's threshold, and she threw her arms around him promptly. Sokka hugged her back, as they both laughed and rejoiced in his successful return. You're happy, so it means, you did it. You did, didn't you? Song asked, near euphoric now. Sokka laughed and nodded. Yeah. I actually, shit. It's a long story, he said, shaking his head now, and hell, I'm so tired and starved, and... Oh. Yeah, I have plenty of leftovers. Song laughed, grabbing his forearm and pulling him to the kitchen. I kept cooking too much, as though you were still here, so... You are such a lifesaver, Sokka said, smiling gratefully, near tears as Song offered him the many dishes she had saved for him. He explained everything while he ate, and Song listened as intently and with the same fascination as she ever did. This time, though, she was about as delighted by the story as Sokka himself. The idea of saving others from dreadful fates was ever present in the minds of slaves, especially once their lot in life had improved. That Sokka had succeeded at rescuing them this time was delightful for Song. That Dragon's Pit place sounded crazy the last time you told me about it, Song said, smiling, but it is the best place for them to blend in, right? It's why I took them there, said Sokka. After emptying a bowl of rice, there's gladiators and non-gladiators alike, so they wouldn't stand out, or so I hope. Either way, if Ganghong will look after them, they'll probably be okay. I hope so, said Song, biting her lip. Goodness, the princess will be so happy when she knows you did it. She's been so tense and miserable. Yeah, I figure she has been, Sokka said, grimacing. I didn't want to make her worry, but, truthfully, after this worked out so well, I think she'll be less likely to worry if I ever do something like this again. If I could get it right this time, then maybe. Wait, do it again. Song said. Sokka smiled and shrugged. I'm not sure I'll be able to stop now, he said, and Song giggled. You're crazy, Sokka. If burning down amateur arenas is crazy, Sokka said, with a crooked grin, then I'm very proud of bearing that title. Song laughed again as Sokka continued to eat, his empty stomach finally feeling as full as his heart after he had finished around 10 different dishes. Song playfully scolded him for his gluttony, and all he could do was smile shamelessly. I think I deserve eating all I can tonight, don't I? He said. It was a crazy couple of days. I barely had anything to eat until a few hours ago. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean you should stuff your face so recklessly, said Song, biting her lip. You'll put on weight at this rate. I'll just turn it into muscles, Sokka declared proudly, prompting Song to laugh again. Say, Rui she isn't staying over tonight. No. I mean, that'd require him dropping by, and as he hasn't so far, I suppose he won't, said Song, her cheery mood dampened by Sokka's question. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? Did you guys have a fight or something? Not at all, said Song, shrugging. Everything was fine, but he didn't drop by for dinner tonight. He did yesterday, but I don't know. We ate together, all three of us, but today they didn't drop by, neither of them. Angela hasn't come around today? Sokka asked, surprised. Here, I thought she'd just gone home for the day. No, she didn't visit this time, Song said. I thought it was weird. She was so stressed out about you yesterday and she said she'd come, but I don't know. I heard some strange noises in the city, but I didn't really check what it might be. Could be they were busy with whatever that was. Though maybe nothing was happening at all and I'm imagining things. Ugh. I hope it's not another crisis, Sokka sighed. If it's not, she'll probably drop by tomorrow. And she'll be much happier too, once she knows you're safe and sound, Song said, beaming. Sokka nodded. Rui she might have just had an inconvenient shift too or something like that, Sokka suggested, so we shouldn't make a big deal out of it, right? Definitely, Song agreed. Anyways, you should go to bed, right? You look like you haven't slept since, well, 3 days ago, I suppose? Which isn't the best idea, you know. You had made a decent recovery from the poison, but no one said you were all better yet. Heh. Well, I had no choice but to jump into action, did I? Sokka laughed. I'll finish recovering now, I promise. You'd better, else it's not only my wrath you'll have to deal with. Song smiled. You need to look after yourself some more, Sokka. You guys always say that. He sighed dramatically, to which Song laughed again. All right. I'm off to bed. Good call, said Song, nodding as Sokka stood up from the table and stretched, with a loud yawn. Regardless of his exhaustion, of the strain he had put his body through, Sokka could barely settle down. Thoughts of how he had cheated Oze from killing the rebels were invigorating, and no amount of muscular pain would convince him to stop pacing through his room, laughing in disbelief. He took off the stolen uniform and smiled as he did, knowing he'd have to do away with it. At least he'd left the helmet all the way back in Fazan, and disposing of everything else shouldn't be too difficult. After a short while of restlessness, he decided the best way to calm down would be with a proper bath. Perhaps that was what he needed, seeing as he hadn't cleaned up at all since he left to Fazan. He headed downstairs and washed thoroughly in the bathroom, the water cleansing the dirt, the smells of Fazan and the wilderness, every lingering trace on his body that betrayed what he'd been up to. The convictions inside him only seemed to grow stronger, alongside his joy and pride over what he'd done. Over the men he'd saved, and the ones he might still save in the future. He tied up his towel around his waist, as he ever did upon leaving their exterior bathroom, and he meant to return to his room when he heard a soft knocking sound at the door. He frowned as he reached the bottom of the stairs, glancing at the front door. There was no way she had come by this late at night, not again. There was no need for it, was there? She could have just come by tomorrow, though, knowing Angela, she was simply desperate to know if he was all right. She would be anxious, surely, and appeasing her wouldn't be easy, but once she knew he was safe and successful. Or perhaps he hadn't hidden well enough. Had someone seen him? Had someone traced the mysterious soldier back to him? How could anyone do that? The blood slowed in his veins as he stopped in front of the door, uncertain and wary. If it was Angela, though, he shouldn't leave her waiting. If it wasn't, well, nothing was quite as inoffensive as a naked man with only a towel as protection, right? Perhaps he wouldn't seem so suspicious this way. He reached out towards the door, opening it cautiously while still holding the towel in place. "Oh, hell, it really is you," he sighed happily when he recognized Angela, her golden armor gleaming under the pale moonlight. His face broke into a leisurely grin as he opened the door fully to usher her inside. "You could have just waited until tomorrow, you know." "You're back," Angela blurted out, eyes wide as she stared at him. "Why Yuri, you're all right." "Yeah, you've got to hear the whole story," Sokka said, grinning proudly. "Come on, just come in and..." "Angela? What's..." She lowered her head, confusion plain across her face. It struck Sokka then that her behavior was about as weird as the last time she had visited him late at night, merely 3 days ago. With how nervous she had been about seeing him off, wouldn't it have been more like her to throw her arms around him as soon as she confirmed he was all right? She was tense, and the expression on her face spoke of something darker than Sokka had noticed right away. He frowned, knowing he had seen that same expression in other faces, in other eyes. In the eyes of the men he had saved from Fazan, just upon meeting them. "Angela, what's wrong?" he asked, urging her to come in so he could shut the door behind her. By now the princess complied, but she kept her distance all the same. Sokka followed her with his gaze, concern gnawing away at him, doing away with his pleasant mood gradually. "I'm back safe, and I saved them. I got them to safety, Angela, You, what?" Angela said, and now her confusion only grew more accentuated. "No, Sokka. You didn't save anyone." "The hell? Of course I did!" Sokka exclaimed, frowning. "I got them out of Fazan. I stole a soldier's uniform, I snuck into the arena's building, and together we burned the whole place down before I got them away through the forest." "You burned it?" Angela repeated, eyes wide. How hadn't she heard anything about that? Why hadn't Zhao mentioned anything like that? "And then I used the balloon to take them all to the dragon's pit." "Yeah, I know, it was a crazy idea, but Gang Hong and San said they'd look after them," Sokka finished, again with a small smile. "Everything is fine, Angela, really." "When did you?" she asked. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "When did you come home?" "Before noon, or?" No, around then I was still floating people into the Black Cliffs," Sokka said, crooking an eyebrow. "Why?" Angela's wide eyes were a bad sign, but it was worse yet when she covered her mouth with a hand. His leisurely behavior couldn't last through that. Something was profoundly wrong, something he couldn't fathom, apparently, and going by Angela's reaction to it, he wasn't going to like it. "Angela, what's going on?" Sokka asked again, his voice firmer than before. His eyes were already gaining the icy quality that made him terrifying once he grew serious. Her stomach sank. Her entire world seemed to be knocked out of balance all over again. She had to tell him, though. She had to. Even if she couldn't find a way to get the words out of her mouth. "Angela," Sokka said again, his voice grave. She shut her eyes tight and closed her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said. "I couldn't do anything. I was too stupid. It never even crossed my mind that you could have succeeded. I just thought you'd gotten away, but now. What's that supposed to mean?" "There was a mass execution today," Angela said. Sokka gasped. "Zhao, he said he'd caught them, the rebels. My father, he summoned me for the execution, and I thought it was them, Sokka. I thought you might be amongst them, and I was terrified, I was furious, I was powerless, But he didn't catch them." Sokka exclaimed, frowning. Zhao didn't catch anyone. If you're saying this execution happened halfway through the day, there's no way he caught the actual. I see that now, Azula said, gritting her teeth and reaching up to yank at her hair. I'm sorry, Sokka. Zhao he must have found slaves elsewhere. And then they executed them in the place of. Sokka's eyes widened. The hand gripping the towel released it. His mouth opened slightly, as Azula's words sank in. They thought no one would know, Azula said, fisting her hair. Shit, even I didn't know. I wouldn't have realized it either if you hadn't taken off to save them. They just found substitutes, they killed those instead, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't. I'm so sorry, Sokka. She couldn't stay upright anymore. She couldn't stand on her own 2 feet. She dropped on her knees before him, tears spilling from her eyes after she had spent the entire day holding them in. She had been a fool. A worse fool than she had realized. She had underestimated her father, underestimated Zhao. How could she be so blind? How could she forget what they were capable of? To them, slaves amounted to nothing. They were all one and the same, weren't they? The crime of one was the crime of all. She had been useless. Powerless, and useless. Even her attempt to help had served no use. Sokka had saved 12 lives, and by doing so, condemned 12 others to death by Fire Lord Oze's command. Sokka's teeth were gritted, and his hands had turned into fists so tight his nails were drawing blood from his palms. The snarl over his face was wilder than the one he had displayed when he had lost himself in his fight against the Millennium Dragon. He hadn't failed. He hadn't, and yet his success had been paid for by people who had nothing to do with it. People who had every right to live, just like those he had saved. And he hadn't had the power to do anything about it. Neither had Azula. Fury like none he'd known before boiled under his skin. The woman on her knees before him seemed to feel defeated, her head hung, her shoulders slumped, but Sokka's rage was too strong. It was too impetuous. It wasn't defeat, it was hatred. Burning hatred of the sorts he hadn't felt in more years than he could remember. The same hatred that had burned inside his heart in the South Pole, the same hatred that had built up into poisonous vitriol when he had lived in Huiyi. The kind of hatred that now urged him to rid the world of Fire Lord Oze. Chapter 180, Slave Riot 5. Their voices had seemed loud in what had otherwise been a quiet night. They had woken her, but then fallen silent once Song sat up on her bed. If the tone of their conversation hadn't been as serious as it was, she would have assumed the princess had showed up merely to check on Sokka, and that they would be celebrating his success now, but after hearing only one set of steps climbing the stairs, she knew that wasn't the case. She hadn't heard any sounds from the front door. Maybe the princess had left stealthily, or maybe she was still downstairs. Song hadn't understood what had happened, and fear rushed through her as she stared at her room's closed door. Asking either of them might be a bad idea, but she couldn't quite help it. Not when it had something to do with slaves. She climbed off the bed carefully and made her way to the stairs. One glance at the couch told her the princess was sitting there, alone, her face in her hands, fingers in her scalp. Song trembled as she walked downstairs, fearing she would be sent away, but knowing that whatever plagued the princess had to be serious if Sokka had left her in the living room like that. Would you like some tea? Her voice came out before Song could help herself. She didn't know what else to say, what else to offer, but Azula merely shook her head without so much as glancing at her. I'm sorry. I suppose we woke you, she said. Song gritted her teeth and shook her head too, taking her seat beside the princess. It's not important, she said, but, is something wrong? Sokka told me, well, that he'd saved them. Why does it look like? He did, Azula whispered. He did a brilliant job. I have no doubts he did. Then, said Song, were they caught after he left them? No, Azula said, with a heavy sigh. My father just found a scapegoat. 12 of them, to be exact. He found other gladiators, from other arenas. Executed them, in place of those Sokka saved. He pretended they were the same ones who had rebelled, and we all believed him, because we didn't know any better. I didn't, until Sokka said, until he said he'd saved them. So, it meant this group had to be. Oh, it's horrible, said Song, eyes wide. He killed innocent gladiators because of what the others did in a bid for standing up for themselves. Angela finished. Hardly a crime, if you ask me. Rebelling against your tormentor is far from unreasonable. But the Fire Lord doesn't care, does he? Song said, frowning. All that matters to him is proving his might, right? Quite so, Angela conceded, releasing her hair and dropping against the couch's backrest. He doesn't care about how far he must go to play the strong, unyielding Fire Lord who's not to be trifled with. I mean, it's hardly the first time he proves it, but this is just... She couldn't seem to utter the rest of her sentence. Even if she didn't, Song's mind only evoked the word unforgivable. He executed them, then? Song asked. I thought there was something going on in the center of the city today, but as Ruishi hadn't said anything about an upcoming festival or a party, I figured it was none of my business. It was better that you didn't attend, Angela said. I could barely stomach it. It would have only been worse for you. I guess, said Song, lowering her gaze. I'm sorry you had to witness that, though. You mustn't have had a choice. I'm far sorrier that I had no power to put a stop to it, Angela said, shaking her head again. I couldn't do anything but stand there, and Song bit her lip, glancing at Angela again. The regret in her eyes was gripping. The last time she had been with the princess at a low point came to mind, when she had feared she'd lose Sokka for good in the festivals, over a year ago. Just as it had been back then, Song wasn't sure what to do to help her. Her chest felt cold, even when she was trying her hardest not to picture what she had described about the 12 executed slaves. Sokka didn't take it well, Song whispered at last. Focusing on them, on the princess and her gladiator, would be best for now. Her personal grief over this disastrous event would have to wait. Angela shook her head as an answer, and unsurprisingly, her misery only seemed to increase upon the mention of her gladiator. Song swallowed hard. You know, he's probably just keeping his distance because he's trying to protect you from his misery, in his own way, Song said. I doubt he blames you. He doesn't have to. I blame myself enough for doing nothing, Angela replied. I don't even know how to look him in the eye after this. I should have been able to act, to do something other than stand there while they died. And I didn't. I couldn't do anything because fear held me down. Fear, of my father. Of whatever he'd be capable of if I rebelled openly, now, saving slaves in front of his subjects. Even if Sokka could forgive me for being such a coward, it doesn't mean I can forgive myself. I understand, said Song, sighing, but, you did do something. You told Sokka. You couldn't have known your father would do something so horrible. I should have. I shouldn't have underestimated him. As far as he's concerned, slaves are meaningless, all of them nothing but scum. Angela spoke with vitriol, her eyes glacial as she glared at the wall. Punishing the right or wrong ones wouldn't matter one bit to him. And even so, I don't even know how I could have saved them. I'm just that useless. There has to be a way, there had to be something, but I can't think of anything even now. It's over, Song whispered. It's horrible, and we should all be in mourning. But princess, it's already over. I know it sounds cruel of me to say you can't beat yourself up over this forever, but, otherwise, we should be beating ourselves up for every slave who dies every day, every slave we can't save. Shouldn't we? That doesn't make things any better, Angela said, rubbing her eyes with the heels of her hands. All it means is I should have been fighting harder to save every single slave, and instead I just dealt with my own business, as though their lives didn't matter. That's hardly forgivable, is it? It's more forgivable than you think, Song said. Angela frowned. You're not the one killing slaves. You're not the one tormenting them. Else, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Of course it's not me, but I should have a say upon this. I should have tried harder to make my father reconsider his stance. I should have pressured him to agree to my project back when I presented it, but I didn't, Angela said, her voice shaking. And because I didn't try harder, slaves are still dying, and they'll keep on dying unless I do something. Somehow. But it's easier said than done, isn't it? Song asked. Angela nodded. If every life we save comes at the cost of the lives of anyone else my father chooses as a scapegoat, yes, Angela said, I don't know how to avoid this. I don't know how to save anyone without the consequences being equally bad. But if I don't do something, people will keep on dying, and they've been dying for years. For long before we were born, Song whispered. Maybe they weren't slaves yet, but it's been over 100 years of senseless deaths over this war and its consequences. Saving 12 lives is more than what was saved through those 100 years, isn't it? I guess it is, and yet, it doesn't feel right, Angela said, closing her eyes. Her brow furrowed. Those 12 deserved to be saved, but so did the 12 I saw today. You just said it yourself, there's been more than enough deaths as it is. More than enough people have been sacrificed as it is. Song sighed and nodded, glancing at the princess with uncertainty. It was the first time they had held a conversation like this, about these subjects, in private. Barely a few days earlier, they'd sat in this same living room, with Sokka and Ruishi, rejoicing in how far they'd come, and how much further they would go. All that joy, the feelings of accomplishment, felt so distant, as though they'd happened to someone else. What little happiness remained seemed meaningless next to the horror of what Angela had been a silent witness to earlier that day. You know. Song spoke softly, her unfocused gaze lost in the horizon. I had no hope left by the time Sokka found me in the market. I assumed I'd be bought by a horrible nobleman, at my luckiest, and that I'd be treated as less than a person for the rest of my life, receiving no respect, my dignity stripped away and stolen from me. So many others had been through that kind of experience, so I was sure I wouldn't be any luckier. I didn't think there was any reason why I would be. I wasn't special, or better than anyone else. Much like what Sokka said a couple of days ago, it could have been anyone but me. But it was me. I told Sokka that day that, if he wanted to save all slaves, that would be his first chance to save one. Angela remembered, frowning. It was the only way to convince him to let me buy someone to help cook and clean for him, seeing as he had no idea how to do it himself. You didn't think about finding someone who could be a healer, from what I could gather, said Song, grinning a little. Sokka seemed to start believing I'd be a good choice once I explained I'd been a healer back home in the Earth Kingdom. I was confused when he came out of nowhere, sneaking into the booth as he did. There were other slaves there. I never really understood how they were classified, but the salesman had singled me out for the time being. I guess, if he hadn't done that, I might not be here now. There were a lot of factors at play, Angela said. Had any details been any different, it might not have been you. It might not have been Sokka either. And I don't want to even imagine what my life would be like if that were the case. Neither do I. But I guess it's not so hard to guess how our lives would have turned out in both mine and Sokka's cases, said Song, biting her lip. We were the lucky ones. Even if it wasn't so obvious that we were when you hired him in Huiyi and when he picked me in the slave market, but we were. And then, later on, you helped Haru. And I don't know who else you've helped, but there's also the homeless people you've been working with, and the Earth Kingdom villagers whom you helped after taking down the rough rhinos. You have changed many lives. You have helped people ever since I've known you, whether because it was convenient or because you truly wished to, it makes little matter. I'm not the same girl I was that day, when Sokka found me in the slave market. I was terrified. I was sure that nothing in my future could be better than the blissful memories of my family, back when we were all still together. I had no hopes. But within just a few days, the two of you brought my hopes back, little by little. Within a short time, I found myself feeling, well, safe, even when I never thought it possible in the Fire Nation. Within a few months, I realized soldiers weren't just faceless monsters, and I met Ruishi, and by now, I've even visited my mother twice. I may not have regained everything I lost, but I gained new friends. I know my mother is safe, healthy, and working for good people. And I know that, as hard as some things have been, good changes can come from the unlikeliest of sources. I'm glad we helped you, Angela whispered, glancing at Song with uncertainty. There's no point in hiding that I didn't quite feel strongly about you, one way or another, for quite some time. At first, I merely wanted someone to cook for Sokka so he wouldn't kill himself through food poisoning. After all these years of trying to teach him basic cooking skills, Sometimes I fear he might still do that, Song admitted. To her surprise, Angela smiled a little. Well, he has improved. Nowhere near your level, but still. She said, sighing, in all these years you've become an essential member of our strange team. And I seldom ever thanked you for it, did I? You don't have to, said Song, shaking her head. In truth, the longer I spend with you guys, the more honored I feel about being the one Sokka chose that day, and the more determined I am to do my best so that I can feel worthy of this opportunity, even if it's been 3 years as it is. You are worthy, said Angela, as is he. There's no doubt in my mind about that. It's only others aren't less worthy just because we are, Song said, and, well, like Sokka back in the day, you wish you could help them all, right? Angela nodded, but she smiled again after closing her eyes. Song raised her eyebrows. Something the matter? She asked. Just, you brought up the day we bought you, said Angela. I somehow implied that maybe one day more people would share Sokka's sentiments over slavery. He taunted me about it, saying maybe I'd be the first one he'd sway. If only all those slaves hadn't just been executed today, I guess he'd be happy if I reminded him of that. He was right, after all. Yeah, said Song, smiling. We've all changed a lot, there's no denying that. And I know I'm grateful for it. And I also know not everyone has had that same opportunity, no matter if they do deserve them. You've been saving slaves, though, for all these years. No doubt, it's been a slow process, but you saved Sokka. You saved me, and Haru, and who knows how many others I've never heard about. So maybe you failed today, and surely you can't forgive yourself for it. But you did try, you came here, you told Sokka, he helped 12 people. 12 others died, and it is a tragedy, but it's a tragedy that would have likely happened anyways. They were amateur gladiators, both the ones executed and the ones Sokka saved. Death was all that awaited them. So, that Sokka could save a handful of them is something we ought to be grateful for. Angela sighed. Believe me, I am, but watching them die is going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I wouldn't expect otherwise, said Song, glancing at her helplessly, and you of all people deserve better. After all you've done for all of us, you don't deserve to torment yourself about the slaves you couldn't save when they were executed by people who won't care one bit about having killed them. But, you care. You wanted to save them. And I don't know how you'll do it, but I'd like to believe you'll succeed at it one day. I wish it could be sooner rather than later, but it's much easier said than done. It won't stop me from believing that you can make this world better, though, if just little by little. You give me a lot of credit. Maybe I deserve it, but I can't say I feel like I do tonight, Angela said. Thank you, though. Not just for this, but for everything else, too. You've been supporting Sokka for years, ever keeping him alive both by healing him and cooking for him, so cleaning after him, too. He's a bit clumsy with his stuff sometimes. Song laughed softly. I know you mustn't feel like you should go to him now, and maybe you shouldn't, I wouldn't know. But he might appreciate knowing you feel as strongly about this as he does. Maybe if you talk about it, he'll know you're as eager to change slavery as he is to see it changed. Maybe, Angela agreed, glancing wistfully at the stairs. I guess I should check on him. If he wants to talk with me, then we'll talk. If not, then I'll just leave him be. Sometimes he needs to be alone, and I might not be who he wants to talk to right now. Well, I could be wrong, but if he doesn't want to talk to you then he surely won't want to talk to anyone, said Song, with a weak grin. You have no idea what he's like when you're not around, but asked Angela, with a little amusement. Song laughed. He's unbearable. Back in the day he could tolerate being away from you a bit more, but by now it's an impossible feat for him. Looks like she said once he even bluntly asked me if I thought he could impersonate a nobleman to get away with marrying you. Angela laughed softly, and Song smiled at her. The situation was dark indeed, but at least the princess might be able to find some peace eventually, even if it appeared impossible right now. He's a mess, but he loves you more than anything in his life, most likely, said Song, pushing herself up and sighing. Anyways, I guess I'll make myself some midnight tea. If you'd like some, let me know. If not, that's okay too, princess. I think I'll try my luck with talking to him. Angela breathed in, her eyes on the floor. Song smiled. Good. I hope he'll be in better shape than we expected. Hopefully. And, Song. Yeah. Angela raised her eyebrows, looking at the young woman with uncertainty. Song only stared back, confused. I know we're not exactly the closest of friends, despite we know each other fairly well by now. Angela finally said, with a small laugh, but you don't need to call me by my title anymore, unless you truly prefer it. It's fine to just call me Angela. Oh. It is. Song said, glancing at her with uncertainty. Well then. She stared at the princess, trying to build up her resolve. The amusement in her golden eyes was apparent, especially when Song couldn't help but blurt out. Princess Angela. She said, dropping her head in defeat. Angela smiled and stood up. Well, I suppose it's a slow-going process, she said, patting Song's shoulder. No need to force yourself if you'd rather not do it, but I figured it was a good idea to let you know you're allowed some sort of familiarity with me. We did conspire together to throw a silly celebration party only a few weeks ago, right? Right, said Song, smiling too. Well, then, I'll do my best. One day I might surprise the both of us by actually using your name. I'll look forward to that, Angela said, nodding thanks. I'll check back on you about that tea, if he'd rather be alone for now. Sure. And if he'd rather be with you, have a good night, Song said, bowing her head towards Angela before the princess began climbing the stairs. Likewise, Song, she answered, still with a kind grin. The sort of grins she seldom showed people other than Sokka. Beyond their conversation, and the princess's request, it was the sight of that smile what brought Song to believe, wholeheartedly, that the two of them were friends. That maybe they had been for much longer than either woman had realized they were. Angela was quiet, hoping not to draw attention to herself before assessing Sokka's state. She hadn't heard any noises from his room at all, not raging screams nor crying. After all these years of knowing him as intimately as she did, though, she had a pretty good feeling she knew what his actual reaction had been instead. Her first glance through the room surprised her, and not in a good way. She couldn't see him right away, leading her to wildly wonder if he'd jumped out the open balcony, until she noticed the night light from the crescent moon was falling not only on the bed, but on a hunched body sitting next to it. He hadn't even bothered climbing on the bed. He was still undressed, facing the balcony, his hair in disarray. Only the subtlest movement of his shoulders betrayed that he was still breathing. He had shut down, just as she had guessed he would. But this time Angela wasn't sure she had any right to coax him out of it. This time she feared she would only make things worse. He had noticed her, though. His head moved ever so slightly, and his eyes glanced at her through the curtain of his hair. Angela felt the urge to run away, to leave, to hide in shame, but she didn't truly want to do that. If he was going to blame her, she might as well face him right now. She felt bad enough as it was. If he made her feel any worse, chances were she'd only be glad for it. The pain inside her was strong, but her conviction of deserving every bit of it was even stronger. She didn't speak, she only walked towards him. Within moments she had taken her seat beside him, her armor clinking against the wooden bed frame. She didn't stare at him, merely sat by his side and waited. Sokka glanced at her on occasion, but he didn't speak right away either. By the time he finally did, Angela was starting to think they'd just sit on the floor, silently, for the rest of the night, or perhaps the rest of their lives. I thought you'd have left by now, Sokka whispered, his voice broken. Angela swallowed hard, hating to hear him sound like that. Everything about their current situation reminded her of that night at the Northern Air Temple, and that was certainly not a memory she wished to relive. If you want me to, I will, she said. Just say the word and I'll go. I don't expect you'd want to talk to me now, but if I were wrong, then maybe. The more she spoke, the more foolish she felt. Was she a helpless child, hoping for a pat on the head, a kind smile even if it was half-hearted? Of course she was wrong. Of course she wasn't welcome beside him right now, if she ever would be again. Her entire body felt heavy, and her throat choked up. She shouldn't have been such a fool. Sokka didn't need her right now. But maybe she was here because she needed him this time, instead. She trembled, and closed her eyes. There was no point to this. There was no point in looking for comfort in any way, for she didn't deserve any. She should just. I don't want you to leave. Her eyes snapped open. She didn't expect that. She knew for sure she didn't deserve that. But I'm hardly the best company to be around right now, Sokka continued, lowering his gaze. I'm sorry. You're sorry. Azula repeated. I'm the one who should say that. I'm the one who barged in, ruined your night. After everything you must have been through, I shouldn't have. If you hadn't told me right away, I would have found out later anyways. And I wouldn't have felt any better than I do now, Sokka said, running a hand through his hair. Shit. I can't. I don't even want to let myself think of it anymore, but I can't help it. Neither can I, said Azula, dropping her head against the mattress. You must have been terrified, Sokka said. Azula clenched her fist over her lap. You thought they'd been caught, you must have thought they'd caught me. Didn't you? It didn't make sense that they would have, Azula admitted, her voice shaky. And yet, you're right. I knew, if you'd been caught, I would have faced consequences for it right away. But I hadn't faced them. So, it meant you probably had gotten away somehow. That's what I hoped. But at the same time, I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think you'd failed, and you didn't. I didn't fail the rebels, Sokka whispered, before sighing heavily. I just failed everyone else. Azula glanced at him, remorse plain across her face. Sokka didn't see her, fingers still gliding over his hair as his brow furrowed. I know you'll never forgive me for saying this, he whispered, and I'm sorry for that. But I want your father dead. He expected her to be indignant, or to ask him not to say such things so recklessly. He feared this would erupt into an argument, a massive one, but right now his heart's darkest side was raging with the urge to find the Fire Lord and put an end to this nightmare for once and for all. No matter the cost. It was foolish, he knew so. He knew Azula wouldn't let him do that. Not only because she would protect him from jumping into that kind of danger, and because the consequences would likely be worse than Sokka could gauge just yet, but because she was loyal to her father, even if she was well aware of the error of his ways. For someone like Azula, the mere idea of killing her father would amount to the worst of all treasons, wouldn't it? And yet her words took him aback when she finally spoke them. I understand. Sokka glanced at her, the vacancy in his eyes receding slightly. Was that resignation? Was it agreement? What do you mean, you understand? He repeated. Azula sighed. I mean, I wouldn't have expected any less, she whispered. What's the point in denying it? Even I have thought about it too. The world would be better if he weren't the one in power. His eyes widened. Only now did he seem to take in Azula's presence and words fully, the sorrow in her features only akin to what he'd seen in her after Zhang had nearly killed him. What she'd seen today, her helplessness to act on her true urges, to save the slaves from undeserved doom. Now that the vacancy was gone from his eyes, could he see it reflected in hers? Azula, he whispered. She gritted her teeth, pulling her knees up to her chin and burying her face in them. I'm a coward, she said, and I was worse than useless for it. I was an accessory, a mere witness, unable to do anything, unable to save anyone. I waited, like a moron, expecting someone else to swing in and save the day in the middle of the executions, but no one did. No one, and no one could have. No one would have. But because I was scared, because I didn't dare face the consequences, I didn't do anything either. And she didn't expect his hand to fall on her shoulder. She raised her eyes to meet his, and despite not wanting to find it, not even hoping for it, there was empathy, understanding, in his gaze. Her lips trembled as she sought words she wouldn't find. Sokka, she said, but he silenced her when his arms pulled her closer, into an intimate, fragile embrace. She couldn't fight the tears. Her hands fell upon his naked body, and it felt as though it had been ages since she had last touched him. The pain inside her was overwhelming, stronger even when he was holding her. How direly she had needed this, and yet she was still certain she didn't deserve it. That certainty only made everything hurt more. You don't know how to forgive yourself, he whispered. Her clenched jaws tightened further, and nothing anyone says will make you feel any better about how you acted. You had no choice? You keep thinking maybe you did. Maybe you should have done something else. Maybe you should have thought of a better possibility than just going along with what some tyrant was forcing you to do. You wish you hadn't just closed your eyes, or your mind, or your heart, but there was no other way to keep moving forward. Because if you let yourself be overwhelmed by the sorrow of it all, you'd be even more useless than you already were. Angela's fingertips clutched at him, nails lightly scraping his skin. Sokka didn't seem to care for the mild pain. Instead, he caressed her back gently before releasing a deep breath and standing up, bringing her with him. He pulled Angela close, ushering her to sit on the bed. She blinked blankly as he reached out to undo the bindings of her armor, lifting it over her head quickly, expertly, before removing her boots next. His movements were ceremonious, slow, far more graceful than when he stripped her naked when they were desperate to join their bodies. His intent was different this time around. The last thing he removed, right after setting aside her belt, was her hairpiece. With a quick movement, her hair fell down upon her shoulders. She swallowed hard, waiting for Sokka to say or do something else. If you don't move forward, you'll never do right by them, Sokka said, breathing deeply. We're alive, and they're not. It might mean, well, they're free from a hellish existence, even if in the worst possible way. But it also means that those of us left behind, those of us who hate this kind of injustice, are the ones who have to do something about it. The past can't change anymore, but maybe the future is worth fighting for. Angela clenched her jaw, in a hopeless attempt to fight the tears. Sokka's eyes were gentler now, and he cupped her face carefully. It won't help to hear it's not your fault, he whispered. I know, because no matter how many times I've heard it, it never makes me feel any better. But truthfully, Angela, it's not. It all boils down to one man, one wretched man and his mindless, cruel decisions. That's who we should hold responsible, and that's what we need to fight against. I know. I understand. She managed to say, struggling to keep her voice level. But, how? I mean, how can we truly fight against him? The entire Fire Nation army is at his beck and call. He has far more political power than anyone else in the entire world, and he has some genuine loyalists that would chase after us if we ever did anything to him. I don't like the idea of doing anything to my father, even if he damn well deserves it, but I like the idea of acting recklessly even less. If we'll cause more problems than we'll solve, would it be a worthwhile solution? You're saying, for instance, if we staged a full-scale slave rebellion, the army would sooner kill all slaves than let them go, Sokka said, and I guess arranging something like that wouldn't be easy either way. Slaves are, generally, well out of our reach. That's the problem, said Angela, lowering her gaze. We'd need something else. Slaves deserve better, there's no doubt about that, but if we want them to live, rather than die faster, they're not the ones who should be fighting with us. I agree, said Sokka, nodding. But if not them, who? Honorary citizens? Would they take the risk? I don't know, Angela said, but we can't really count on it, can we? This is so difficult, Sokka. And because it's difficult, because there are so many ways it could fail rather than work, my stupid cowardice keeps speaking up. I keep thinking, doing anything is so much more dangerous than doing nothing at all, but that's stupid, isn't it? All those people who have died, who have been dying for years while I just averted my eyes, while I pretended otherwise, they've only been dying because no one acted. Because everyone was too scared of the consequences to do the right thing. Sokka sighed and nodded, pressing his brow to hers. Angela's tears dropped down her cheeks again, as her chest heaved with every breath. I don't know what to do, she said. I know you're right. I know my father can't keep leading the Fire Nation if we want it to change, but I also don't dare do what I think he did. I can't kill my own father. No matter how fucked up he is, I don't have it in me. I know you don't. I wouldn't ask you to, said Sokka, sighing and pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Angela let herself fall on his shoulder, tears falling on his bare skin now. So, what? You'll do it yourself? She asked, her entire body weakening upon finishing her sentence. Something seemed to suck the life out of her at the mere thought of her father dying by her lover's hand. I would if there's no other way, Sokka said, sighing. I did say I want him dead, but that doesn't mean I'm going to behead him tomorrow or anything. I just hate him more than I ever had. Which is saying a lot, considering I was raised to hate him. He's far from innocent. I know that, Angela whispered, but he's still my father. I know. That's the main reason why I won't be so impulsive, Sokka admitted, pulling away from her and grimacing. I doubt you'd ever forgive me for it. I'm not so sure anymore, truthfully, said Angela, her eyes on the mattress. I'd rather he doesn't die, it's true, but what other choice is there? The best idea I had for helping slaves was in the project I presented to him, and he probably set the whole proposal on fire as soon as I left his office that day. Outside of that, I can't come up with anything. I'm at a loss for what to do. Any other ideas might bring so many casualties with them that I don't know what to do anymore. Well, maybe there are other options, said Sokka, breathing deeply, less straightforward ones, but still, options. I did consider liberating slaves everywhere, in small, lightning operations, so to speak, kind of like what I did this time. It worked, so, as long as I'm careful, it might work again. It might, Angela said, eyeing him uneasily, but you'll have to plan thoroughly each time. As things stand, it's likely all arenas and markets will have even more security, and that's something I wanted to talk about, too, Sokka said, frowning. Angela raised her eyebrows. What do you mean, exactly? Who took me to Huiyi? He asked. I mean, which guards were assigned to drag me there? I don't know anymore, said Angela. I could ask them, I guess. It's unlikely that they would have forgotten about having done it. I didn't ask them to make deliveries to slave markets often. Of course, said Sokka, sighing. Thing is, I wasn't really aware of what was going on for the most part. I guess I spent the trip blacking out and coming back to my senses so many times that it felt like a bad dream instead of reality. But the corpses of the guards at Fazan's arena, they wore the same uniforms as the guards from Huiyi. The same. Angela said, frowning. Sokka looked at her intently. Amateur arenas aren't exactly a whole, structured system, are they? He asked. I never got the feeling they cooperated amongst themselves or anything like that. But I guess I don't know that much about what happened in arenas outside of the fighting pit. Either way, I thought maybe it was chance, maybe it's just a popular kind of outfit, I don't know, but one of the guys I saved today, a kid called Yunruo, he was taken not long ago. He told me the men who caught him wore that same outfit, and so did the guards in the slave markets. I didn't notice any guards when we bought Song, and I don't think we were ever in the Fire Nation's slave markets other than at that point, but it feels like it'd be too weird a coincidence for all of them to wear the same outfits for no reason, right? So, I don't know, but maybe that's what we have to take down. The system behind slavery, the system that employs those fire-bending guards and brings slaves to markets, and then protects the amateur arenas. I guess I never thought it was that complicated because my father has always acted like slavery is an afterthought, Angela said, frowning. There's no official branch of our army devoted to the task of dealing with slaves, not as far as I know, that's why I proposed the formation of one in my project. But maybe there's already some forms of control over slavery? But if there is, why wouldn't my father ever acknowledge it? Slavery is legal, by his command, so this system, why would it be some sort of dirty, unspoken secret if my father is fine with slavery? Who knows? Sokka said, shrugging. But slaves don't pop up out of nowhere. Someone finds them, someone brings them to markets. And from the looks of it, it's the same person. If we figure out what their process is, we could disrupt it and save thousands of lives, maybe. It might be a way to deal with this, but what if my father's ultimately the one behind it all, again? Angela said, if it were someone else, maybe they could be coaxed into stopping, or bought off. I don't know. But slaves are transported here from the Earth Kingdom, right? Sokka said, raising an eyebrow if we acted like pirates, somehow, and attacked one of their transport ships to steal them away. An entire shipment of slaves could be sent somewhere safer than here. Their lives could be spared, and if your father, or whoever's behind this, lost not only slaves but profit, they might stop enjoying their secretive human trafficking network as much as they do. True enough, said Angela, breathing in and nodding. Well, that sounds doable. It's not a permanent solution, but for now, maybe it could work, as long as we figure out how to be safe pirates. Maybe my new friends would agree to help with this, said Sokka, biting his lip. I don't know, it could be difficult and dangerous to provide them with a ship or something. They might have no idea how to sail or so, but they could be honorable pirates, if that even exists. If it doesn't, they can be trailblazers, Angela said, smiling a little. Sounds like an alright idea, at least. It needs proper work, but maybe by morning we'll be more level-headed, enough to decide on how to proceed. Maybe, said Sokka, nodding and clasping her hand in his. But as much as that might help new slaves, it does nothing for the ones who are already here. I suggested quick operations of extraction, but truth be told, doing those on my hot air balloon is not bound to work unless it's, I don't know, 2 or 3 slaves rather than 12. So, we should find a more permanent solution. That's what you mean, Angela said, sighing. A way to depose my father, at least. Right. Don't you think your guards would join us? Sokka asked. They've always been so loyal to you, they might choose you over your father. I can't fight what might turn into a civil war with 10 soldiers against an entire army, Angela said, looking at Sokka matter-of-factly. Might as well fight it on my own, I'd die just as easily. You might underestimate yourself, but, truthfully, I'd rather not risk your life, Sokka said, biting his lip. There's got to be something we can rely on, though. More than enough people hate the Fire Nation, right? So. Yeah, they do, Angela said, frowning, but we happen to have a really bad relationship with the ones who hate it most. Sokka's eyes snapped up towards hers. The uneasy grimace on Angela's face made his stomach twist up too. What, the White Lotus? He said. Angela shrugged. That's madness. How would we ever join forces with them? How would they even agree to joining us at anything? I don't know, but don't you think that's why Piandao gave you that tile? Angela asked. Sokka's eyes widened. He might have been counting on you reaching a breaking point one day. If those tiles are the way to manifest membership. If they are, what of it? Said Sokka, grimacing. We don't even know where to find them. If we did, it'd be something else, but having a tile doesn't mean anything unless you know who to show it to. Heh. Maybe you should show it to my uncle. That way we'd confirm if he's White Lotus or not, Angela said. Sokka snorted. That only makes me want to join them even less, he said. Angela smiled a little. Besides, he's not even in the city, and who knows if he'll ever come back. Not to mention, if he isn't the spy, he'd probably rat me out to your dad about holding a tile, and then Cephas would. Xin Long and I would set the bastard on fire long before he so much as tries, Angela growled. Sokka smiled. That's good then. But I still wouldn't risk showing the tile to your uncle, of all people, he said. Angela sighed and nodded. Fair enough. Our other option was the head sage, but that might not help much either, Angela said. He does want me to succeed my father, and he wanted me to stay on his good side because of that, but I don't know for sure that he could be another spy. Maybe the prisoners? Sokka asked, though they wouldn't be likely to help us at all. No, they wouldn't, Angela agreed, sighing. I admit, if they have an army as big as what June described, they'd be the only force to hold a torch to the Fire Nation's military. Joining forces with them disgusts me, on a fundamental level, but, if that's the only way to put a stop to slavery, to prevent more senseless deaths, then we'd do it. Sokka asked, uneasy. I mean, I know it's better to be open to all options, but those bastards might not be any help if they decide to stab us in the back instead. I know, Angela said, her fingers slipping between his. Granted, this is all just theoretical. We can't know for sure that we'll be able to achieve any of this. If anything, it looks really unlikely, but we should be ready for anything. We should explore every angle. I think I hate being powerless so much more than I hate the White Lotus. Yeah, said Sokka, nodding gently. If they're the only way we can stop slavery, then I guess I'll join forces with my worst enemy again. Huh. You do have a funny knack for doing that, Azula said, smiling weakly. Well, seeing how that turned out with me, maybe you really should join forces with the White Lotus. You might end up reforming them, making them rethink their course of action and helping them achieve their dreams, though the risk is they may fall in love with you for it. Ugh. No, thank you. The only enemy-turned-lover I need in my life is you, Sokka said, grimacing at the thought of White Lotus agents, Zhang in particular, developing romantic feelings of any sort for him. To his surprise, Azula laughed at his reaction, even if just softly. He smiled at the sight before pulling her close, and her head fell on his chest as he held her gently. Within mere moments, the two lay together on the mattress, her head resting atop his chest as his free hand played with her loose hair. The other hand remained linked with hers. You know, I never wanted you to truly understand how I felt in the amateur arena, Sokka whispered. Azula bit her lower lip. I shared those stories with you, yeah, but I had hoped you wouldn't have to go through anything remotely similar. You didn't have to. You already knew slavery was wrong, you'd taken steps to put a stop to it even if your father shut you down. I never thought I'd understand it to this extent either, Azula said. I stood there, even after everyone else was gone. My father, he left when they stopped screaming. I suppose he assumed they were dead by then, so he just walked away. But I couldn't. I had to stay. I couldn't dare leave, even when it was killing me inside to watch the whole thing. Just imagining being the one forced to kill them. I have no idea how you endured it. I'm so sorry, Sokka. I never thought it would be easy, but it never was, Sokka acknowledged. Eventually you just had to go through the motions. If I didn't do it, I was going to be forced to. The firebending guards were always there to make sure of it, so I felt like I didn't have a choice. Just like you today. And I guess you'd beat yourself up for it later, Azula whispered. Sokka sighed and nodded, always thinking, you should have had it in you to do something, to take a stand. I guess I should have. But if I had, it wouldn't have ended any better than it did today. Sokka said no one was going to swing in to rescue me. I would have been. Her grip on him tightened, and she buried her face in his chest. He didn't finish his sentence, knowing better than to do that when the memory of the executions was still fresh in her mind. Surely, the thought of him almost being one of them would torment her for a long time. You learn to live with it, he whispered, caressing her hair as reassuringly as he could. Despite dreading the gesture would do little to appease her, you learn to forget about it, if just for a while. Then you remember you're too lucky, that life has dealt you too good a hand to waste it, but you feel like you should have done better. That you should have been fighting to save them from the get-go. That not doing it means, yeah, that you're a coward. But as hard as it may be to believe it, Azula, your father was the one who allowed this. The one who condoned this. The one who would sooner execute innocent people and use them as scapegoats for the ones whose only crime was deciding they didn't want to kill each other anymore. Yeah, maybe we could have done better. And I'd like to think we will in time, but the true source of this outrage isn't us. Yeah, we'll do something about it, but don't lose sight of what really matters. I know you're right, Azula said, sighing. I know it, deep down, and yet I just keep thinking it's not fair. Maybe one of them, standing in those pyres, meant as much to someone else as you mean to me. Maybe they could have achieved something remarkable in their lives, had they been free. The thought that so many lives have been lost in the same, senseless manner, it makes me think this world has lost so much more than we can ever recover. And yet we could lose even more. Sokka nodded, pressing a soft kiss to the top of her head. Azula shut her eyes tightly and hugged him, taking in his scent with each of her deep breaths. The horror she had witnessed today was bound to show itself in her dreams, and chasing it away would be just as difficult as putting aside the thought of Sokka's dying figure in that clearing had been. That we don't want to lose more is what should keep us moving forward. No matter how hard it may be, Sokka said, breathing in and rubbing her arm and back gently. This isn't easy to live with, I would know, but we have ideas. We may have proper plans soon, too, so, let's just work on them. Let's move forward. The more we linger on them, on the crimes we committed or didn't prevent, the more helpless we'll feel and the less likely we will be to change anything at all. Right. Right, said Angela, stroking his flank, though I guess we're both too tired, too emotional to come up with solid plans just yet. Right. Likely, Sokka conceded. Angela glanced up at him. Maybe you can tell me about your trip, she said, about the men you saved. How did you do it? You said you set the arena on fire. Sokka smiled a little and nodded. The princess raised her eyebrows. Sounds like that must have been fulfilling for you, she said, grinning too. Sokka chuckled. I admit, it was so much more cathartic than I expected, he said, before beginning his tale. Angela remained lying next to him, her head atop his chest as she gazed at him with loving admiration. The executions had been horrifying, but hearing about how Sokka had succeeded at saving those men was reassuring. It encouraged her, it convinced her that their small, barely hatching rebellion could stand a chance against her father's regime and armies. If they were careful, if they were thorough with their plans, there was a chance, however small as it might be, that they would save the slaves. All of them, this time without fail. She couldn't help but think about how inconsiderate she had been about the whole subject back in the day. How little she had cared, how irrelevant the plights of slaves had seemed so long ago in her eyes. She had found it irritating, insulting even, when Sokka had diminished her problems back when they had met again in Huai, when he had assumed nothing that plagued her could be truly important, but now, more than ever, she understood why that was the case. Now she understood why he had been so distraught about Suki's fate, upon hearing just how terrible a village Shuo was. Now she knew why he had wanted to protect her by making her wait outside that pub in the horrible run-down town where she had first met June. Her problems weren't any less real than anyone else's, she had no doubt about that. But the tragic deaths of those men wrongfully executed, for crimes that not only should be no crimes at all, but that they hadn't even committed, made her old squabbles with Zhao feel small, meaningless in comparison. Even so, Sokka had opened his mind to her plights. He had understood her. He had agreed to help her, even if Angela wondered now if she truly had deserved it. Maybe she hadn't. But maybe if he hadn't helped her, if he had only focused on saving the slaves and their relationship hadn't grown as it had, she wouldn't have learned as much from him as she had. Maybe she wouldn't have questioned her father or his teachings. Most definitely, she would have never learned a damn thing about balance, let alone about why it mattered in their world. Her father had indeed raised her to become the greatest leader in Fire Nation history, but he didn't understand everything the job would entail for her. It wasn't merely about boosting their nation's progress for her, it hadn't been about that for quite a long time now. She needed to protect her people, at any cost, and she intended to. She knew she had it in her to change the world, so long as she set aside her foolish fears and reservations for long enough to build a solid plan. And as she listened to Sokka's explanations about his daunting escape, the prospect of succeeding at their goal appeared all the more promising. He had saved those 12, they would be saving many more before long, and her father would have no say upon the matter. They lay together for hours talking, sharing their experiences and pondering their plans for the future some more. While the sorrow that weighed inside them was heavy, it was easier to endure it when holding each other as they were. Before long, their turbulent hearts had been calmed, the rage and fear finally settling down as they found at least a shred of peace in their companionship. You have to go home, though, Sokka said at last, once he realized dawn would break soon. Angela sighed. I can't say I want to, she said. I miss not going home. No surprises there, said Sokka, with a gentle grin. I miss that too. But if we want our wicked plans to work, you can't piss off your dad too much just yet, can you? Might as well try. Angela sighed. Fits of rage could be dangerous in a man of his temper. His inner fire might snap out of his control and he could blow up. That sounds gruesome, Sokka said, eyes wide. Has that ever happened to anyone? Not that I know of, said Angela, with a small smile. But if he finds out that I've spent the night lying in bed with you, while you're fully naked, it might just be the first time it happens to someone altogether, huh? Despite himself, Sokka laughed and pulled her closer. His lips pressed softly to her brow before seeking her lips instead. Through the whole night he had refrained from kissing her fully, and although Angela wasn't going to complain about it, especially in a night like this one, she certainly had needed the caress of his lips against her own more than she realized. "I'll walk you to the door, if you want," he said, pressing his forehead to hers. Angela nodded. "Just put on some pants, at least," she suggested. He smiled weakly, "just in case Song wakes up or so." "She's not likely to, but I'll do it," he said, caressing her cheek gently. Angela bit her lip and nodded, prompting him to sit up and stretch. It had been hours of lounging together without any genuine rest, and as it was, it would be his third night without sleep. He had been so troubled and miserable, though, that he had as good as forgotten about how tired he really was. The euphoria that had been keeping him awake earlier was well and truly gone at this point, and he wasn't sure he'd ever reclaim that joyful feeling. He only bothered putting on clean trousers before accompanying a fully armored Angela to the door. By the time they reached it, the princess looked as uninclined to leave as ever, if not more so. "Hey," Sokka said, clasping her hand in his, "we can make things better, and we will. We've already achieved plenty of unreasonable things, haven't we? I mean, you tamed a dragon when they were supposed to be extinct. You saved the Northern Water Tribe by sabotaging my father's bombs affair," Angela conceded, with a small grin. "And somehow people think I'm the strongest non-bender in the Superior League," Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. Angela's smile grew warmer at that. If we could do all those things, we can figure out a way to help slaves. To help the entire world." Angela nodded, fingers interlacing with his. Her eyes met his own, and she was enveloped by his gentle gaze as ever. There was pain in him, a kind of hurting she knew he would never recover from, but right now, the same kind of pain dwelled inside her, too. For once, she had felt the helplessness he had experienced in the past. It only encouraged her further to find a greater purpose than the ones she had laid down for herself in life so far. "Get some rest," she said. You don't look as handsome when you spend days without sleeping, you know." "Heh? What, some bags under my eyes can really damage my image that much?" He smiled, and Angela grinned too. "Had I told you as much back in the forest, would you have agreed to rest any sooner?" she asked. "Not likely. We were trying to stop being attracted to each other back then, remember?" He raised his eyebrows. Angela laughed softly. "Well, I'm afraid it would have failed nonetheless," she said, cupping his cheek. "No amount of sleeplessness would steal your good looks to the point where I wouldn't find you appealing, but that's not a challenge, just so you know. Don't you dare not get any sleep just to test if I truly will continue being attracted to you. You just had to go and ruin my fun, huh?" Sokka asked, with a gentle smile. Angela chuckled. "Get some rest too, Angela. As much as you can, and if you can't, well, maybe come back here as soon as you have a chance, and we'll just get proper rest together." "Sounds like a plan," Angela agreed, nodding, and pushing herself up to kiss him. Sokka leaned down, arms circling her waist to bring her closer. "I love you, Sokka. More than anything. And I love you," he whispered, "tonight, more than ever." Her chest churned upon hearing those words, and she hugged him tightly. He cradled her in his arms, pressing gentle kisses to her temples and the top of her head until she finally found the courage to pull away. Her eyes were misty again, but she didn't let the tears fall this time. "I'll be back soon. As soon as I can," she said, pushing the door open clumsily, for she refused to break eye contact with him. Sokka smiled and nodded. "I'll wait for you," he said, unwilling to step away until she had closed the door behind her. Angela's chest ached as she finally left the house. Some part of her, the self-flagellating, ever unforgiving side of herself, assured her that she deserved no kindness, not from Sokka, not from anyone else. That what she'd done today, or rather, failed to do, was something that she would never atone for. That all the crimes she had turned a blind eye to through all these years, all the dying, tortured slaves she hadn't helped because it was too difficult, were something she should spend the rest of her life making amends for. But Sokka's words rang in her head again. She would never forget this. She would always feel guilty for it. But ultimately, she had to move forward. Only by moving forward would she ever prevent this from happening again. Only by making up her mind to act, and to change their world, Would she ever find the opportunity to begin amending her nation, and most of all, her father's wrongdoings? She changed out of her armor quickly upon arriving in her room. Her bed wasn't as inviting as it should have been. Even though she could feel the exhaustion wearing her down, she reached into a drawer for Sokka's bone necklace, knowing she would need to hold it if she hoped for any rest. She tucked in by the time dawn was breaking. Her inner fire flared against the rising sun, but she tried to ignore it, turning around and keeping her back to her window. A knock on her door startled her. She had barely closed her eyes as it was. For safety's sake, she waited a little longer. Pretending she was asleep, and that the sound had woken her, would probably befit her better than rushing to open the door. Who could it be, at any rate? And why, at such early hours? After the third round of knocks, a voice accompanied the sound of knuckles against metal. Princess Azula. Her brow furrowed. No, not a servant. That voice was, without a doubt, Renkai's. She rolled her eyes and climbed off the bed. Of all people, it had to be him. As if she didn't dislike him for enough reasons yet. Princess Azula, please open the... He was saying, just before Azula turned on the doorknob and pulled the door open. What is it? She hissed, her sleepless eyes glaring at his mask. Renkai held his composure regardless. The Fire Lord requires your presence. The dumbstruck look on her face could not be held back. Renkai blinked blankly, never expecting such a genuine reaction from the princess. My presence? But it's barely dawn, the sun isn't even fully up yet, why would he? She groaned, shaking her head before realizing who she was talking to. It was unbefitting to complain about her father's petitions, especially in front of someone like Renkai. Oh, never mind. I'll be there shortly. I'll escort you, Renkai said, nodding, be quick about dressing up. Azula rolled her eyes before slamming the door shut. The Imperial Guard grimaced, both dreading the princess's mood and, inevitably, empathizing with it. Being woken for an impromptu meeting with the Fire Lord couldn't be pleasant, especially if the meeting wasn't deemed urgent by Oze. Nevertheless, he held back from empathizing too much. As much as he no longer found the princess as unpleasant as he had in the past, he wasn't exactly eager to strike up a friendship with her, let alone to join in with the rest of his Imperial Guard squad in believing the princess was marvelous, admirable, and an example worth following. There were enough reasons to believe the princess could be up to something bad, wasn't there? In truth, there weren't, and he'd know. That was what the general had demanded for him to discover about the princess. So far, Renkai had left his mission on the side while keeping to his general duties, but today the princess was striking him as suspicious once again. As annoying as it might be to be startled awake at such early hours, why did it look like she had barely gotten any rest? He didn't ask, of course, but he couldn't stop studying the princess as they walked together to Oze's study. Her hairdo wasn't as perfect as ever, not without her servants to help her perfect it, but other than that, nothing else stood out aside from her tired appearance. Perhaps he should keep an eye on her nightly activities? If she was conspiring with someone, just as Xiaofeng suspected, perhaps she was doing it when nobody expected it from her. When everyone thought she was safe and sound in bed. He bowed his head towards Azula after opening the door to Oze's study for her. He wouldn't escort her back to her room, deferring that duty to one of the guards standing by the study instead. No, Renkai had to speak with Xiaofeng and bring this to his attention right away. Perhaps the man would shut him down again, but it was, presumably, a lead worth pursuing. Azula frowned as she saw her father standing before his study's window, his back turned towards her. Whatever had prompted him to bring her here didn't seem to be quite urgent, if he would sooner stare off through the window rather than address why she had been summoned. Or so she thought, until he turned around with a large stash of papers in his arms. She didn't recognize them right away. They were bound now, perfectly neatly, into what came off as a thick book. All the same, her gaze was drawn towards the volume, confusion mixed with curiosity in her tired eyes. Princess Azula, Oze said, take your seat, if you would. Azula obeyed, silently. Before long, that disapproving frown unique to her father's glares came through, but the princess was hardly fazed by it. Did you not sleep at all last night? He asked. Azula shrugged. I was tossing and turning the whole time, she claimed. It wasn't a full lie, she simply had avoided revealing she hadn't been in her own bed, or that she'd had company. You needn't worry, I'm lucid enough for whatever you wish to speak about. I should hope so, Jose declared, as good as tossing the bound book on the desk. Angela didn't take the gesture as anything but threatening bravado, and with the exhaustion that clung to her, she couldn't find it in her to be daunted by her father's attitude. Let alone when she found him less intimidating and much more frustrating every day. But her eyes were inevitably drawn to the title of the book, handwritten by her father. What? She said, frowning before raising her gaze towards her father. Her stomach lurched, albeit with uncertainty, nervousness, confusion. Jose only met her stare with his own, unyielding one, and yet there was something else to his behavior, there had been all along. Something Angela hadn't noticed until now, for she had been too tired, too distrustful, to properly assess her father. You kept my slavery reformation project? She asked, her voice soft. I thought. I figured you would have gotten rid of it after you rejected it. I didn't, Jose said, his voice stern as he took his seat across Angela. Something stayed my hand. The suspicion that, if you were right about this, I would never hear the end of it. I see, said Angela, with raised eyebrows. Jose breathed deeply, and finally Angela understood what that unexpected quality in her father's semblance was. It was defeat. A concept she had seldom associated with her father, if at all. Her eyes were wide even before he spoke again. You have many responsibilities to handle as it is, Jose said, and yet you wrote and offered this project freely, upon glimpsing a possible problem within Fire Nation society. While at the moment, it seemed unnecessary, it seems at least one of your predictions came true, a rebellion occurred, and the consequences, if you're right about those predictions too, this could become a problem of much larger and more complicated proportions than any we've faced coming from within our nation. It could, Angela agreed, nodding. Jose raised his eyes to meet hers. Your project is ambitious, and it certainly seems you have covered most your bases, Jose said. Nonetheless, the possibility of failure exists. If the execution of this project fails, Princess Angela, there will be no second chances. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, one that I am granting you based on your previous successes, but if you can't deliver results, I will withdraw and cancel the project at once. Am I clear? Why, yes, you are, Angela said, staring at him in disbelief. I will be the one tasked to make the project a reality, then. Who better for it than the woman who designed it? Jose asked, raising his eyebrows. I suppose that makes sense, Angela said, nodding as her gaze fell upon the book again. Her body shivered involuntarily, and Jose's questioning glare prompted her to explain herself. I'm sorry, I just wasn't expecting this. Neither was I, Jose sighed, but the situation does call for better measures than the ones that have been taken so far. I allowed slavery to be a loose system, and it would appear the time has come to tighten it. I understand, said Angela, blinking blankly and nodding. Then, how will we proceed? The project is as full-rounded as I could make it, but it needs to be debated by my council first, Jose declared. Granted, any projects I propose are as good as approved immediately, which is why it's a certainty that the project will happen. Nonetheless, it will be up to you to present it to the council, to answer any questions they may have and to reach proper compromises with each member, should they present legitimate concerns about it. If you truly hope to lead this nation one day, you must learn how to navigate these hurdles as well. Of course, said Angela, nodding with determination. This will surely take several sessions. Jose sighed, but as it is, your success is as good as guaranteed. It is only a matter of negotiating all the terms to the full satisfaction of the council. All of them, then? Including this section? Angela asked, leaning forward and opening the book, flipping the pages quickly until she found the one she had in mind. Jose's frown didn't deepen. That had to be a good sign, Angela thought. At least, he wouldn't seem to be completely against the notion of expanding the recruitment efforts in a new way, right? Truthfully. Jose started. Her heart clenched. I have already sent word to the top officials in the domestic forces. They are expected to begin recruiting women for your enforcers within a few days. You really did? Already? Angela asked, astonished. I expect that should reveal just how urgent this matter is, Jose declared. The sooner those enforcers of yours are trained and competent enough to do their jobs, the smoother your operations shall be. Of course, said Angela, with a small smile. Thank you. Though, as I mentioned on the project, it would be necessary for some experienced officers to join the enforcers as well. I have specified that to the domestic forces as well, Jose said. They shall act accordingly, or so I was told. If that's so, thank you, Father. Truly, Angela said, bowing her head towards him. You should be grateful indeed. Adding new branches to our armed forces is hardly child's play, Jose said, shaking his head. I expect results within less than a year, Princess Angela. Then I shall endeavor to deliver them, Angela declared, straightening her posture again and looking at Jose with determination. I understand this project can represent a risk for you, for all of us, but with your leave, I won't rest until slavery is well and truly under control. Well, yes, I suppose you're quite devoted to this task, said Jose, his nose slightly wrinkled, but considering how tired you look already, I'd rather you do rest once in a while. It's unseemly for you to sport such fatigued appearance. Well, you know what I meant, Angela said, lowering her gaze. I have already sent word to the pertaining members of my council, Jose said. The first meeting to debate your slavery laws will begin by mid-morning. Try to nap beforehand, unless you believe you need much preparation to present your project. I could use some more, but I believe I remember the project well enough, even now, Angela said, nodding. I will try to rest, then. Thank you, Father. This opportunity is, well, a surprise, to say the least. Do return the favor by surprising me with success beyond everyone's expectations, then, Jose said, dismissively. Angela smiled and stood up. I will do my best, she said, bowing her head towards him. There had been no warning, no chance to even imagine that her father would accept her slavery reformation project now, not after all this time. She had brought it up just the previous day, certainly, but she had never thought he might reconsider his stance on it. She had expected him to crack down on slavery, to become harsher, crueler. She didn't expect him to hand over the reins of the endeavor to her. Then again, it wasn't much surprise. Her father had liked slavery as a concept, not so much in its execution, as far as Angela could tell. Slavery was undignified, ugly, dirty. Jose had a very small, very silent conscience that seldom spoke up, so the injustices and afflictions of slaves would hardly concern him. Slavery was meant to be a punishment to those who hadn't wanted to bow down to him. In his eyes, that was all that mattered. Angela wasn't foolish enough to believe that his philosophies had changed after Fazan's slave riot. What had changed, though, was his perception of slaves as feeble and useless, and he finally understood they could be a threat. What better way to handle threats than by shirking them off to those who had already expressed an interest in dealing with them? Well, there was one other way. Jose had already proven as much once before. Angela had already reached the door by the time the thought crossed her mind, and she resonated quickly, to assess her surroundings properly. She froze, the gruesome sensation lurking nearby. Oh, so nearby. She glanced at the chair near the wall, her stomach lurching, no longer in a pleasant way. Perhaps Cephas was merely here to pass the time, but his presence made her uneasy either way. Now, Jose said, with a dramatic sigh. Angela was startled by his voice. You have just received a considerably big task, Angela. Please stop concerning yourself with Cephas. He can deliver a report without concerning you, can't he? A report, huh? Well, the truth is, I was only wondering, said Angela, glancing over her shoulder at Jose. Why didn't you use him to deal with this situation? Why not send him to handle the threat represented by those gladiators, if you were just going to kill them anyways? Word had already spread about them, about what they were doing, Jose said, simply. Had they vanished without a trace, the rumors would say they escaped, and that would result in much unrest throughout the Fire Nation, wouldn't it? She held back any instinctive reactions to those words. She doubted he was probing her, for his tone was not confrontational, but she wasn't about to give him cause to suspect that she had something to do with the actual escaped gladiators. So she nodded. Besides, said Jose, you seemed so certain, last time, that there was a better way to handle threats of the sort. This is your chance to prove you're right, and so, your chance to prove me wrong. Don't waste it. Angela nodded promptly, allowing herself to glance at the invisible Cephas once again. The gleam of fractal light around him was faint, but she knew how to locate it by now. I won't, she said. Thank you again, Father. Be on time for the meeting, Princess Angela, he said, as she opened the door and stepped outside. I will be, for sure, she said, with one last bow of her head before closing the study's door. She had barely taken 2 steps towards her room when she covered her mouth with her hands. She had no idea what Sokka would think of this, but she had to tell him. She knew his resentment towards her father was too strong to be dismissed as things were, but perhaps, just perhaps, he would feel slightly better about the progress of their mission to save slaves if he knew of this unexpected chance Oze had provided her with. Of all reasons why he might have summoned her today, she would have never guessed it would be about the slavery project. She couldn't rest after all, too determined to be ready for a meeting that she absolutely couldn't fumble. Makeup was the solution for the bags under her eyes, along with her usual dose of tea, in hopes that it might help her stay awake. All the same, she knew what she had to do. And she would do it, without hesitating, without failure. If she had somehow managed to sway Sokka into falling in love with her, despite the horrible start of their relationship, there was no way she would fail to convince her father's council that her proposed laws would only bring progress and further greatness to the Fire Nation, when she had no doubts that would be the case. He had rushed through the guards' barracks, ignoring any soldiers or guards who spoke to him as he made his way to the general's office. Even when a servant warned him it might not be the best time to approach Xiaofeng, Renkai had ignored him. This was the first possible breakthrough of his mission in months, and if he was successful, well, there was no telling what might happen, but it could only mean good things for his future, couldn't it? As much as his resentment for the princess had decreased, it was merely because he had been swayed by Ruishi's loyalty, by his comrades' belief that the princess was a worthy leader to follow. So far, beyond his suspicions about her illicit relationship, Renkai was slightly more willing to believe that too, but if she was up to no good, he would bring her to task. That was his duty. That was what he had been meant to do all along. He reached the office's corridor, sensing a noise of cluttering, falling objects, muffled by closed doors. He frowned at the sounds upon realizing that they seemed to drift out of the general's office itself. It sounded like the man was moving his furniture around, and not very successfully. Papers brushing together, heavy objects falling on the floor. Renkai frowned until he noticed the door was ajar, if just slightly. One glance was all it took to realize he was best off running away from the general at once, as the servant had told him. He had never seen him quite so wrathful. The man was snarling, setting paper on fire recklessly. Some of it was spreading to the furniture, half the carpet had already been blackened. His wild eyes were nothing like anything Renkai had seen in his level-headed, stoic leader before. Had he been fired? Had he lost something precious, too valuable to sacrifice, perhaps? What on earth was happening to the man he owed his allegiance to? Suddenly, whatever reasons Princess Angela might have had to be excessively tired seemed meaningless. Hearing the general roar angrily while he carried on with his destructive spree only furthered the fear that had paralyzed Renkai where he stood. And as he watched him silently, nervously, he couldn't help but wonder if perhaps the one hiding dark, terrible secrets that could destroy the Fire Nation from the inside wasn't the Fire Lord's daughter. You really don't look so good, Song said to Sokka by that afternoon. The gladiator huffed, resting on the kitchen table with his chin atop his crossed arms. I don't feel good, he admitted, especially because she's not here yet. I'm 2 seconds away from making up my mind to go to that blasted palace to find her. You don't really think something happened to her, do you? Song asked, uncertain. Sokka sighed and shrugged. After the shit her father has proven capable of, I'm not sure of anything, he said. Maybe you should try to sleep again, if just for a little while, said Song. Time will pass faster that way, and when she shows up, you'll be happy and reassured that nothing happened to her. A nice suggestion, but I don't think I'll be able to sleep at all, Sokka groaned, shaking his head. He actually had rested for a few hours that morning, but his worn-out body needed so much more than that. Either way, he hadn't provided it with further rest yet, and he wasn't sure he should bother trying at all. The longer Angela was away, the more anxious he felt. She had said she'd be here as soon as possible, meaning, it wasn't possible for her to get here any sooner. Why? What could be delaying her? Song had tried to appease him through the day, but by now she was running out of ideas on how to calm him down. He had offered to help her with some of her chores, if just to keep himself busy, and after a few cooking mishaps Song had confined him to cleaning duties while she worked on dinner. He was glaring out the window, in the general direction in which he knew the palace was, even if the buildings hid it from view, when he heard that soft sound his ears were ever perked for. His eyes widened and he jumped off his chair so fast he startled Song. "Sokka!" She called him, but he was already running halfway through the living room and into the backyard. Xianlong was there, and of course, so was Azula. Clad in her golden armor, looking beautiful, exhausted, and satisfied. Sokka's eyes widened. If nothing was wrong, why would she have taken so long to get here? "Azula!" he called, as the princess climbed off the saddle. Her eyes found his, and she smiled weakly. He was the one who cut the distance between them, hands reaching out for hers. "What happened? I thought you'd come earlier," he said. Azula nodded. "I wanted to, or at least I intended to, but something happened," she said, looking at him intently. "Something big. Something you might be both happy and annoyed about. But, hopefully, you'll be happier than annoyed." "Huh?" said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Azula breathed deeply before confessing the truth. "My father has approved of it." The slavery reformation project," she said. His eyes widened. Her smile was uneasy, uncertain, as though she feared he would lash out at her, but when his jaw dropped, and he began shaking his head only to look at her with further confusion, it was impossible not to laugh at his reaction. Whoa, didn't he dismiss it before?" Sokka asked. "I thought. So did I, but he had kept the project safely somewhere despite he had rejected it and," said Azula, "it seems, well, he wants to give me a chance to do things the right way. To reel slavery in, to control it, to see to it that nothing like what happened over the last few days will ever happen again." "You're serious?" Sokka asked, a tinge of hopefulness in his voice. Azula nodded promptly. "You're shit. I didn't see this coming. I thought. I did too, and if you think this isn't good enough, I don't blame you in the least," said Azula, stroking his hands. "I know that slavery won't end until my father's off the throne, and I know he's never going to stop doing dreadful things whether behind our backs or right in front of our eyes, but this is a start, right? It's an opportunity to help people who need us. It may not be perfect, but it's more feasible than finding the White Lotus and working with them, right?" "I guess," Sokka admitted, biting his lip, "but you do realize I won't stop believing your dad needs to go even after this, right?" "Yeah, I know. I get it. I don't blame you for that," Azula said again. Sokka nodded. "Will you be able to do everything as you planned, though?" he asked. "You had some pretty sound ideas." "Most of the project is still in debate," Azula said. "That's why I was so late. I was at this meeting with my father's council about the reformation laws, and said Sokka. Azula smiled. "Well, so far, so good," she said. To her delight, he smiled too. "It's going to take some time for them to approve of everything, but I believe it can be done." "And what about the recruiting of new soldiers to enforce these laws?" Sokka asked. "I think you had something like that in mind, right?" "Indeed. Female soldiers, in fact," said Azula. Sokka swallowed hard. "My father says he's already sent word to the domestic forces so they begin recruiting them." So, it's a done deal?" Sokka asked, eyes wide. "He wouldn't be sending word for recruitment if he wants the project to happen, so it will," Azula said, with a small grin. Sokka actually let out a bark of disbelieving laughter. "I know, it seems absurd, but that's how being Fire Lord works. All that remains is for me to negotiate the terms of each law with the council, and once that's done, we can save them," Sokka said, hope shining in his eyes anew. "Granted, it's not the greatest of all solutions, but they won't have to die anymore. And if we find evidence of slave mistreatment, they will be taken from their masters," Azula said, with a proud grin. "So, hopefully this way things will start to look up for them. It might not be easy, but, if it works out, we will save countless lives. Lives that might not be saved otherwise, so. Sokka chuckled, taking her face into his hands and kissing her lips softly. Azula smiled, arms going around his strong body. He squeezed her tightly, burying his face in her neck as relief rushed inside him. No, it wasn't the final answer. It wasn't their end goal, but it was progress. The best progress they'd made to improve the lot of the slaves in all the years they'd been working together. He would never forget the horrors Oze had been capable of, even if right now he seemed to have made the right decision, for a change. He would never stop holding the man responsible for the crimes he had committed against all the people whose lives he had stolen, whose dignity he had trampled over, but this was a victory, however small, and it was worth cherishing nonetheless. One day, surely, Azula would achieve even greater progress, especially once Oze was gone, but for now, this was a good starting point. As much as it meant more work, as much as it meant Azula would have to take up yet another massive undertaking that would be no easy feat, this was, indeed, a task worthy of the princess. If someone had it in her to overcome impossible odds, to achieve the unthinkable, it was her. For Oze had never intended to change slavery before reading her project, and even for months after having read it. But Azula had overcome as good as every challenge before her, whether those posed by her father or by anyone else, and against even her own expectations, she had overcome them this time, too. And Sokka intended to stand right beside her through thick and thin in this new endeavor, supporting her in whatever capacity she might need him to, as he basked in the winds of change that his princess was powerfully blowing into the Fire Nation. Check the description for the links to the author.